This is Sinful Scars, a Darkstalker Russian Mafia romance, Koslov Bratva, Book 5, written by Kira Cole and Callie Stevens.
Performed by Blair Thatcher and James Cassidy.
Chapter 1. Lev. Sometimes I forget that I'm not a ghost. I'm so used to hiding in the shadows, being looked through instead of at, that it makes it easy to forget that I'm a living, breathing human with blood running through my veins and a heart beating in my chest. Especially when I spent most of my life being treated like I was nothing more than dirt on the bottom of my father's shoe. Being raised by Igor Ivanov is a hell I wouldn't wish upon my worst enemy. I used to tell myself he treated me that way to toughen me up, to make me into a man. But in reality, I knew it was because he wanted to punish me. For what, I have no idea. I made the mistake of asking once, and it earned me a fractured jaw, so I learned the hard way to keep my mouth shut. Whatever I did must have been bad, because he never once treated my brother and sister the same way. They were never locked in the dark for days on end without food, or beaten to within an inch of their lives merely for existing. Those punishments were saved just for me. To live is to feel pain, but at some point, your body becomes so numbed by it all that you wonder if you'll ever feel anything again, if you even want to. But when I saw her again for the first time after 2 years, it was like I was brought back to life. Elle. When darkness surrounds me, it's the memory of her laugh that keeps me sane, her green eyes in my dreams. I used to be haunted by demons, but now I'm haunted by her. She leaves the hospital and heads in the opposite direction to the subway station. I have to follow her. This city is full of predators who would mistake one smile from Elle as a green light to spend the night trying to coerce her into God knows what, and she's too polite to push back. It was a complete accident that Elle ended up back in my life after all this time. 2 years ago today, I ran into her. Literally. We collided on the stairs leading down to the subway station, and I knew right away that it was her. Her hair fell in front of her face as she mumbled an apology, clearly embarrassed by our interaction, and rushed down the stairs toward the waiting subway. It took less than a second for me to decide to follow her. I convinced myself it was because I felt protective of her, considering all that she had been through, and that is what still has me following her every day and every night. I follow her to the hospital where she works as a nurse, and I wait outside until she finishes her shift. I keep telling myself it's only because I want to keep an eye on her as she makes her way back to her apartment. She works such long shifts at the hospital that she looks like a ghost by the time she leaves. Seeing her so exhausted makes me anxious, especially when she's walking home at all hours of the night, though part of it is of her own doing. She chooses to pick up extra shifts at the hospital, leaving her so exhausted by the time she gets home that she likely passes out. It's almost as if she's running from something. I have no choice but to follow her, just to make sure she gets home safely, even if, like today, that means spending some time in a bar. Anything for her. When she enters the bar, I wait 15 seconds and follow her inside. I tend to avoid crowded, noisy places. Places like this put me on edge, and my jaw already aches from clenching it so hard. My eyes find her as soon as I walk in. My entire body tenses when she glances around. She doesn't notice me. She never does. But the hair on the back of my neck still stands up at the thought of her catching me watching her. I choose a table hidden away from the orange lights of the bar. The waitress takes my drink order. While waiting, I pull the hood of my jacket up, helping shadow my face, and adjust my hair so it covers my eyes, just in case. My gaze strays from her only long enough to survey my surroundings. A few women have already clocked me, but not out of interest. Fear, perhaps. As soon as my drink is delivered to my table, I lift my glass to my lips, risking another glance at Elle. It's selfish of me to seek comfort in her smiles, but I can't help myself. I love her smile. It makes me think that, for a second or two, she might be happy, despite everything she's gone through. But she's not happy, not even close. For a few minutes, I sip my vodka slowly as I survey the busy bar, my ears tuned in to the sound of her voice as she chats animatedly with her friend, the one I know she works with at the hospital. It's a Friday night, and the place is packed with overworked hospital staff and overpaid investment bankers, all looking for someone to warm their bed for the night. Elle's already on her third vodka and tonic, and from the slight flush of her skin, I know the alcohol is starting to take effect. She's beautiful, with her long, dark hair and bright green eyes that light up when she smiles. Ditching her blue hospital scrubs for a dark burgundy dress that hugs her curves perfectly and complements her tanned skin, I can barely take my eyes off her, and I'm not the only one. I've already clocked over a dozen men who have looked her way, their tongues practically hanging out of their mouths as she throws her head back and laughs, exposing the delicate skin of her neck that is begging to be explored. While I know I can't have her, it doesn't mean that I want anyone else to have her either. The thought of someone putting their hands on her, feeling her soft skin and hearing the sounds she makes when she comes, has me grinding my teeth. There's not one single bastard guy in this place that is even worthy of so much as a smile from El Conti, and I'm not averse to making that known to any one of them who dares to come anywhere near her. As I finish my drink and wave at the waitress to pour me another, I catch Elle's friend getting up out of the corner of my eye. I sit up straight as I watch her friend disappear into the toilets. My eyes land on the guy sitting by himself at a table nearby. As the moment Elle is alone, he gets to his feet and makes his move. Hell fucking no. My body is screaming at me to intervene as the guy approaches her. He looks like a complete douche in his knockoff designer suit and slicked back hair. I almost laugh, knowing that there is no way Elle is going to be impressed by him. In the 2 years I've been keeping an eye on her, she's not dated anyone seriously, so I have no doubt that she's not interested in anything from this guy. And yet, I catch a hint of surprise in her eyes as the guy approaches her, as if she can't believe that anyone is willing to give her the time of day. I wish she could see herself through my eyes. If she was mine, I wouldn't let a day go by without telling her how beautiful she is. Not just on the outside, but on the inside too. Reaching for my fresh drink, I try to ignore the building ache in my chest as I watch Elle. She's smiling, but even from across the bar I can tell it's not a true smile, the type that has her entire face lighting up and her nose scrunching in the most adorable way. Those are rare, and certainly not reserved for assholes in cheap suits with even cheaper pickup lines. Her eyes are looking anywhere but at him, and my lips twitch at her lack of interest. Walk away, creep, I mutter as I take another sip of my drink. The glass almost slips from my fingers as the guy does the opposite. Ignoring Elle's lack of interest, he moves his hand to her bare thigh and squeezes the soft flesh. My body starts to vibrate as my blood starts boiling. When you're raised with a father like mine, you can't afford to lose your temper, so you learn to internalize the anger. I've learned to channel it in a way that heightens my focus and sharpens my senses, despite the pounding in my ears. I'm a second away from intervening when Elle gets to her feet, shaking her head as she glances around for her friend. Even from across the bar, I can tell Elle is asking him to leave her alone. I bounce my knee up and down, fighting the urge to intervene. I know Elle can handle her own, but she shouldn't have to. Her word deserves to be respected, but it seems this fucker wasn't raised to respect women. My restraint is about to snap as fear flashes in Elle's eyes, but then he's holding his hands up and backing away like he misread her polite smile and spray-on dress as an invitation. As he walks away toward the back, I don't miss the way her hand shakes as she reaches for her drink and brings the glass to her lips. I hate that she was made to feel like this, like she has something to apologize for when men like him can't handle a knock to their ego. Perhaps, if I didn't see the flash of fear in her beautiful eyes, I would have been content to let it go. All I need is to know that she's happy. Who am I kidding? He might have gotten the message eventually, but that's not fucking good enough. I'm sliding off my bar stool and stalking toward the bathroom before I can talk myself out of it. A laugh almost escapes me when I find the fucker fixing his overgelled hair in the mirror. Do you get off on harassing women? I slam the door shut behind me. His eyes flicker to mine in the mirror, and a deep crease appears between his eyebrows. Excuse me? She clearly wasn't interested. I take a step closer to him. If he wants to leave, he's going to have to get past me first. What the fuck are you on about? He turns to face me, and I don't miss the way he puffs up his chest as he looks me up and down. You know exactly what I'm talking about. His mouth breaks out into a feral smile as he catches on. I can have any woman in this place, so you can have the little slut. My fist slams into his jaw. His head snaps to the side and he lets out a grunt of pain. You need to learn some fucking respect. I fist his collar, slamming him into the opposite wall. You think you're so impressive in your cheap suit and fake Rolex, but it doesn't take a genius to see you for what you are. I could say the same. He pushes against my chest. I bite back a laugh as I barely move an inch. Don't fucking put your hands on me again. I throw him against the marble countertop. He ricochets against it before collapsing on the floor, gasping for breath from the force of the impact. I waste no time landing a swift kick to his abdomen, eliciting another grunt of pain that's like music to my fucking ears. You should learn to take no for an answer. I kick him again, this time in the ribs. And for the record, she was so far out of your fucking league you should consider yourself incredibly lucky that she even gave you the time of day. I land one last kick to his ribs for good measure, before forcing myself to step away, before I lose myself to my rage. My knuckles throb as I flex my hand. But I don't care. He deserves a lot more than a punch to the jaw and a few cracked ribs. But I can't afford to lose sight of Elle. Not when she's likely to leave at any moment, and I need to make sure she gets home safe. Have a nice night. I exit the bathroom, heading back out into the bar in search of Elle. But my stomach sinks as I look over to her table and realize I'm too late. She's gone.
Chapter 2. Elle. The past tends to sneak up on you, and I've always felt mine lurking just out of sight, no matter how hard I try to forget it. Today has been a particularly bad day. The paranoia tends to be worse when I'm sleep-deprived, and I stupidly agreed to do 2 48-hour shifts in a row at the hospital, followed by a colleague's birthday drinks. It's nearing midnight, and I'm almost a complete zombie. But I don't mind. I love my work as a nurse, and being this exhausted after a shift means I fall into bed every night too tired to even dream. My dreams always find a way of turning into nightmares. The buzz from the 3 vodka and tonics is starting to wear off, and my eyelids are beginning to feel heavy, which means it's time to finally call it a night. While I wait for my work colleague, Alice, to get back from the bathroom, I pull my phone out of my purse and order an Uber. My apartment is only a few blocks away, and I can easily walk home in 15 minutes, but I don't like to take any risks. I put it down to being a young female and the fact that it would be stupid of me to walk home in the dark. But in reality, it's because I want to escape the feeling of being watched. The feeling is always heightened when it's dark, and the alcohol in my system will only make my paranoia worse. This isn't a new feeling. For years, my neck has been prickling. It's like I can feel someone hiding in the shadows just watching me. It sounds completely insane, especially because I have no proof that it's even true. I've never caught someone lurking outside my apartment or following me to the subway, and yet I can't shake the feeling that someone is always there. The logical explanation is that I'm just exhausted, but I figure it's better to be safe than sorry. So I link with the driver, who is 10 minutes away, and the anxious knot in my stomach loosens just a little. It might be just a feeling, but I'm not about to take any chances. "Thanks again for coming tonight, Elle," Alice says as we get our coats from the cloakroom. I know it was last minute, but I suddenly felt sad at the thought of not celebrating my birthday. "I'm glad you had fun." I shrug my coat on. Even though it's the first week of September, the temperature in New York has significantly dropped, and I always find the cold so much worse when I'm exhausted. I did. Alice laughs, tucking her hair behind her ears. And it was a bonus to get a few numbers. I saw you chatting to some guy at the bar when I came back from the ladies' room. I roll my eyes. Not my type. Since when is a tall guy in an expensive suit with a jaw that could cut glass not your type? Alice narrows her eyes at me, and I pretend to adjust the belt of my coat to avoid her accusatory look. You know me, my work is my boyfriend. I don't really date, and I say that it's because I don't have the time, but that's not the real reason. It's because I don't want to risk getting close to someone in case they leave, because that shit hurts. And I made a vow to myself a long time ago, after my parents died, that I would never let myself feel that sort of pain again. So, I'm married to my work, and it fills the void, most of the time anyway. Alice sighs as she links her arm through mine. You really should get out there and date. You're hot, but your ass is only ever going to look this good once. After 30, it's all downhill. Literally. Thanks, I chuckle. You're welcome, Alice grins. Now, let's hope my Uber driver will want to stop for some cheesy chips on the way back to my apartment. Alice and I push our way through the crowd that is loitering outside the bar, and we scan the street for our rides. The moment I spot the silver Toyota Prius, I give Alice a quick hug goodbye and hurry over to the car.
El Conti?
The driver doesn't even glance at me as I slide into the back seat and buckle my seatbelt. Yes, 428 East 83rd Street. I dig through my purse for my phone. Where is it? The driver pulls away from the curb and immediately honks the horn as another Uber driver cuts us up. Where the hell is my phone? I start pulling out random items from my purse. After triple checking the contents, as well as patting down the pockets of my coat, I still haven't found it. Could we turn around? I think I left my phone at the bar. My driver gives no indication that he's even heard me. He keeps his eyes on the road, and the car lurches as he speeds up. Hello? I think I left my phone at the bar. I need you to go back. His hazel eyes flick to mine in the rearview mirror, but once again, he ignores me as he keeps on driving. I can't stop the wave of panic that hits me. Stop the car! His phone rings, and I grip the door handle as he answers the call. Immediately, he starts to yell down the phone, not in English, but in Russian. My heart rate spikes at the aggressive tone of his voice. I might be half Russian, but it's been so long since I've spoken the language that I can only decipher every third word or so. My mother was adamant I learn the language as a child, but after my parents died and I went to live with my Italian grandmother, she didn't let me continue my studies, claiming that the language was of no use to me now that my mother was dead. How wrong she was. I need to get the hell out of this car. Taking off my seatbelt, I pull at the door handle, willing to throw myself out of the moving vehicle if I have to. But nothing happens. I'm locked in. Come on. I groan as I pull on the door handle, but it's no use. I'm completely defenseless. I have no phone, no weapon. My uncle used to insist I carry a small handgun with me at all times, but after working in a hospital for the last 2 years and seeing countless GSW victims, I refused. I was terrified I would accidentally set the thing off, so I settled for using a can of pepper spray, which I've left in my locker at work. Damn it! I pound on the window. Stop the damn car!
Calm down!
The driver barks at me over his shoulder. My eyes swim with tears, causing his features to blur. Throughout my life, I've been warned about what to do in situations like this. To look for defining features of your attacker. To remember license plate numbers or the color of a vehicle. But I was never warned about how you could become so paralyzed by fear that it takes everything just to remember to breathe. I ignore the driver as I bang on the window again. There's no way I'm strong enough to break the glass, but I can't just sit back and do nothing when my life is on the line.
calm the fuck down or Lucia is dead.
Lucia? I freeze at the mention of my cousin's name. What the hell are you talking about? Where is Lucia? My driver ignores me once more, and my skin breaks out in a cold sweat as I realize this is no random attack. My cousin's father, Massimo Conti, is an incredibly powerful man with many enemies that wouldn't think twice about kidnapping and torturing a member of his family. They've already made that clear once, after Lucia was kidnapped almost 2 years ago, and her life, as well as the life of her unborn child, was threatened. If something has happened to her, or sweet little Vivi... I swallow the bile in my throat as I try to calm myself enough to think rationally. Where are you taking me? I try to get a better look at my driver. He looks like so many of the men who work for my uncle, with his cropped, dark hair.
We're almost there.
Are you taking me to Lucia? Silence. Wiping at my eyes, I turn to look out of the window. I don't know how long we've been driving for, but my heart rate quickens when I realize we're on the interstate, heading away from Manhattan. I press the palms of my hands into my eyes. Stop, Elle. Think. I remember checking the number plate of the car to make sure it matched the one in the app before climbing in, which means this was no accident. Whoever took me hacked the system to ensure that I would get in the car without raising any suspicion. Oh, God. I should have just gone straight home after my shift like I had planned. Not that the deadbolt on my apartment door would be enough to keep me safe from my uncle's enemies, but maybe they wouldn't have gone after me there. Wrapping my arms around my shaking body, I force myself to keep my eyes on the road rather than screwing them shut. I can't give in to the fear, not when any wrong move might cost me not just my life, but Lucia's too. When the car starts to slow and the sight of the rundown motel comes into view, my stomach churns. It only gets worse as the driver throws open my door and half drags, half carries me out of the car and across the empty parking lot toward the only room with a light on. Is this where they'll find me? I stumble at the thought, and the driver tightens his grip on my arm as we approach the door, my legs shaking so much I can barely hold my own weight.
Stay quiet,
he growls before slamming his fist against the door. I can barely hear him over the ringing in my ears. My body feels painfully cold, as if all the blood has rushed to my head, and my knees keep buckling at the thought of what could be waiting for me on the other side of this door. I've seen too many movies to know that whatever it is, it won't be good. When the door finally opens, I'm pushed over the threshold into the cramped motel room where 2 more men are waiting. I cringe as the one holding the door open looks me up and down with a feral gleam in his eye. Where is Lucia? My voice shakes. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye, and I turn to find another man stalking across the small room toward me with a face like stone.
Now you die.
He pulls a gun out of the pocket of his jacket, putting a bullet right between the eyes of the driver. I scream as he falls to the floor with a thud. If I wasn't freaking the fuck out before, I sure as hell am now. Chapter 3. L. There are only 2 things I'm absolutely certain about. One is that I have no idea whether or not Lucia is alive. And the second is that I will likely die in this motel room. Not exactly the most comforting of thoughts, but when the body of my kidnapper is lying dead at my feet in a pool of his own blood, my usual knack for finding silver linings is proving difficult. I don't struggle against the restraints that are keeping me tied to the rickety wooden chair in the corner of the motel room. I almost laughed as my captors bound my wrists with rope, considering the fact that both of them are well over 6 feet tall and have the combined weight of a grizzly bear. I'm not exactly in a position to fight them off, which only adds to the panic that is causing my stomach to churn painfully. I'm trying my best not to breathe through my nose, as the room smells of dampness and blood, which, mixed with the alcohol currently lining my stomach, is making me nauseous to the point of almost throwing up. To distract myself from the crippling fear, I silently observe my 2 captors as they sit side by side on the moth-eaten couch and talk in hushed whispers. With every glance in my direction, my heart rate spikes, and I know they can see the fear in my eyes, no matter how hard I try to school my features into a neutral expression, which is already hard to do when my kidnapper's body is right at my feet. One wrong move could have me joining him. Swallowing the bile in my throat, I try to tune into their conversation and get as much information as I can from my very limited Russian vocabulary. The only reason I'm here is because of Massimo, ex-Don of the Conti Mafia, and my uncle. I love my uncle dearly, but I have no love for his chosen vocation. Though I suppose he didn't have a choice after my parents were killed and he took over as head of the family. Part of me wished I could have lived with him and stayed in New York after they died, rather than being shipped off to live with my grandmother in Italy. But I'm grateful to have been raised away from the horrors of his world. That is, until I decided to move to New York when I turned 18 to study nursing at NYU. It was the best decision for my education, and thankfully Massimo took me in and let me live in his Tribeca penthouse rent-free, as well as paying for all of my tuition. I got to hang out with my cousins. I will forever be grateful to him for that. But that doesn't mean I want to become a pawn in one of his many twisted games. But when the players are my family, I might not have a choice. My cousin Lucia recently married into the Kozlov Bratva, while her brother, Federico, took over from Massimo as head of the Conti Mafia after Massimo suffered some near-fatal injuries during an ambush on Lucia's wedding day, almost 2 years ago. The web of enemies that could be behind my kidnapping is expanding beyond just the Contis, and I can only hope that I'm not about to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. Perhaps it's from exhaustion or fear, but as I stare down at the blank expression of the body at my feet, it begins to morph into Lucia. I blink, and now it's Federico. I blink again, and now it's my own dead eyes staring up at me. Swallowing a sob, I try not to spiral, which is hard when I'm completely at the mercy of 2 men who have no conscience when it comes to putting a bullet in someone's skull. I'm no stranger to death. I was 8 years old when my parents and brother were killed in a house fire, and there isn't a day that goes by where I don't feel guilty for being the only one who survived. I often think that their deaths subconsciously pushed me toward a career where I'm constantly surrounded by the sick and the dying. I've lost count of the amount of lives I've helped save from the very injuries that they died from. I used to hope that by saving others, it would help to ease the guilt that weighs heavy on my heart. But it only makes it worse. A few Russian words catch my attention, snapping me out of the guilt spiral that I often find myself in. Now is not the time for dwelling on the past. Not if I want to make it out of this motel room alive. I need a plan. Lucia is the only person who has my location on her phone, but she's used to my periods of quiet, especially after a long week of night shifts. Not that it matters, seeing as I left my phone in the bar. By the time she realizes I'm missing, it'll likely be too late for me. There is no boyfriend who's expecting me to come home, or even roommates who are concerned by my lack of appearance in the kitchen the moment the morning coffee has finished brewing. I'm all alone. The thought has my eyes stinging, I need to use the bathroom. Neither man acts like they've heard me. Instead, their attention remains on their phones as they continue to mutter to one another in Russian. Maybe if I say it louder. I need to use the bathroom.
No.
The bigger one grunts without looking my way. Please. I pull against the ropes around my wrists. My voice cracks, and it's enough to spark the attention of my other captor, the very one who pulled his gun on my kidnapper. I try not to cringe as he gets to his feet and stalks over to me with an expression of disgust on his face. Knowing that he has a gun tucked inside his jacket almost has me relieving myself right here on this chair. I need the bathroom. He wrinkles his nose before crouching in front of me, eyeing the rope around my wrists.
No funny business.
I shake my head. No funny business. He scowls at me before reaching out to begin untying the rope. His calloused fingers sliding against my skin only increase the urge to vomit.
You have 1 minute.
He tosses the rope aside, wrapping his fingers around my upper arm. I nod, blinking past the tears in my eyes as I try not to imagine all the ways in which he could kill me with his bare hands. He yanks me to my feet and drags me across the cramped room toward the bathroom. I half expect him to insist on coming inside to keep an eye on me, but thankfully, there's barely enough room to move between the toilet and the sink, both of which look like they haven't been cleaned in a while.
No funny business.
He pushes me inside the bathroom, slamming the door closed. I don't need the reminder, but maybe that's the only sentence he knows. I take a moment to just breathe. My heartbeat pounds in my ears, and I sway on my feet as I try to take control of my emotions. This might be my only chance to escape, so I can't afford to make any mistakes. Wiping the tears away with the sleeve of my blouse, I reach down to slowly slide the lock across the door. It won't be enough to keep either of the men out, but it might just buy me an extra few seconds, which at this point could be the difference between life and death. My body is vibrating from how hard my heart is beating in my chest. Glancing around the cramped bathroom, my eyes land on the tiny window above the toilet. Perhaps there is a silver lining after all. Before I have a chance to overthink the fact that the window is barely large enough for a child to fit through, I climb onto the lid of the toilet and reach up to push against the glass. The hinge is rusty and stiff, but with another push, I manage to force the window open. Here goes nothing. I step 1 foot up onto the toilet while gripping the edge of the window. Just as I'm about to pull myself up, a fist pounds against the door, making me jump so suddenly that I almost lose my footing. Shit.
Hurry up.
The handle jiggles, and the breath catches in my throat as a few curse words in Russian are uttered on the other side of the door. It's now or never. I push up off the toilet and get my torso through the window just as the door is kicked open.
For fuck's sake.
He grabs my hips. My hands scrape against the splintered frame as he roughly pulls me back through the window. Please. He wraps his arms around my body and hauls me against his chest.
I fucking warned you.
He hisses as he carries me back into the room. I lock eyes with my other captor, who remains on the couch looking thoroughly bored by the entire interaction. Let go of me! I'm no match for his strength. He tosses me onto the bed.
Get the rope.
I cry as he climbs onto the bed and pins my hands above my head with one of his own. Please. The veins in his forearms pop as he tightens his grip to the point of pain. He's so close that I'm being scorched by the heat radiating from his body, and he smells of sweat and tobacco. I fight the urge to gag as he leans in, his harsh stubble grazing my cheek as he whispers in my ear.
You're going to regret your little escape attempt.
I try to squirm, but he shifts his body so that he's straddling me, trapping my legs beneath him with his strong thighs.
The things we could do together.
His free hand grazes my bare thigh.
Good thing we have all night.
A cackling laugh sounds from across the room, and that tiny spark of hope in my chest extinguishes as I turn my face toward the other man. He's watching me with feral amusement as he loosens the black tie around his neck. I know how this is going to go. I'm frozen as the rope returns to my wrists, binding me to the bed, leaving me completely at their mercy. If I had only been faster. By the end of this, I know I'm going to be begging for death to take me. He tosses his tie to the asshole pinning me to the bed.
I bet you like it fucking rough.
He whispers in my ear as he ties the blindfold over my eyes.
It's always the innocent-looking ones that are freaks in the bedroom.
I hold back a whimper as it all goes dark. A small part of me was hoping to find comfort in the darkness, but it only heightens my other senses as hands roam over my body. When his fingers grab at the buttons on my blouse, I brace myself as he yanks it open to expose my bare torso and bra.
I don't normally like small tits, but I can make these work.
His fingers trail along the swell of my breasts. More laughter sounds from the other guy, and tears prick my eyes as my skirt is hitched up around my waist, exposing my underwear.
These are very naughty.
He grunts as he dips 2 fingers into the waistband of my red lace panties.
Maybe I'll keep these on to start with.
An explosion goes off. No, wait, a gunshot. I scream. The weight on top of me is gone in an instant as another shot is fired, followed by indistinct shouts in both Russian and English. One of the voices is new and male, but it's not one I recognize. For all I know, it could be another captor looking to claim me as a prize rather than a knight in shining armor. A strangled sob escapes my lips as all hell seems to break loose. Another shot is fired, followed by a hard thump. Is that someone hitting the floor? But who? My body flinches with each shot that is fired. Is the next bullet for me? Oh, God! My ears ring and I'm covered in sweat as I try to pull against my restraints. Help! I scream as I thrash against the bed. Help me! I'm completely trapped, with no way of knowing whether I'm going to live or die. Another shot is fired, and I cry out at another loud thump. For a moment, everything is quiet, except for my heavy breathing. Please, I whisper into the darkness. Don't hurt me. I flinch at the sound of heavy footsteps approaching the bed. Please, my voice breaks. Please. My breath catches in my throat as warm hands find my waist. For a split second, I fear the worst. But then my skirt is being pulled back down and my blouse adjusted to cover my torso. I don't dare move as the hands begin to untie the ropes binding me to the bed, the brush of the fingers against my skin so gentle that it's almost soothing. I swallow a sob once the rope falls away and the hands move to lift me off the bed and cradle me against a warm chest. I cling to the soft material of the man's clothing for comfort as his arms tighten around me, comforting me as I quietly sob. The blindfold remains on, but I don't miss the way he leans into me. My body shudders as his breath tickles my skin as he whispers in my ear.
You're safe now. Chapter 4. Lev. I hate the sound of Elle sobbing almost as much as I hate myself. I let my anger get the better of me, and it almost cost Elle her life. If I had never followed that asshole into the bathroom, none of this would have ever happened. I would have caught the fake Uber immediately and intervened before she even had a chance to get in the car. This is what happens. I get so consumed in my own thoughts of Elle that I lose all sense of reason. The desire to keep her safe was so strong that I didn't consider what would happen if I left her alone at the bar. I was reckless, and I should have known better. But then you wouldn't get to be alone with her. The thought catches me off guard, and I tighten my fingers on the steering wheel as I try to drown out the sound of Elle softly crying in the back seat of the car. For so long, I've wanted nothing more than to feel her warm body against mine, to hear the soft sounds of her breathing as she seeks comfort in my touches, but never at the cost of her safety. When I saw that man on top of her, something in me snapped, and I thought nothing of firing my gun. Not that I ever feel remorse when I take a life. I long ago became numb to death. If anything, it thrills me. After all, I am my father's son. But that man never should have been allowed to get so close to her, to put his hands on her bare skin, to feel the soft swell of her breasts with his fingertips. My jaw aches as I clench it, trying not to picture Elle lying on the bed, half naked and sobbing. For a split second, I considered putting a bullet straight in his spine the moment I entered the room, but I didn't want him collapsing on top of Elle and scaring her even more. I had to be methodical in my attack, despite my rage. He deserved to suffer for what he did, but time is not a luxury I have right now. Elle sniffs loudly, and my chest tightens. "You're safe," I promise her. "I have no intention of hurting you." She's quiet for a moment, and I fight the urge to reach into the back to take her hand, to offer her some form of comfort.
"Who are you?"
She whispers. "No one worth knowing." That's not important. What is important is getting you off the grid.
Off the grid?
I rake my fingers through my hair as I try to think of a response that won't freak Elle out. She needs to know the severity of the situation in order to be prepared, but I also don't want to frighten her more than necessary. Those men were dangerous. I keep my eyes on the road as I talk, but not nearly as dangerous as the ones that will be sent out to clean up the mess left behind.
Who are you? How do I know I can trust you?
You can't. You don't have a choice. We're both silent for a moment. The only sound is the roaring of the engine as I speed toward a cabin near Rye Lake. It's the only place I can guarantee she won't be found. I should know. I've been living there for years. I turn off the interstate. Do you have a phone or a watch on you? Anything that can be used to track your location?
I left my phone at the bar. That's how I knew something was wrong.
I frown. What do you mean?
The Uber driver, well, the fake one at least, refused to go back to get it even though we were barely a block away from the bar.
Makes sense.
Did you know them? Those men?
Not personally. What I do know is that they've been following you for a while now. She gasps.
How do you know that?
Because I've been following you too. The words come tumbling out of my mouth before I have a chance to stop myself. Maybe I shouldn't have divulged such information, but Elle deserves to know the truth. She shouldn't paint me as a hero, as a knight in shining armor. I am nothing but darkness, and she deserves so much more than me.
Why?
I don't answer, and Elle drops the subject. We drive the rest of the way to Rye Lake in silence, though my mind is anything but quiet. It's one of the reasons why I chose to live off the grid for so many years. Being alone in nature is one of the few things that bring me a sense of peace. That, and seeing Elle. It's why I also keep an apartment in the city for when I need to stay close by. But all the noise and people put me on edge. I prefer to be alone, to lose myself in my own darkness, because that way I know I won't hurt anyone. I've proven that I can't trust myself one too many times, yet I'm asking Elle to put her trust in me. If I were to hurt her... I clear my throat. We're almost there. As I take the hidden turn in the dense forest that leads to the cabin, the sun is just starting to rise. It won't be long until the mornings are pitch black and ice covers the ground. If I had my way, Elle and I would still be out here when the seasons eventually change from fall to winter. The cabin is stocked with enough supplies for us to stay out here for weeks, and I would be more than willing to go to the city for extra supplies if she was desperately in need of something. I would do anything for her. I put the car in park. I need you to keep the blindfold on.
Why?
I'm not going to hurt you, but it's important you keep it on.
I don't understand. If you're not going to hurt me, why do I need to keep it on?
It's for your own safety. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I climb out of the car and walk around to the passenger side door. Elle has curled herself up on the leather seat, the black tie still around her eyes as she stares straight ahead. Her arms are wrapped around her body, holding her blouse in place, as the buttons were all torn off by that piece of shit.
I don't get it.
She makes no move to exit the car.
If you're not going to hurt me, why have you been watching me?
I brace my hand against the hood of the car and bow my head, exhaling deeply. Elle stays quiet, but I catch her throat bobbing. I told her enough of the truth. Any more might have her ripping off the blindfold and running into the trees. If she knew how deep my obsession runs, how I've been stalking her every move for years, she would never trust me enough to keep her safe. You should sleep. I bend down, reaching around Elle to unbuckle her seatbelt. Her body tenses as I move closer, but I make sure not to touch her, no matter how much I want to. Her sweet scent hits my nose, and I bite back a moan as her hair tickles my nose. Let me help you. My voice is thick with need as I gently guide her out of the car. The air is crisp, and Elle shivers as she adjusts her blouse. I waste no time shrugging out of my jacket and wrapping it around her shoulders. It swamps her, but it's enough to keep her warm until I can get a fire going inside the cabin. I should have offered it to you sooner. I apologize. Elle bites her lip as she turns in the direction of my voice. For a second, I let myself admire her delicate features, the rosebud mouth, the slight dimple in her right cheek. My fingers twitch with the urge to reach out and cup her face, to trace my thumb over her plump bottom lip. She shivers, snapping me out of my prolonged gaze. Take my hand. She gingerly holds up her hand, and I interlace it with my left, trying not to cringe as her fingers brush over the raised scarring. She makes no indication that she's noticed, and I exhale. My body is littered with scars, both on the inside and out. I couldn't tell the stories behind each and every one even if I wanted to. Igor made sure of that. Elle tightens her hold on my hand, and I focus on the feeling of her warm skin against mine as I carefully lead her up the steps to the cabin. There's a covered porch that wraps around the entire cabin, and I often sit in one of the rocking chairs when it storms, listening to the sound of the rain hitting the roof. After unlocking the door, I guide Elle inside and close it behind us. I've not been here for longer than a few hours in the past month, but the cabin still smells faintly of burned firewood. It's a small space with a combined living and eating area, with one bedroom and adjoining bathroom beyond the kitchen. Despite the lack of personal effects, this small cabin has become more of a home to me in the past few years than the enormous mansion I grew up in. I thought it would feel strange having another person in the cabin, but having Elle here feels so right. It's as if we're the only two people in the world, and for a while at least, I can live out such a fantasy. The bedroom is just through here, I explain, even though she can't see, but I want to keep talking in the hopes of easing her fear. I carefully lead her across the living area, making sure she doesn't catch herself on the corner of any furniture. Elle is quiet as I push open the bedroom door and lead her over to the bed where she perches on the end. This is just a hiding place. There is no overflowing bookcase or walls covered with pictures of friends and family like there is at Elle's apartment. But I don't need much. Only her. And now she's here. You can remove the blindfold once I'm out of the room. Not before.
Okay.
She whispers, chewing on her bottom lip. I'm going to lock you in this room, but I need you to understand that it's for your own safety. You can trust me. Do you understand? She nods, her lips pressed together in a thin line as she sits completely still on the edge of the bed, my jacket pulled tightly around her. I should leave her to it, but I can't help taking a second to admire her. I've dreamed about having her this close for so long, to have her sleeping in my bed, wearing my clothes. My hand moves to adjust myself as my cock starts to stiffen in my pants, and I take that as my cue to leave before I make any more stupid decisions. Sleep well, I murmur before slipping out of the room and turning the key in the lock. Holding my breath, I lean forward to rest my forehead against the door, listening to the sound of Elle finally removing the blindfold. I want nothing more than to be in there with her, but it's for the best that I put as much distance as I can between us, despite the small cabin. When she's close, I lose the ability to think rationally, and I can't risk her life because of my own selfish need to be near her. What began as curiosity has turned into something much more serious, to the point where she consumes my every thought. Days go by without me even sleeping because I'm so afraid if I take my eyes off her, something bad might happen. Tonight is proof of that, and I won't make the same mistake again.
Chapter 5. Elle. I bolt upright in bed to find the room cast in darkness, my body drenched in sweat. I reach for the blankets and pull them up to my chin as I glance over at the window to my left. The curtains are open, but there is no orange light being cast over the bed from the street lamps outside. There are no sirens blaring, and for once I can't hear the neighbor's cat screeching outside my window, begging to be let inside. Oh my God! I gasp, my hand going to my heart as it all comes flooding back to me. The kidnapping, the gunshots. All of it hits me like a ton of bricks, and I fall back against the pillows as I try to catch my breath, to calm the panic that has my heart racing in my chest, and the phantom gunshots ringing in my ears. I'm safe. I take a breath, and a rich, musky scent hits my nose. His scent. I bury myself deeper under the blankets and let my eyes flutter closed as my body starts to calm down, as I become engulfed by my captor's scent. Though perhaps he's not my captor. After all, he's the reason that I made it out of that motel room alive, with nothing more than a ripped blouse. I should be grateful. And yet, I can't decide whether or not I trust him fully. How can I when he insisted on locking me inside this room? He said it was for my own safety, but I can't help but wonder whether it was to keep me safe from him. I should be freaking out, I whisper into the darkness, and yet, I'm not. Maybe the trauma of last night has put me into a state of shock, and at some point in the coming hours it will hit me properly. I mean, I'm not exactly fitting the profile of someone who has been kidnapped by 2 different people in one night. I'm too calm, too at ease, given the strange bed and the even stranger man waiting on the other side of the door. If Lucia was here, she would be laughing and making crude jokes about how it takes a kidnapping to get me alone in a room with a man, because that's how averse to dating I've become. The thought almost makes me smile, but then the tears start to well in my eyes as I think of my cousin, and the spiral starts to pull me under. From how dark the sky is, it's likely I slept the whole day away, which means 2 things. The 2 men in the motel will have been discovered by now, so whoever put out the hit on me will be trying to piece together a trail that could lead to wherever the hell it is I am. For all I know, my death might be imminent in the coming hours, which is not exactly a comforting thought. The second is that I still have no idea whether Lucia is safe. I can only hope that her name was used as a ploy to keep me quiet, because the alternative has my heart threatening to crack in 2. Sinking deeper beneath the blankets, I start working through a grounding technique that a therapist taught me years ago that helps to pull me out of my catastrophizing thoughts. It doesn't always work, but seeing as I'm locked in a room with no other options, I try it anyway. Okay, 5 things I see. I try to distinguish something through the utter darkness around me. Then I turn to look up at the ceiling. Absolutely nothing. Great start. Next, 4 things I can feel. The silk of my blouse, the soft cotton of the blanket, the smooth wood of the headboard. Don't want to think about headboards. I absent-mindedly rub at the sore skin around my wrists, trying not to think of how close I came to being assaulted. Ugh, this isn't working. I sit back up and wrap the blankets around myself. Even after sleeping the day away, I'm still exhausted. My body hurts, and I feel like I could sleep another 10 hours if my mind would let me. But the thoughts are coming in fast, and once I fall into the spiral, it takes nothing short of a miracle to pull me out. Even in the darkness, I can just make out the outline of the door. Is he on the other side, listening? I should be freaked out by the thought of being in a cabin in the woods with a strange man who admitted to watching me. I've seen enough horror movies to know how this story ends. And yet, no alarm bells ring when I think of him. If anything, I'm somewhat comforted by the knowledge that he's just outside the door. My therapist will have a field day with such a truth bomb. What I can't seem to get over is the fact he wouldn't let me see him, which could mean any number of things. The first that comes to mind is that I already know him, which would explain my lack of fear when it comes to him keeping me locked up in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. But his voice wasn't one I recognized. So it has to be because he either plans on keeping me alive for the time being and doesn't want to risk me giving his description to the cops, or he's ashamed of how he looks, and he doesn't want me to reject him. Such a Lucia thought. I run my fingers through my tangled hair. No matter how bad it gets, my cousin can always find a way to turn the situation into a gag joke or lighten any mood with a single crude comment. It's one of the reasons we work so well together. She is the light, and I am the darkness. The sound of the key turning in the lock makes me cry out, and I panic as the door opens. I'm not wearing the blindfold like he asked, but no light floods the room, so only the shadowed outline of him appears in the doorway. He's tall, to the point where he has to duck slightly to fit inside the room, and almost as broad as the frame. But I can make out nothing else, no facial features, not even the color of his hair.
Are you okay?
His rich, gravelly voice sends a shiver down my spine.
I thought I heard you cry out in your sleep.
I'm fine. My cheeks burn. Suddenly I'm grateful for the fact that there is no light in the room. Bad dream.
Do you...
He clears his throat, but he makes no move to approach me.
Do you want to talk about it?
A smile tugs at my lips at the kind gesture, but I don't want to bother him with my problems. That's what I'm paying my therapist for. I'm fine, thanks, but I need to use the bathroom.
Sure. I need you to put the blindfold back on.
I roll my eyes, but I don't fight him on it. I feel around the bed for the blindfold before securing it over my eyes. The moment I finish tying it behind my head, his heavy footsteps approach, and I hold my breath as he takes my hand and leads me off the bed. I brush my thumb over the back of his hand. His body tenses beside me, but he doesn't let go, so I do it again. The skin feels different, almost rough, but not in the way that a scab is rough. No, this is different. Is this why I have to wear a blindfold? Because he's scarred? Before I can stop myself, I gently brush the back of his hand once more as a silent gesture of comfort, hoping that he realizes that he can trust me as much as I trust him. I'm guided inside the bathroom, and the moment the door closes, I pull off the blindfold and wince at the harsh fluorescent lights. The space is rustic, with wooden slats on the walls and floor, and a clawfoot bathtub to the right, and the toilet and sink to the left. I can't help but notice the lack of mirrors above the sink, as well as personal toiletries, except for a toothbrush, which only adds to my curiosity. Maybe he's not just hiding from me, but from himself as well. I know all too well what it's like to be so riddled with guilt and shame that it's hard to look yourself in the mirror. For so long after my parents' death, I hated myself for being the one to survive. Everyone said it was a miracle, from the firefighters to the paramedics who declared my parents and brother dead at the scene. My Nona always said that I was given a second chance, and that I should see life as a gift rather than something to feel guilty over. But as an 8-year-old, I was unable to see the silver lining in it all. How could I, when those I loved most in the world were taken too soon? Looking down at myself, I cringe at the sight of my torn blouse. It feels weird that this stranger has seen so much of me. More than any man has seen in a while, and I don't even know his name. Once I'm finished relieving myself, I retie the blindfold and softly tap on the door to let him know I'm all finished. He wastes no time taking me by the hand to lead me back to the bedroom, and I relax at his touch. He's so warm and gentle, despite his towering size.
I'll bring you something to eat.
He releases my hand once we're back in the bedroom. Wait. The sudden panic at being left alone catches me off guard. Don't go.
You need to eat something.
It might just be the fact that this stranger is showing more concern for my well-being than any man has ever done in the past, except for maybe my uncle. Or it might just be the fact that I'm still in shock about what happened. But I don't want our interaction to end. Can't we eat together in the kitchen? I promise you can trust me. I won't run.
No.
Please. My voice cracks, and I silently curse myself for sounding so desperate and weak.
No.
There's a hard edge to his voice, and I know he's not going to budge. Can I at least see your face?
I'm sorry. It's for your own safety. Please just trust me, Elle.
I gasp. You know my name. I don't know why I'm surprised. Of course he knows my name. The guy admitted to stalking me for God knows how long, and yet it's still a shock hearing him speak it out loud in that rich, gravelly voice.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
That's okay. I think I'd rather rest a bit more.
Very well. Let me know when you are hungry.
He shuts the door, locking it once more. I pull the blindfold off and blink, finding the overhead light on. The bulb isn't bright, but it casts the room in a soft glow. As I glance around, the room is fairly cramped, with the bed and side table taking up most of the space. There's a small chest of drawers, but nothing more. I notice the distinct lack of personal items except for a single framed photograph of a woman on the bedside table that looks grainy and worn, as if it was taken decades ago. Other than that, there are no pictures hanging on the walls or cologne bottles on the dresser. There are no books stacked beside the bed or even a rogue coffee mug left over from a lazy Sunday morning. When I pull the drawers open, they're completely empty of clothes. Who are you? His jacket lays discarded on the floor, and I pick it back up and pull it on, breathing in that familiar smell before perching on the edge of the bed. The sleeves swamp me, and I can't help but remember what it was like to be cradled in his arms, to feel his warm body against mine. I'm going mad, I mutter under my breath as I wrap the jacket around me. But I can't shake the feeling that his smell isn't the only familiar thing about him. There's something else, but I can't seem to figure out what it is. I quickly search the pockets for a lone subway ticket or a receipt for a restaurant, anything that might give me an insight into who my mystery stalker is. When I come up empty, I fall back on the bed and stare up at the ceiling, wondering if I've finally lost my mind, because I can't help but trust that this stranger really does want to keep me safe.
Chapter 6. Lev. I can't remember when I last slept. It must have been almost 48 hours ago, but my mind is racing like I've just had a triple espresso. Having Elle so close is putting me on edge, and not just because I'm worried for her safety. I can't stop picturing her in my bed. What I wouldn't give to join her, to pull her body against mine and bury my nose in her hair. I have no right thinking such thoughts. Elle isn't mine, and she never will be, no matter how badly I wish it could be otherwise. After locking her back in the bedroom, I remain by the door and press my ear against it. From the way she's stomping around, she sounds frustrated. I know she was hoping to find something in one of the drawers that would give my identity away, but I've been keeping myself hidden for years. I learned a long time ago not to have anything of sentimental value, because it only brings back memories that I would rather forget. So, I have no photos from my childhood, no family heirlooms or antique trinkets that my great-grandmother inherited on her wedding day. I had a family. Once. But that was a long time ago, and I'd rather pretend like they never existed. It hurts less that way. As much as I want to stay outside the bedroom door listening to Elle, I can't afford to waste any more time. If I have any chance of finding out who the hell was driving that car that took her, I need to move fast. Slipping out of the cabin as quietly as I can, I walk around the porch until I'm on the opposite side of the bedroom. I don't want to risk Elle overhearing the conversation and panicking. She already was woken by a nightmare, no doubt brought on by the kidnapping, and I don't want to cause her any more distress. There's only one person I can trust to look into this. So I pull my burner phone out of my pocket and dial Piotr's number from memory. "Lev," he grumbles after he answers the call. "You sound like you've been asleep."
"Been out on the job for the past 2 days. I'm fucking exhausted. So whatever it is you're about to ask me, can it wait?"
"No."
"Thought so."
Piotr is one of the few people I'm still in contact with from when I was a teenager. He was friends with my brother Maxime, but somehow over the years they drifted apart and we grew closer. Perhaps it was because of forced proximity, but Piotr never treated me like an outsider, which is how I felt for most of my life. I always wondered if it was because he felt the same, but I've never pried. He knows he can talk to me, and sometimes that's enough to build the kind of trust that we have. You might want to put a pot of coffee on. This might take a while. My friend is quiet as I give him a brief rundown of what happened to Elle, as well as reciting the car registration of the fake Uber. He's good enough at what he does that he could have likely tracked down the perpetrator from the color of the car and nothing else. It's why he's one of the most sought-after private investigators in the state. I need to know who was responsible, Piotr.
"I gathered as much."
Call me back on this number once you have something. Taking my own advice, I head back inside the cabin and put some water on to boil for some coffee as I wait impatiently for the phone to ring. Elle is quiet, and I have no doubt she's gone back to sleep. I wish I could let her out, and we could just enjoy each other's company, sitting on the couch in front of the fire, talking long into the night. But the thought of her seeing me has my chest tightening to the point of pain. Piotr is true to his reputation and gets back to me before I've had a chance to finish my second cup of coffee. I take the half-empty mug back outside and sit on the front steps as I answer his call.
"The guys you killed belong to a crime gang that have known connections to the mafia. Turns out they were planning on using Elle as ransom to gain assets from the Conti family."
I thought as much. I run a hand over my face. "Don't suppose you got me a location?"
"I do, but I'm hesitant to give it to you."
"Piotr," I ball my free hand into a fist.
"Fine, I'll send you the location, but I need to warn you. There's at least 6 members currently there, maybe more. And I'm assuming you've planned on storming the place? I know you don't like taking advice, but you're a fucking dead man if you go in there alone."
"I can handle myself. I can go with you. I need you to come to the cabin and keep an eye on Elle."
Piotr scoffs. "You want me to babysit your hostage?"
"She's not a hostage."
"Try telling her that."
"I appreciate you wanting to help, but there's nobody else I trust enough to look after Elle while I'm gone."
"I'm flattered. Let me at least call some of my guys to help. Most of them owe me a favor or two, so they do it no questions asked. If that's what you're worried about."
"No need. I can handle this on my own. I always do." Within an hour, Piotr arrives just as I finish packing up my car with 2 shotguns and a handful of knives that I keep stashed away beneath the floorboards in the kitchen. His hair is shorter since the last time I saw him, and he's clean-shaven, which is unusual. Normally, he sports a more rugged appearance, similar to my own, which makes me wonder about the recent job he's just finished. He eyes the trunk full of weapons, but says nothing as I finish double-checking my supplies. If anything, there's a hint of disappointment on his face as I climb into the driver's seat of the car, offering him a curt nod before backing away from the cabin and trying not to focus on the fact that I'm leaving L. It takes me over an hour to reach the location that Piotr gave me for the gang's hideout. I use the time to clear my mind. I can't afford to get emotional about this, not if I want to make it back to L before the sun comes up. By the time I park up and gather my weapons from the trunk, my body almost feels numb, as if I'm looking at myself from above. My movements aren't my own as I stalk across the street and enter the derelict-looking laundry that, to any regular passerby, would seem long forgotten. But I know better. It doesn't take much force to get the door open, and I creep across the filthy floor, adjusting the shotgun in my hand. I barely notice the weight of it as I approach the door behind the counter that will lead to the men who organized the attack on L. One wrong move, and I'll likely end up with a bullet between my eyes. And that simply isn't an option. This is going to be quick, and it's going to be dirty. My preferred way to fight. I take one last deep breath, letting my mind still as I focus on the weight of the gun in my hands, and send my foot through the door. Before any of the men sitting around the table even know what's happening, 2 of them are already dead. I fire a 3rd shot straight in the neck of the guy sitting with his back to me as I reach the bottom of the stairs. By the time his body falls to the floor with a thud, I've already put bullets in the heads of 2 other guys, blasting apart their skulls. Most of the men are already dead before they have a chance to react, despite the half a dozen handguns littering the table. My ears ring from the gunfire as blood sprays over my face, coating my skin as well as the floors and walls. I barely flinch at the pushback from the gun as the force of the bullets shatters skull after skull. My rage takes over, pulling me out of my body and letting it work on instinct. My reflexes have always been exceptionally sharp, thanks to spending most of my life being a punching bag for my father. The anger that I never got to unleash on him sits dormant in my veins for moments like this, where I can unleash it on scum like the ones lying dead at my feet. Panting, I glance around at the bodies that litter the floor, most of them unrecognizable from the gunshot wounds I inflicted on them. 9 dead. They'll deserve a hell of a lot worse than a bullet in the head for daring to come anywhere near Elle, but I don't have the time to waste on torturing them. I need to get back to her, so I push past my deep-rooted desire for revenge and focus on getting some answers. 1 more to go, depending on how well he cooperates. I've learned that within a gang, you can always find one that values his life over loyalty, and I know from the way this fucker cowers beneath the table after I fire my first shot that he is the weak link. He hasn't dared to move from his hiding spot as the blood of his friends pools around him. Fucking pathetic. I suggest you cooperate. I bend down and grab the last surviving man by the collar and drag him out from under the table. He blubbers like a scared child, with tears already leaking down his cheeks. "Please," he whimpers, holding up shaking hands as he stares down the barrel of my gun. The crotch of his pants darkens, and I wrinkle my nose as I'm hit with the stench of urine. I don't think I've ever seen such a pathetic sight. Why did you target El Conti? I place my foot on his chest to keep him down as I aim my gun at his head. We wanted... He swallows, his face losing the last of its color as he looks at the body to his right. Brain matter stains the carpet, and he retches. My patience is running out. Speak! Otherwise, you'll be joining him. "The weapons," he chokes, looking back at my gun. "We wanted access." I should have known. Massimo Conti has built one of the largest weapon manufacturing rings, not just in New York, but in the entire country. Attempts to infiltrate it aren't rare, but to kidnap a member of his family as bait is. Only someone truly powerful would be stupid enough to risk such a move. Why Elle? Why not Massimo's daughter? "She's married to... He swallows. and I don't miss the flash of fear in his eyes. Koslov. I know. I pull the trigger. Pyotr is sitting at the kitchen table when I arrive back at the cabin. He glances my way and rolls his eyes as he takes in my bloody hands and shirt. You're free to go. I swear he chuckles as I walk straight past him and into the bathroom to wash off the coppery smell that clings to my skin. The scalding hot water turns my skin raw as I wash away all the blood. The water eventually runs clear, but I'm still left feeling unclean. If Elle wasn't here, I would spend another hour standing underneath the water, even after it turned cold, washing my skin over and over until it was red raw. But I need to get Elle back to her apartment before the sun comes up. Now that the men behind her kidnapping have been taken care of, there is no reason for her to stay at the cabin, and keeping her locked up for my own satisfaction isn't an option. She has a life to live, one without me in it. Elle is quiet on the drive back to the city. I can't tell if it's because she's upset or just lost in her own thoughts. The quiet suits me well, but I can't help but miss the sound of her voice. I should be grateful to even be this close to her, even if it's just for a short time. But I want more. I always want more. Elle doesn't ask how I know where she lives or why I'm leading her up the fire escape toward her small balcony. Still, she remains quiet, and I'm starting to feel uneasy. Though that soon turns to frustration when I find the window off her balcony is wide open. You shouldn't leave this window unlocked.
It's in case of emergencies.
She struggles to get her legs over the ledge.
I need to get the spare key for the door anyway, seeing as my purse is long gone, as well as my phone.
It's not safe to keep your window open. I get anxious at the thought of leaving Elle. Anyone could just climb up your fire escape.
Like you?
I say nothing, and the corners of her lips twitch.
Nothing is safe if you really think about it. I could choke on a piece of sushi, or I could trip on the sidewalk and crack my head open.
I bristle at her words, at the images she's putting in my head, but I choose to stay quiet as I lead her over to her bed where she perches on the edge. So many times I've imagined crawling into bed beside her, wrapping her in my arms and listening to the soft sounds of her breathing as she sleeps soundly. Clearing my throat, I turn toward the window, my chest tightening at the thought of leaving, before she starts asking more questions I can't answer. I should go.
Wait.
I freeze, my senses on high alert as Elle gets to her feet. Glancing over my shoulder, I see her wobble in place, the lack of sight knocking her off balance. I'm reaching for her before I have a chance to stop myself. My hands gently grip her shoulders, holding her still as she regains her balance.
I'm clumsy at the best of times.
She mumbles.
I wanted to...
She leans toward me and wraps her arms around my waist, hugging me tightly. It takes me a second to react. I can't remember the last time someone hugged me, and my entire body tenses at the close contact. She barely reaches my shoulder, and she feels so small, so fragile, as my arms wrap around her instinctively.
I just wanted to thank you.
She whispers, her cheek resting against my chest.
For saving my life.
Having her so close is making me second-guess my decision to let her go. It's selfish of me to crave her like this, to seek comfort in her touches when she's only doing it out of obligation. She could never love me like I love her, because ultimately that's what I feel for Elle. Love. Because if she truly knew me, she would feel nothing but hate.
Please, can I take the blindfold off? I want to see who you are.
I drop my arms and step away because I can't think straight when her body is pressed up against mine, when her scent is filling my nose like a drug. Trust me, it's better this way. My words come out colder than I intend, but they don't seem to put Elle off. She bites her lower lip, and I'm so mesmerized by her mouth that I don't realize she's on her tiptoes, her hands moving to my shoulders to steady herself as she leans in. I blink, and her lips are on mine. The touch is hesitant, but when I don't pull away, she parts her lips, and something inside me snaps. My fingers thread into her dark hair, holding her in place as my tongue gently teases her lower lip in a silent invitation. Elle parts her lips eagerly, and when my tongue brushes against hers, I can't stop the moan from building in my throat. She tastes even sweeter than I imagined, and I devour her mouth like it's my last meal, stroking my tongue against hers in the same way I would if I were between her thighs. Her fingers grip my shirt, pulling me closer as I angle her head back to give me better access. She submits to me without question, and my mind fills with thoughts that I have no business entertaining as I explore her mouth, gently nipping at her lips with my teeth that has her body melting against me. Everything about her is soft. Her lips, her cheeks, her hair. I want nothing more than to explore every inch of her skin with my mouth, to know if her pussy tastes just as sweet. I break away, panting as I try to catch my breath. My cock throbs painfully, and if Elle were to move any closer, she would feel just how badly I want her. I've already crossed too many lines, and I can't risk crossing any more. I have to go. I untangle my fingers from her hair and step out of reach. Elle stands, frozen in place, her lips swollen from our kiss, and her dark hair disheveled. I don't think I've seen her look so beautiful, which is exactly why I need to get the fuck out of here before I do something I regret.
Chapter 7. Elle. I don't remove the blindfold until long after the footsteps disappear down the fire escape. My body's still frozen after what just happened. I kissed him. My anonymous captor, or rescuer, depending on how I look at it. I still can't decide how I want to label him. Not that it really matters. What does matter is how incredible it was. The way he immediately took control, so desperate to explore my mouth with his tongue, had my eyes rolling back and my pulse racing. No kiss has ever felt so intense, and I'm desperate for more. So much more. If I was sane, I would be immediately making my way to my uncle's house to recite to him in detail the events of the last 48 hours. Everything from the kidnapping down to the mystery man who kept me locked away in his cabin in the middle of the woods. But I'm not sane. I just proved that from the way I made out with the man who openly admitted to stalking me. If Massimo were to ever learn the truth, he would be dead. And for some sick and twisted reason, that is the last thing I want. A hysterical laugh escapes my lips as I finally remove the blindfold. I half wish he snuck back inside while I was mentally reliving the entire thing. But when I glance around, I find the space empty, and exactly how I left it on Friday morning. My laundry basket is still overflowing, my makeup still litters my vanity table from when I rushed to get ready for my shift, and the stack of books next to my bed is still waiting to be read. It's all so boring and mundane. I could almost pretend like none of it ever happened. And now that I'm back standing in my bedroom, it feels like it never did. It's like I dreamed the entire thing. The only evidence I have that it was real is the slight tingling of my lips and the lingering taste of him on my tongue. I need to get out of these clothes. I run my hands over my face as I let out a breath. While the shower warms up, filling the bathroom with steam, I slip out of my blouse and skirt and toss them both straight in the trash. I don't want any physical reminders of my time in that motel, except for maybe the memory of being carried in his arms. Enough, Elle! I step into the shower, moaning as the scalding hot water cascades over my back and loosens up the tense muscles in my shoulders. I quickly reach for my body wash and use almost half the bottle as I lather up my skin, washing away the nightmare of the kidnapping. When my hands move over my neck and chest, I pause. Something's wrong. My loofah falls from my hand as my fingers trail over the bare skin of my neck where my necklace usually sits. Oh no, no, no! I groan as I glance around the floor of the shower, anxiously searching for my necklace and coming up short. The pendant is too big to have fallen down the drain, which means it could be anywhere, including that very motel room. Oh God! I sob as I think of it being lost forever. It once belonged to my mother, and I've worn it every day since she gave it to me when I turned 8 years old. It was the only possession I had on me when I was pulled out of the fire. So it's all I have left to remember her. Or was. With a heavy heart, I turn off the water and climb out of the shower. My body and mind are so exhausted that I know it would be useless trying to search for my necklace right now. So as I get ready for bed, I vow to look for it tomorrow and hope that it turns up. Because the thought of it being lost forever has my heart breaking in two. Despite the exhaustion, I barely sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I'm hit with a wave of panic that leaves me covered in a cold sweat. As I lay in the darkness, I try to remind myself that I'm back home, that I'm safe. But still, my heart races as if I'm right back there in that motel room. It's naive of me to think that I could pretend like nothing ever happened. Perhaps because being pinned down to a bed and threatened with rape isn't the worst thing to happen to me. My therapist tells me not to diminish my feelings by comparing every bad experience to the fire that wiped out my family, but I can't help it. When you survive a trauma like that, it toughens you up fast. If I can survive that, then surely I can survive anything. By the time the sun comes up, I'm already out the door and walking across the city toward Lucia's place. The air is bitterly cold, but the sun is shining, so I wrap myself in a long tan coat with a chunky scarf, hoping that some vitamin D will help make me feel better. I stop by our favorite coffee shop on the way to her townhouse and pick up 2 mocha lattes and a black coffee for Mikhail, as well as some pastries. I figure it can't hurt to sweeten up my cousin first with her favorite cherry Danish before telling her I was kidnapped. She's going to be pissed as hell that I didn't tell her the moment I got home, but I didn't want her to worry. She's been through enough over the past few years, and I hate to feel like a burden. My pulse races as I knock on the front door. I tried rehearsing exactly what I was going to say to her on the walk over here, but it all just sounds so ridiculous. Not just the kidnapping incident, but the fact that I have no idea who actually rescued me. It sounds like some bizarre fever dream, and I keep thinking at some point I'm going to wake up to realize that he was never real. I can't help but feel disappointed at the thought. I'm still trying to gather my thoughts when the front door opens, revealing a disheveled-looking Lucia. Her hair is piled on top of her head in a messy bun, and she's wearing a pair of pink satin pajamas. Elle? She squints at me as the sunlight floods her face. It's not even 7 a.m. I figured you'd be up. Can I come in? I brought coffee. I hold up the bag with the pastries, and Lucia steps aside. She takes a coffee from the tray as I walk past before closing the door behind me. The house is eerily silent, and I glance around as she leads me into the family room, where Mikhail is sitting on the enormous couch, fully dressed in a black shirt and pants, and drinking an espresso. Even though I've known him for a few years now, I don't find him any less intimidating, with his muscular frame and countless tattoos. Where's Vivi? I eye the toys and books scattered around the floor. Still asleep. Little brat was up until 3 having a party in her crib. Mikhail scoffs.
Takes after her mother.
I stifle a laugh, and Lucia rolls her eyes at her husband. I take a seat on the couch, setting the coffees and pastries down on the table. How's everything with you, Mikhail? He shrugs his broad shoulders.
Same as usual.
He's never been much of a talker, which is why I think he suits my cousin so well. Lucia is as extroverted as they come, and from what I've gathered from Mikhail's brothers, she's done wonders at loosening him up. It makes me curious to know what he was like before he met Lucia. Lucia plops herself down between me and Mikhail, reaching for a Danish. So, what brings you over so early? I need to talk to you about something. I pick up my coffee cup just so I have something in my hands to stop me from fidgeting.
I can leave you girls to it.
Mikhail braces his tattooed hands on his thighs. Actually, you might want to hear this too. Mikhail frowns, and Lucia immediately stiffens. Elle, you're freaking me out. She takes my hand. Is everything okay? Yes, but there's something you should know. Mikhail and Lucia are both quiet as I tell them everything that happened over the past few days, from losing my phone at the bar to being rescued and taken to a cabin in the woods. Lucia's face slowly drains of color as I talk, but Mikhail remains eerily still, his face a mask of stone as he takes it all in. My cousin holds my hand. What the fuck, Elle? Why am I only hearing about this now? Well, I lost my phone, I mumble. Are you okay? I mean, this is... Fuck, I don't even know what to say. Lucia's eyes glisten with tears as she squeezes my hand. I'm absolutely fine. Honestly. I swear if you ever get kidnapped again, I want you to call me the second you escape. I can't help but laugh. I promise. Lucia lets go of my hand before wrapping her arms around me. My eyes sting as I hug her back. Lucia has always felt like more of a sister to me than a cousin, and we look like sisters too. She's always been such a huge part of my life, but even more so after I moved here. Without Lucia, I honestly don't know where I'd be today. Eventually, we pull apart, and Lucia discreetly wipes her eyes on the sleeve of her top. My eyes flick to Mikhail, whose silence I find unnerving. Mikhail?
The men in the motel?
He runs his hands over his jaw as he stares straight ahead. They were taken care of. He's quiet again, and I know he's running through every tiny detail in his mind to assess the threat.
And they specifically mentioned Lucia by name.
I look at my cousin's tear-stained face and nod, my chest tightening as my thoughts drift to Vivi, who sleeps soundly upstairs. If something were to happen to Lucia, I don't ever want Vivi to experience the pain of growing up without a mother, so I will do whatever I can to help keep Lucia safe. I never learned what they were after. Lucia frowns. What I want to know is who the hell this mystery guy is. I wonder why he wouldn't reveal his identity. I asked him multiple times, but he just kept refusing.
It's suspicious for sure.
Mikhail mutters.
He admitted to following you.
Yeah.
You need to be careful, Al. He might have only rescued you to gain your trust, and we can't be sure of his motives.
Lucia looks at Mikhail. Do you think he'll come back?
It's a possibility.
My pulse spikes at the thought. Not that I would ever admit it to Lucia because she would think I was crazy, but I want him to come back. Despite not knowing what he looks like or even what his name is, the connection I felt with him is undeniable. The kiss we shared confirmed that. A shiver runs down my spine as I remember how my body came alive at the feeling of his lips on mine. Mikhail snaps me out of my momentary daydream.
Was there anything distinctive that you remember about him? An accent, perhaps?
He, Had some scarring on his hands, from what I could tell.
I can work with that. Is there anything else?
Do you think you could try and get my phone back? I lost it back at the bar.
Of course, and I'll set you up with another one in the meantime, though I will insist on putting a proper tracking device on it. The location app can be hacked, and I don't want to take any chances.
I appreciate this, Mikhail. Mikhail dips his chin and offers me a small smile. Anyway, I should go. I'm due at the hospital soon, and it's going to be a long shift. Lucia frowns. Do you think going to work is a good idea? You've just gone through something major, Elle. Surely you should take a few days off, hang out here with me and Vivi or something. I need to keep myself busy. Sitting at home with nothing to do, it will make me anxious. I get to my feet. Mikhail looks at me.
I can have Felix or Yakov come and keep an eye on you.
Really, I'm fine. Elle, Lucia starts, but I shake my head. I don't need a bodyguard. Mikhail nods.
Well, the offer is there. And if you ever feel unsafe, please, don't hesitate to call me.
I promise. But it's a lie. Because the truth is, I feel safer knowing that he is out there, watching over me from the shadows.
Chapter 8. Lev. Obsession is often described as having a persistent, disturbing preoccupation with an often unreasonable idea or feeling. I couldn't disagree more. My preoccupation with keeping Elle safe is not disturbing nor unreasonable. It's a necessity. She was taken from right under my nose, tied up like an animal, and almost raped. Bile burns my throat as I try not to think of her lying on that bed as that man ran his hands over her perfect skin. He never should have gotten close enough to touch her, to make her scream. I press my hands into my eyes, trying to force the memory away. My obsession used to be fueled by something close to lust, but after recent events, my actions are fueled more by guilt. Guilt that is so strong it's eating me alive. But I deserve nothing less. After all, that fucker got close enough to touch her because of me. Elle suffered because of me, and I will never forgive myself. Because of that guilt, I live and breathe Elle Conti. Day and night, wherever she goes, I go. I watch her as she buries herself beneath her covers at night and sleeps. I watch her as she travels on the subway to work, enjoying her favorite mocha latte as she listens to a podcast. Even when she met up with a friend for coffee one day before work, I was there. I'm in desperate need of sleep and a proper meal, but every time I think of leaving Elle alone, I'm terrified someone is going to take her away from me. I fight through the tiredness because I can't bear the thought of causing her any more pain. Because she is in pain. She might not look like it on the outside, with her bright smile and carefree attitude, but I know her, perhaps better than she knows herself. I notice the way the shadow passes over her face when she thinks no one is watching, the way she places her hand on her chest, gently tapping her fingers to try and distract herself from the anxiety that is no doubt bubbling up inside her. It kills me to know that I can't ever be the one to comfort her when she needs it the most, especially at night, when the nightmares jolt her awake, leaving her shaking and gasping for breath. I have no doubt that she is reliving the night in the motel, just like I am whenever sleep manages to pull me under. The sound of her desperate cries in the dark has me almost breaking my rule of staying hidden, because I hate knowing she's suffering alone. I know all too well what that's like. I wish she could know how sorry I am, how much I wish it had never happened. My father always told me that I was a useless waste of space, and as I listen to Elle's cries, I know he's right. I should have done better, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to make it up to her. Last night, I was so convinced that a man had been following Elle that I couldn't stand to wait across the street from the hospital until she finished her shift. My feet moved of their own accord, and I found myself sitting for hours in the ER, pretending to be with a patient just so I could keep an eye on her. Watching Elle work was mesmerizing. I was in awe of how calm she was when dealing with her patients, how she managed to reassure them despite being in such a hectic environment. It made me wonder how much of her soft and caring persona is a result of the trauma she suffered as a child. trauma that I relive every single day. When sleep eventually pulls me under, I often dream that Elle never made it out of the fire. I'm always frozen in place, forced to watch as Elle becomes consumed by the flames. I watch her beautiful mahogany hair burn and her flawless skin melt off her bone.
Can I get you anything else?
I blink to find a waitress standing over me, blocking Elle from view. Move. I wave my hand at her as I try to peer around to make sure Elle is still in her spot by the window.
You don't have to be so rude, you know.
The waitress huffs, turns on her heels, and walks away. A few customers nearby glance in my direction, and I readjust my hat, pulling the brim lower over my eyes to hide my face. Thankfully, Elle is too lost in her book to have noticed, and I breathe a sigh of relief that I didn't give myself away. Today is one of Elle's rare days off. I followed her into a coffee shop, taking a seat a few tables behind her, close enough to intervene should something happen, but not too close that she grows suspicious of my presence. Not that she ever notices me. I wonder if she can sense I'm nearby. After all, I let it slip that I have been following her for years. Though I didn't get the impression that she was frightened by my confession. If anything, she seemed comforted by it. It's good to see Elle relax a little. She works incredibly hard and very rarely takes time for herself, always giving her time and energy to others' needs before her own. Despite the stack of books beside her bed and the various overflowing bookshelves in her apartment, I hardly catch her reading, though it's clear she loves it. I take comfort in the knowledge that we have that in common. When I was younger, I would often steal books from my father's personal collection and spend the hours when I was meant to be sleeping lost in fictional worlds filled with happy families. Many of the books I stole were in Russian, and while I could speak the language fluently, I was never taught how to read it. I was never taught how to read, period. My father sent my siblings to the best schools in the country, and I was left behind, locked away in that hellhole that I was supposed to call home. While my brother and sister got to learn mathematics and history, I learned how to reset a dislocated shoulder and how to stitch up a wound with a paperclip and some dental floss. Everything I learned, I taught myself from the books I was able to steal and read at night. That is, when I was allowed to have a light. My eyelids grow heavy despite the triple espresso I just consumed. I really need to get some sleep. Elle is likely to spend the night in her apartment, which is in one of the safer neighborhoods in the city. Maybe I could catch a few hours tonight. My current burner phone buzzes in my pocket, and I quickly pull it out, glancing at the screen to see Pyotr's name flashing across it. Without taking my eyes off Elle, I answer the call and bring the phone to my ear. Igor's on the move. He was spotted visiting the hideout of the gang that was behind Elle's kidnapping. I tense. While I'm not surprised that my father is up to something, the knowledge that he is involved with this gang is unlikely to be a coincidence. I've never trusted my father, and his previous disagreements with the Conti Mafia aren't exactly a secret. I need to make sure that he was not involved in what happened to Elle, but if he's been seen entering the hideout, then I can't rule it out. Frankly, anything is possible when it comes to Igor. I need you to keep following him, I mutter under my breath as I watch Elle fiddle with the end of her ponytail as she reads. The sunlight streaming through the window brings out the slight red and gold tones in her hair, and I don't miss the way a few of the male customers glance in her direction. I sink my nails into my palm to try and kill the urge to slam my fists in their jaws. I'll keep you updated, Pyotr promises me. I appreciate that. And what of Alexei Koslov? Having Pyotr trail the eldest Koslov brother isn't unusual, considering the fact that the Bratva Pakhan has been trying to find me for years. He's come close a few times, which is why I never keep my apartments in the city for longer than a few months. I can't risk him finding me, because I know if he does, I won't live long enough to tell him my side of the story. The story in which I murdered his parents.
Nothing to report there, I'm afraid.
Elle glances around, and I stiffen. She's closed her book, and I know in a few minutes she'll be getting up to leave. And what about the brother? My voice goes even lower. The one that broke into my old apartment.
He's not gone back. It seems like they might have given up for the time being.
I know better than to think the Koslovs have given up on their search for me. They'll want revenge, and they will stop at nothing to get it. I appreciate this, Pyotr.
Be safe, Liv,
my friend says before the phone goes dead. Letting out a sigh of frustration at the knowledge that my father might be somehow involved in Elle's kidnapping, I tuck my phone back into my pocket and pull out Elle's necklace that I've been holding on to for the past few weeks. As I sneak a glance at her, I see her hand absent-mindedly rub at her neck, a habit I've caught her doing many times. Except the delicate gold chain that she normally fiddles with whenever she appears anxious is currently in my possession. Over the years, I've often wondered what Elle kept inside the pendant that she keeps so close to her heart. So, when I found the necklace on the back seat of my car, I gave in to my curiosity and opened up the pendant. Inside is a photo of Elle and her mother from when she was a child, around the age she was when I first met her all those years ago. I feel a pang of guilt for hanging on to it for so long, knowing how much it means to Elle, but I've secretly enjoyed carrying a piece of her around with me like this, because it's as close as I'll ever be able to get to her. I wish I could have more, but I've already crossed too many lines when it comes to Elle. While it's unlikely that she remembers me from all those years ago, I can't risk taking any chances. My identity needs to remain a secret if I want to stay alive long enough to protect Elle. We never should have kissed. I became so caught up in it that she could have easily slipped the blindfold off, and it would have been game over. I can't afford to let my guard down like that again. If she were to learn who I am, and it got back to Alexei, my body shudders at the thought. My attention snaps in Elle's direction as she gets to her feet, carefully packing her book away into her bag and shrugging on her coat. Time to go. I wrap the delicate gold chain into a ball and slip it back into my pocket, excited at the prospect of having an excuse to visit her later. It won't be the first time I've been in her room while she's been asleep, and I'm sure it won't be the last.
Chapter 9. Elle. His scorching breath burns my cheek as he leans in to whisper in my ear.
I bet you like it rough.
His voice is laced with amusement as he ties the blindfold around my eyes.
It's always the innocent-looking ones that are freaks in the bedroom.
Everything goes dark. I should feel grateful that I don't have to look at his face to witness the sadistic pleasure in his eyes. My throat burns as I fight the urge to vomit as he moves to straddle my body, the heavy weight of him on top of me making my eyes sting. I'm completely helpless against him. My legs are pinned in place by his thighs, and my hands are bound so tightly to the headboard that there is no chance of me pulling them free. Please. My voice cracks as the reality of what is about to happen sets in.
I fucking love it when you beg.
He runs a calloused finger over my cheek.
Cry all you want, sweetheart. The tears only make me harder.
This is just a dream. I got out in time. He didn't let them get far enough to go through with it. But I can't escape. When my attacker's fingers grab at the buttons on my blouse, I swallow a sob as he yanks it open. Breathe. I will survive this.
I don't normally like small tits, but I can make these work.
His fingers trail along the swell of my breasts. My skirt is hitched up around my waist, exposing my underwear.
These are very naughty. I can't decide whether I want to keep them on.
I wince as I pull against the rope that binds my hands to the bed, the skin around my wrists raw and chapped.
I won't be gentle. It's not my style. And I won't promise you'll enjoy yourself.
I try to kick out my legs, but I'm no match for his strength. There's only one way I get out of this situation. But until he gets here, I'm powerless. He should be here by now. Why isn't he here yet? Stop! I cry out as my panties are ripped off me. I brace myself for the sound of the gunshot, the one that tells me he's finally here, that it's finally over. But it never comes. It finally dawns on me that he's left me here. He's not coming to save me. No one is.
You can have a turn once I'm done with her.
My attacker laughs before undoing his belt buckle.
Fuck, I can't wait to be inside you.
I sit bolt upright in bed, my hand clutching my neck as I try to catch my breath. My heart is racing so fast that I'm convinced it's going to give out at any moment, which only makes me panic more. I try to take a deep breath and hold it for a few seconds before breathing out, a trick I learned to help calm the anxiety. But no nightmare I've ever had felt so real. Tears drip down my chin and onto my comforter as the physical effects of the nightmare continue to linger. Their laughter rings in my ears. I rub at my wrists, if only to remind myself that I'm free. There are no ropes tying me to a chair, and no man is pinning me to my bed as he uses my body for pleasure against my will. It was a nightmare. It wasn't real. He came to save you. From the way my body is shaking, it seems no amount of mental reassurance is going to help calm my nervous system. I'm no stranger to nightmares, so I expected to experience some for a while after the kidnapping. But it's been 3 weeks, and the nightmares are only getting worse. With each night that passes, the nightmares get longer and longer, and I wake up even more terrified. It's getting to the point where I'm scared to go to sleep because I know what waits for me once my eyes close. I can't help but feel like I'm being punished for being saved, as if I've somehow cheated fate, and now I'm being forced to live through what should have happened. "You're okay," I whisper out loud. "You're safe. You're in your own bed, in your own apartment." I wonder if the nightmares are a way for my subconscious to pander to my insane fantasy that I have surrounding my anonymous hero. Is it because I want to be close to him that I start off dreaming about that night, in the hopes of reliving what it felt like to have him save me? To have him hold me against his chest and whisper in my ear that it's all going to be okay? But instead of the dream ending with him taking me back to the cabin, where he spends the rest of the night tending to my every need, I wake up in a cold sweat, my body trembling with fear as I try to fight off the nightmare. I've had enough therapy to know that my body is yet to let go of the trauma of what happened, and the only way it will is if I truly work through the difficult emotions rather than obsessing over my mystery man. At some point, the exhaustion from a lack of sleep will take its toll, and it's not good for me to be so sleep-deprived, especially considering how intense my job is. I'm on my feet for 12 hours at a time, often longer, treating patients back-to-back with no break. If I were to make a mistake because I was tired, it could not just be detrimental to my career, but to my patients too, and I can't let that happen. If I have any hope of getting back to sleep, I need to try and calm myself down. When I find myself wound up in such a state, the only thing that helps is a hot shower. It never fails to relax me, so I throw back the covers and gingerly climb out of bed. I'm a little unsteady on my feet, but I manage to pad across the wooden floor into my bathroom despite my shaky legs. My pulse doesn't start to slow until I stand under the hot water, letting it cascade over my body and relax my tense muscles. I close my eyes and focus on the sound of the water running until my heart rate starts to return to normal and my anxiety finally dissipates. When I eventually shut off the water, the bathroom is completely steamed up, and my skin has turned a deep shade of pink. Throwing on my robe, I head out into the kitchen to check the time on my phone. Thankfully, Mikhail managed to track my phone down at the bar. He insisted on completely wiping it and checking for bugs and putting all sorts of trackers inside the actual phone before giving it back to me. I should be grateful that I have people in my life who are genuinely concerned about me. For so long, I only really had Lucia, and I'm still not used to now being part of such a large, tight-knit family as a result of her marriage to Mikhail. I know what it's like to lose the people you love the most. And the thought of ever experiencing grief like that again scares the shit out of me. It's the main reason why I haven't ever really dated or been in a relationship. Not that I would ever admit that to Lucia. It's easier to pretend that I'm happy being married to my work, rather than admit the truth that I'm too scared to open myself up to the idea of love. Tapping the screen of my phone, I groan as I see it's not even 4 a.m. I'm not due at the hospital until tomorrow evening, but I promised to meet Lucia for lunch, so I'm going to have to try and get some sleep if I stand a chance of keeping up with her extroverted self. As I switch off my screen and head back over to my bed, cool air blows in through my open window, and I shiver, clutching my robe tighter around me.
You shouldn't leave this window unlocked.
His words echo in my mind as I cross the room and stand in front of the window, eyeing the street below. It's dark except for the soft glow of the streetlights, and there's not a soul in sight. Or at least not any that I can see. "Are you out there?" I whisper, hoping my words will travel to him on the soft September breeze. My fingers go to my lips as I think of the kiss we shared. The connection between us was undeniable. And yet, I've had no further contact from him in the 3 weeks since. An emptiness pools in my stomach at the thought of not experiencing a kiss like that again, of not getting the chance to explore this connection further. I half expected him to start showing up more often after crossing that boundary, but perhaps I read him all wrong. Maybe the kiss wasn't as good as I remembered, and I ultimately ended up pushing him away. I guess there's only one way to find out. Stepping up to the window, my fingers go to the belt of my robe, and I bite my lip as I think of him being out there. I know I'm acting crazy, but I can't help it. It thrills me that he might be secretly watching me from the shadows. I untie my belt and let my robe fall open, exposing my naked body to my sleeping street. My nipples instantly harden from the cold air, and I shiver as I let my robe fall to the floor, leaving me standing in front of my window completely naked. I want him to see me. I want him to desire me in the way that I desire him. My hand trails up my stomach to cup my breasts as my eyes flutter closed, the fantasy coming alive in my mind. Heat pools in my lower stomach at the thought of him watching me, and I'm desperate to take it further, to tease him so much that he has no choice but to appear. I wonder what he would do with me. Would he be annoyed that I enticed him back into my room? Would he insist on blindfolding me? Or would he be so overcome with lust that not even his need to remain hidden could stop him from taking what he wanted? A moan escapes my lips at the thought. My breasts feel heavy, and I'm so desperate to trail my fingers lower to help ease the ache that builds between my thighs. But as I rub my thumbs over my pebbled nipples, my body shivering with pleasure, a siren blares nearby, violently jolting me out of my fantasy. I squeal, quickly jumping out of view of the window as my heart pounds in my chest. But not from fear, from excitement. I've never done anything so bold. But then again, I've never felt anything close to what I felt when I kissed him. I'm addicted, and it seems I'll do whatever it takes to get a fix. With a smile on my face, I climb back into bed and slide under the covers. As my eyes drift closed, I start to dream of being back in the cabin with the man I've never seen, and yet can't seem to stop thinking about.
Chapter 10. Lev. I must be dreaming. As I stand in the shadows, my eyes remain fixed on Elle's bedroom window, stunned at what I just witnessed. I bite back a groan as I adjust myself, my cock hard as the picture of Elle's naked body lit up by the moonlight plays on repeat in my mind. Was that little show just for me? In all the times I've watched her, she's never once been so bold, so daring. It can't simply be a coincidence that she's undressing in front of her window after having kissed me. I can't help but palm my aching length, squeezing it hard to try and bring myself an ounce of relief. But it doesn't help. Nothing short of burying myself inside her will. I've imagined what it would be like to witness Elle naked many times, but nothing compares to the real thing. She's so beautiful, so soft and delicate. What I wouldn't give to be able to touch her, to hear the soft moans spill from her lips as I worship every inch of her skin. My mouth waters at the thought of getting on my knees and pleasuring her with my tongue in front of the window for everyone to see. I want the whole fucking city to hear her scream my name so they know that she belongs to me and only me. It takes everything in me not to go sprinting up the fire escape to see for myself. Perhaps this is my punishment for kissing her, for crossing the line that could compromise not just my own life, but hers as well. If the Koslovs were to catch wind of my whereabouts, it would be game over. I have no doubt that she's told them about the kidnapping, and there's no way she could have avoided telling them about how she managed to escape. It's likely Alexei is already looking into it, so I need to watch my back if I'm to stay hidden. But I can't help but feel like Elle wanted to be seen, as if the idea of being watched excited her. My sweet little Elle has a naughty side. The way she cupped her breasts, how her head fell back and her eyes closed, I know she was losing herself to a fantasy, and a selfish part of me hopes she was thinking of me, of the kiss that we shared, the kiss that has haunted my mind like a disease. Has she gone back to bed to finish what she started? Fuck. My cock leaks in my pants. It would be wrong of me to intrude on her, to take advantage of her vulnerability. But from the way my cock throbs, I'm finding it hard to think straight. Reaching into my back pocket, I feel for the delicate chain of her necklace. I'm still yet to return it, and I know it's making Elle anxious that it's gone. Maybe I should pay her a visit after all. I look back up at her window. There's no sign that she's still awake, but I wait another half an hour just to be on the safe side before I cross the street and begin to climb the fire escape that leads to her window. I should be annoyed that she's left her window open after I warned her against it, but when I catch sight of her lying fast asleep on her bed, her naked body tangled in a sheet, that annoyance quickly morphs into desire. Her dark hair is fanned out on her pillow, and her full lips are slightly parted. I've never seen a more beautiful sight, and I gently perch on the edge of the bed and watch her for a while. It's reassuring to see her looking so at peace. Over the past few days, she's looked dead on her feet with dark shadows lining her eyes and a lack of color in her cheeks. She's been picking up extra shifts at the hospital, which concerns me. I know she's good for the money, considering the fact that her uncle bought her this apartment, so it makes me believe that she's trying to distract herself, to work her body to the point of exhaustion to try and escape the nightmares. I can think of a much better distraction that would help send her off into a dreamless sleep. A breathy sigh escapes Elle's lips as she gently stirs. I hold my breath, my body frozen as she rolls onto her back, the sheet slipping just enough to expose the top of her breasts. I grit my teeth, hoping that it doesn't fall lower to expose them completely, as I wouldn't be able to stop myself from bending down and taking her nipple in my mouth. Would she enjoy that? Waking up to find me pleasuring her? After her little show, I'm curious to know if that's what she was hoping for. Maybe she didn't go back to bed to finish herself off. Maybe she was waiting for me to join her. I bite back a moan at the thought of pulling back the sheet and parting her soft thighs to find her wet and ready for me. My hand moves to my belt, and I silently unbuckle my pants, too overcome with need to think clearly. I keep my eyes on Elle as I work to pull my throbbing cock free, and at the first pump of my length, I almost give myself away. My entire body shudders as a spurt of pre-cum leaks from my tip, coating my hand. I swallow a groan as I tighten my grip, trying not to think of how close I am to her naked body. She's so perfect. The only way she could look better was if she were sitting in my lap with my cock buried deep inside her tight heat. She would take me so well, letting me hold her tightly against my body as I pound into her so hard that I'd have her screaming with pleasure. I fist my length at the thought of her riding me right here on this bed, her head thrown back with her long, dark hair cascading over her breasts as she moans my name over and over. My spine tingles, and I work my hand faster. I try to take a steadying breath as I roll my hand over the sensitive tip, but my release is quickly building. What I wouldn't give to throw back this sheet and bury my face between Elle's thighs, to work my cock in time with my tongue so that we would both come together. I bite down on my fist as I come, my release coating my hand as I continue to pump my length. With each spurt of release, my body shudders, and it's a miracle I manage to stay quiet from how intense the pleasure is. I've not felt anything close to this before, but it would be nothing compared to how good it would feel to finish inside Elle, to have her be the one to send me over the edge like this. If only she knew the power she has over me. Shame floods my body as I look at Elle's peaceful face, the evidence of my release coating my hand. Silently grabbing the box of tissues off of her bedside table, I quickly clean myself up and shove my cock back into my pants. Before I can make another reckless decision, I get to my feet and silently stalk into the kitchen area where I lay out her necklace. I can't have any excuse to come and visit her again, no matter how badly I want to. Her phone catches my attention, and I frown. Didn't she lose this at the bar? Wasn't that the whole reason that she realized that Uber wasn't real? I've been following her movements meticulously since the kidnapping, and she's not once paid a visit to the bar to go and retrieve her phone. Even if she somehow managed to get it back, who knows what kind of tracker could have been put on it in the meantime. I'm instantly suspicious, picking up the device and turning it over in my hand. When I tap the screen, it automatically opens onto her homepage, which shows a generic background. She has no passcode and is yet to personalize the screen, which makes me hopeful that this is a new phone. I'm tempted to take it with me and have Piotr check it over for bugs, just to be safe, but I've run out of time tonight. Instead, I quickly open up her phone app and copy down her number into my own contact list, just to give me some peace of mind. I know I could have Piotr get me such information, but I don't want him to ask any questions. The fact that he knows about my personal link to Elle over the kidnapping situation makes me uneasy. If the Koslovs were to somehow get wind that he's working for me, I would never forgive myself. I shut off Elle's phone and slip my own back into my pocket. With one last look at Elle's sleeping form, I slip out of the front door and take the internal fire escape down to the back exit of the building, which leads to an alleyway. If I head straight to my apartment nearby, I could maybe get in a few hours of sleep and come back here before Elle wakes up. Despite the street being deserted, I still pull my hood low over my face out of habit, though it probably doesn't hurt to be extra careful. I can't afford to be so reckless, which is slowly becoming standard practice when it comes to Elle Conti. The sound of my phone ringing jerks me awake, and I blink. I look down at myself and find that I'm still fully dressed in yesterday's clothes, and my head pounds as if I spent the night pounding vodka shots. The dull ache in my back tells me that I fell asleep on the couch. Again, because I was too exhausted to even make it to my bed. Fucking hell, I groan as my phone continues to ring. Sitting up, I catch sight of the flashing screen on the floor. There's only one person who would be calling me, and the fact that it's still dark outside the window, the sun yet to make an appearance, concerns me. My muscles protest as I get to my feet and cross the cramped living area to retrieve my phone. I spy the time and groan. It's almost 6, which only gives me 30 minutes to get back to Elle's before she wakes up. Sometimes she heads straight out to get herself a coffee, and there's no way in hell I'm letting her walk across the city in the dark.
What is it, Pyotr?
Rise and shine, Pyotr chuckles on the other end. I offer him a grunt in response, which elicits another laugh from my only friend.
I've got something of interest for you.
Is it essential that you share it with me at such an unsociable hour? My throat is painfully dry, and my stomach growls, but I don't have time to attend to my needs.
I'd be happy to put all this shit in an email, but then again, I'm not the one insisting on working so off-grid.
I know, I sigh, starting to gather my things. I appreciate you doing this for me, Pyotr.
Thought you'd want to know. You're not the only one looking into Igor.
Why am I not surprised? I mutter as I pull on my shoes.
Alexei has multiple men watching Igor's interests.
I straighten, running my fingers through my hair. Interests?
He's been caught being linked to a few new drug suppliers outside of the city. It looks like he's expanding.
Why would Alexei be interested in that? The Kozlovs surely have more than enough business. Is it really worth the effort of going after Igor's?
I haven't been able to gather much information so far. Mostly just the names of the men he's using to patrol the shipments. But I'm happy to look into it further if that's what you need.
I think it's worth looking into. I want to know what Alexei's up to. While money can be enough of a motivator to go after a powerful man like Igor Ivanov, revenge is an even greater one. Perhaps Alexei is hoping that Igor will give up my location. It's clear that the Kozlovs have become aware of my involvement in their parents' deaths, and they will only bide their time for so long. At some point, they're going to want to get their revenge, and I need to know what I'm up against. If Alexei is planning an attack, I need to make sure I'm ready.
Chapter 11. L. I wake up to the sun streaming in through the window, warming my face. For a brief moment, I feel a sense of peace, until the throbbing in my temples takes over, and I groan at the pounding in my head. Seriously? I screw my eyes shut, the sunlight adding to the pain in my head. How do I feel worse? I roll over and bury my face in my pillow, trying to ignore the nail gun that seems to be piercing my brain. After my little show, I was able to fall back to sleep without any trouble, and slept more soundly than I have done in weeks. Even before the kidnapping, I don't think I've slept that well. And yet I feel worse for it. Go figure. Throwing back the covers, I shuffle into the bathroom and splash some cold water on my face. Glancing in the mirror above the sink, I wince at the shadows under my eyes. No amount of makeup is going to be able to hide the bruise-like coloring from my cousin, which means I can look forward to being scolded over lunch. If I could guarantee that Lucia wouldn't come storming straight over here demanding to know what was wrong, I would cancel. After brushing my teeth, I throw my hair up into a ponytail and apply some depuffing eye cream in the hopes that it will make me look less like a zombie. I think I'm fighting a losing battle. I stare at my appearance. Heading back into my kitchen, I quickly turn on my coffee machine and gather my various creamers and syrups that would give my Italian Nonna a heart attack. I fill the pot with water. I should have done this first. I've never functioned well on no sleep, and yet I chose a career in healthcare, where it's seen as a badge of honor to work back-to-back 12-hour shifts, surviving on nothing but power naps and caffeine. While my coffee is brewing, I grab my phone off the breakfast bar to see if Lucia's messaged me. I can't thank Mikhail enough for getting my phone back to me. His concern for me makes me miss my own brother, the one I barely got to know before he was taken in the house fire. But I'm grateful that I even have people who care. For so long it was just me and my Nonna, and I often dreamed of having the sort of family unit that the Kozlovs have provided for me. My throat grows thick with emotion, but before the tears have a chance to start welling in my eyes, a familiar gold chain laid out on the counter calls my attention. Oh my God, my necklace. The very one that has been missing for weeks, that I thought was lost forever, has somehow miraculously appeared on my kitchen counter. There's no way it's been here this whole time. I would have definitely noticed it, which means someone's put it there on purpose for me to find. I freeze, my fingers hovering over the pendant as it dawns on me. He was here, in my apartment, while I was asleep. It's the only explanation. Picking up the necklace, I hold it against my chest as I eye the open window. I should be horrified at the thought of him sneaking in here, and yet I'm not. If anything, I feel comforted at the thought of him watching over me. Am I going crazy? Is this some kind of Stockholm syndrome that is causing me to attach myself to him in this way? Because I shouldn't be feeling so calm at the idea of a stranger entering my apartment while I'm lying naked and asleep in my bed. But I'm not. I'm a little aroused. I let out a groan as I run a hand over my face. Maybe it's time to give Dr. Mills a ring. Lucia is already waiting for me at the cafe when I arrive, having secured a prime table by the window, which is perfect for people watching. I'm grateful she got here early and saved us a table, as the place is overflowing with customers, all eager to try the best paninis in the city, second only to my nonas, of course. My cousin looks effortlessly put together, as always, despite the toddler on her lap that is tucking into a bread roll and covering them both in crumbs. "Vivi!" Lucia sighs as I scoop the child into my arms and spin her around. I just got her to sit still. Have you missed Auntie Elle? I tickle Vivi. She erupts into a giggling fit. My heart soars. I swear if you could bottle that sound and sell it, you would be a millionaire. I already am, Lucia chuckles, flashing the enormous rock on her ring finger. I ordered us food because my daughter is exceptionally demanding. That's so strange. I wonder where she got that from. I roll my eyes as I take a seat and adjust Vivi so that she's perched on my knee, and hand her my keys to play with. Why couldn't she take after Mikhail? Lucia tucks her hair behind her ears. I mean, he's quiet and can fall asleep anywhere. Maybe you'll get a mini Mikhail with the next one. Lucia groans. Don't even start. If Mikhail has his way, I'd be popping crotch goblins out every 9 months until my ovaries dry up. I swear, I never thought a man could be so smitten with a child. But Vivi has managed to push me to the bottom of the pecking order. I laugh as I bounce Vivi up and down. You've got your daddy wrapped around your little finger. She sure has. Lucia's smile tells me all I need to know. She's just as in love with her daughter as she is with Mikhail. I've never seen her look so happy, and I can't help but feel a little envious of her happy ever after. I manage to keep the conversation focused on Vivi until our food arrives, which Lucia takes as her cue to start the interrogation. She sets down her coffee and leans back in her chair, folding her arms over her chest as she watches me with narrowed eyes. How are you doing? I fight the urge to roll my eyes, keeping my attention on my food. I'm good, all things considered. You look tired. I work in a hospital. I'm always tired. I half joke as I break off some of my sandwich for Vivi to eat. I've never seen you look this tired. I was offered some extra shifts, and I figured it was a good way to keep my mind busy. I don't tell her how bad the nightmares are because I know she'll worry. Lucia nods, chewing on her lower lip. Have you had any contact with the man who saved you? My fingers automatically reach for my necklace, and I fiddle with the pendant as I debate on telling Lucia the truth. We've always been incredibly close, more like sisters than cousins. We tell each other everything no matter what. But this situation is different. Lucia won't understand. Hell, how could she when I don't even understand it myself? Elle, I sigh. He was in my apartment while I was asleep. What? Lucia's eyes look like they're about to bug out of their sockets. Shh. I glance over my shoulder, offering the elderly couple sitting behind us an apologetic smile. Keep your voice down. If you want me to keep my voice down, perhaps don't tell me that some psycho stalker is breaking into your apartment. It's not like that. I already regret telling her the truth. He didn't break in. Lucia scoffs. Did you get him his own set of keys? How hospitable of you, Elle. He came in through the window. Of course he fucking did. Don't confuse this for some angsty teen film, Elle. This is serious shit. I know. How do you know he was in there? Did he do something? Her face pales, and I know where her thoughts are heading. No, nothing like that. I fiddle with my necklace. I lost my necklace the night of the kidnapping, and this morning it was laid out on my kitchen counter beside my phone. He came into your apartment to give you back your necklace? Yes. This doesn't make sense. I shrug, focusing my attention on Vivi as I let Lucia process everything I've told her. I think you should move in with me and Mikhail for a while. I can have Mikhail get some guys over to your apartment and change the locks and stuff so you'll feel safer. I do feel safe. He's not going to hurt me. How do you know for sure? Because he's had many chances over the years. I mutter before taking a bite of my panini, before Vivi can steal it. Years? Vivi flinches in my arms, and Lucia quickly reaches across the table to stroke her daughter's cheek to reassure her. He's been stalking you for years? Jesus, Elle, this guy sounds really unhinged. He saved my life. That doesn't give him a free pass to come into your apartment whenever he feels like it. Please, Elle, if you insist on staying there, at least have Mikhail send one of his guys over to keep an eye on you. No. Elle, please. Lucia's voice cracks. I don't miss the way her eyes flick to Vivi, her expression filled with worry, and I'm hit with a pang of guilt. I've been so caught up in my own obsession with my mystery man that I forgot that Lucia also had a target on her back. I'm worried about you. I know, but I'm fine, Lucia. This is my life, my choice. I have the right to choose who I want watching me and who I don't, and for now, I want him. You don't have to be strong with me. Will it be enough for me to promise to come to you the moment I feel unsafe? I wish I had never brought any of this up. Lucia's reaction is tamer than I expected, but I still can't deny the fact that I'm disappointed. I had hoped that she would at least try to understand, rather than going to the worst-case scenario. So, when are you going to make another one of these? Because one baby to snuggle is not enough. I chuckle as I tickle Vivi. Maybe when she goes to school. At the moment, she's getting into everything. I can't take my eyes off of her for even a second, so the thought of having 2 babies to look after fills me with dread. You can hire help, you know. If Bianca can manage to do it all, then so can I. Bianca is superhuman. I laugh, thinking of Alexei's wife. She keeps the whole family running smoothly. I think she wants to get everyone together for Ben and Sasha's birthday in a few weeks. The timing works out well, seeing as Nina and Anton will be back from their baby moon by then. I thought a baby moon is a trip you take before having a baby. Technically, yes, but seeing as I got married right before the baby was due, Nina couldn't fly, and she desperately wanted to go to Hawaii for their honeymoon. So they held off until the baby was a bit bigger and combined the two. Well, I appreciate Bianca inviting me, too. I often feel bad for gate-crashing Kozlov family events, as I'm not technically linked to them other than through Lucia. Of course, you're part of the family. Plus, we need all the help we can get with all the kids running around. I'd be happy to help. You know how much I love kids. I kiss Vivi on the top of her head. I think the party is going to be a surprise, so don't say anything to Zara. Bianca wants to plan the entire thing, and I'm pretty sure it's themed. But I honestly can't remember the details. I swear my brain is actually shrinking from lack of sleep. I only half listen to Lucia as she rattles off gift ideas for the twins, my attention wandering to the window beside us. I scan the faces of every passing man, wondering if one of them is him. Are you watching me right now? I can't help but secretly hope that he is.
Chapter 12. Lev. I turn up the air conditioning in the car to stop myself from falling asleep. My skin is covered in goosebumps, and my teeth are chattering from the cold, but Elle is due to finish her shift any minute, and I need to stay awake so I can make sure she gets home safely. The past 12 hours have been torture, and my eyelids are painfully heavy as I keep them trained on the hospital entrance. Where are you, Elle? I check the clock again. Elle was meant to have finished her shift 10 minutes ago, and while it's common for her to finish late, I can't help but imagine the worst. I'm just about to go storming into the hospital in search of Elle when a call comes through on the center screen of my car from Pyotr. He's been quiet over the past couple of days, and I'm desperate for an update on Alexei Koslov. What have you got for me, Pyotr?
Are you alone?
Yes. My eyes flick to the main entrance of the hospital.
Good, because I have some information for you that you might want to keep to yourself.
You're the only person I talk to. Pyotr chuckles.
I'm honored.
Spit it out, Pyotr. I look at the clock on my screen. I start tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. Elle's shifts usually run long, but that doesn't make me worry any less.
Igor was the one to order the attack on Elle.
My body stills. You're certain?
Yes.
I shouldn't be surprised, and yet I am. I'm gonna fucking kill him. The reason that Elle wakes every night screaming in terror is because of my father. Why would he do this? If he wanted to go after Alexei, targeting Elle like he did doesn't make sense. He should have gone after his wife or child or even one of his brothers. There's only one reason he would go after Elle, and the realization has bile burning my throat. He did this to get to me. He wanted to lure me out of the shadows that I've been hiding in for the past few years, and there is only one person that I would dare risk exposing myself for.
From what I can tell, he's not planning another one.
I run a hand over my jaw as I watch a few nurses exit the hospital. Elle is now 15 minutes late, and now that I know my father has eyes on her, I can't help but think the worst. If I take my eyes off her again, like I did at the bar, I might not be so lucky as to get to her in time again. I guess sleep will have to wait a little longer. And Alexei? My voice shakes as I fight the rage slowly bubbling inside me.
Nothing of note to report.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Something feels off about this.
In what way?
Alexei has been looking into me for years. For him to suddenly go quiet... I hold my breath as another swarm of hospital staff exits through the double doors, my eyes furiously scanning for any sign of Elle. If my father gets to her... I'm all too familiar with Igor's preferred torture methods, and a rush of nausea hits me at the thought of him getting his hands on my sweet Elle. Perhaps it would be worth anonymously tipping Alexei with my father's location. He's made it no secret that he's been after him for years, and this way, it could kill two birds with one stone. But if Alexei were somehow to fuck it up, it could backfire on me massively, and I'm not sure if the risk is worth it. If I know my father at all, he would likely bargain for his life by handing over information on me to Alexei. My life is worth nothing to him, but it's worth everything to the Koslovs. I need you to keep someone watching my father at all times. Liv, there's no way in hell he's just going to give up and move on from this, Pyotr. The fact that Elle got away would have embarrassed him, and my father doesn't do well with being embarrassed. He will retaliate, and it will turn into a bloodbath. I'm not going to let him get anywhere near Elle, even if it kills me in the process. I would think nothing of giving up my own life in exchange for Elle's. I almost did already. I look at my scarred hands, scars her thumb caressed.
Are you sure this chick is worth the fallout?
I clenched my hands into fists. If you ever refer to Elle as this chick again... The unspoken warning hangs heavy in the air, and Pyotr is silent for a moment.
Sorry, I meant no disrespect.
Keep your eyes on Igor until I figure out what to do. Elle is now 20 minutes late, and I'm desperate to go and find out what's keeping her.
Will do. And Lev?
Yeah?
Sorry again.
Speak soon. I end the call and open up my door. Just as I'm climbing out of my car, I spot Elle. She's hastily shrugging on her coat as she walks through the sliding doors, her hair pulled back into a ponytail that whips around her face as the wind hits her. Her face is a little pale, and her shoulders are slumped with exhaustion, but that's nothing out of the norm. The weight lifts slightly from my shoulders as I take her in. My father hasn't got to her. Yet. She gives up fighting with her coat and moves to stand to the side of the entrance, dropping her bag on the ground and taking her coat off completely. I bite back a groan at the sight of her in her light blue scrubs. How is it that she can make such a mundane uniform look so fucking sexy? The way the material clings to her body and shows off every curve has my mouth watering. What I wouldn't give to peel that uniform off her and expose that beautiful body that hides underneath. Images of her standing in the window completely naked flash through my mind, and my cock starts to grow hard. Taking myself in my hand last night barely took the edge off. If anything, it only made the need for Elle even worse, but I can't risk sneaking into her apartment again. Though I doubt it would take much more than a quick glimpse of those perky tits to have my restraint snapping. I blink, realizing that I've been gawking at her for the past few minutes in full view of the hospital. All it would take is her to look slightly to the left, and she would catch me staring. Would she realize who I was? Would she be scared? Or would she throw her arms around me like she did the other night in her apartment and kiss me like we're long-lost lovers? I can't help but imagine it being the latter. After shrugging on her coat, she busies herself searching through her bag before pulling out her phone. As she speaks, her cheeks slowly turn a dark shade of pink. Then she laughs, and I tense, an odd sense of jealousy filling me as Elle's face lights up. Is a man making her blush like that? I frown, trying to rack my brain to see if I remember seeing Elle with a guy. But Elle hasn't been on a date in months, so the sudden surge of jealousy inside me that has my teeth grinding together is surprising. If she was seeing someone, there's no way I wouldn't know about it. I'm no stranger to seeing Elle with men, so I shouldn't be feeling so jealous. But maybe that's because it's never been anything serious. Over the years that I've been watching her, her dating life has consisted of nothing but a handful of one-night stands. One-night stands that I have witnessed. I would have thought that watching her being fucked by another man would have me overcome with jealousy and rage. But it had the complete opposite effect. I've never been more aroused than when I was witnessing Elle climax as she rode another man's cock, her naked body moving in that way, the sounds she made as her release builds. Those moments were mesmerizing and ones I often relive. The men have always been irrelevant in these situations because I would picture myself as the one beneath her or behind her, working her body in the way that I know will have her screaming as she comes. So her one-night stands would always end with me taking my cock in my hand, my own release building right alongside hers. It was never anything more than sex, which is probably why it never bothered me. A relationship, on the other hand, now that requires a deeper emotional connection, one that is built over time, with every movie watched together and every conversation shared over a meal at the dinner table. It's how lust turns to love, and that's something I can never have with Elle. So the thought of her having that sort of connection with someone other than myself is almost enough to tip me over the edge. I can never have her, at least not in the way I truly want her. Fuck. I wipe a hand over my face. Seeing her around men has always made me a little jealous, but that's nothing compared to what I'm feeling right now. Maybe it's because I now know what it's like to kiss her, to feel her tongue slide against mine as I wrap my fingers in her hair. The thought of another man experiencing the taste of her lips has my body vibrating and my blood boiling. I quickly slide back into the driver's seat and close my door before I can go storming over to her and demand answers. Elle is still busy talking into her phone, the smile still plastered on her face, so I lean back in my seat and try to stay calm as I wait for her to start heading home. My eyelids feel so heavy from lack of sleep. It's been days since I've had more than an hour or two, and it's really starting to take its toll. I know I'm not any good to Elle when I'm this exhausted, but I'm even less willing to sneak in a few hours of sleep now that I know it's my father who was behind her kidnapping. The Koslovs might be keeping an eye on Elle, considering who her cousin is married to, but from what I can tell, their protection is half-assed. I haven't spotted any of their usual cronies hanging around the hospital or her apartment, which makes me think they're not taking the threat on her life seriously. So Elle's safety falls on my shoulders. Alexei considers himself such a family man, and yet he lets Elle walk around New York with a target on her back. Does he not realize how precious she is? Selfish prick. I stretch out my neck. All this pent-up anger and stress are not good for me. At some point, I'm not going to be able to suppress it any longer, and that's when I'm most likely to have an episode. I need to try and keep calm, which is hard to do considering the fact that I'm always stressed or angry over something. With a quick look at Elle to make sure she's not going anywhere, I lean back against my seat and close my eyes for a second as I take a deep breath. The tension is already building behind my eyes, and the muscles in my neck feel as if a Boy Scout has been using them to practice tying knots. I count backwards from 60, giving myself only a minute to sit in the darkness. Any longer and Elle could be in danger, so I let the world around me fade into nothing as I try to calm down my nervous system. I jolt awake as a horn blares from behind me. My heart pounds painfully in my chest as I blink. My body's heavy, and my eyes are struggling to focus. It feels as if I've been asleep for days, and yet I only close my eyes for a second. More horns sound around me, and I glance out of my window to find that the front entrance of the hospital has been replaced by the busy interstate highway that leads from Manhattan to Brooklyn. What the fuck? Cars speed past where I'm parked in the emergency lane, with no fucking idea of how I got here. I look at the clock on the dashboard. 2 hours have gone by. How? Fuck! I slam my hands against the steering wheel. I blacked out. Again. I tighten my grip on the steering wheel as I try my best not to panic at what could have happened in the time that I've lost. 2 hours is more than enough time for something to have happened to Elle. Hell, it only took me being gone for 5 minutes at the bar for her to be kidnapped, so I can only imagine what my father could have done to her in 2 hours. Or worse, what I could have done. Ignoring the blaring horns as I pull back out onto the busy interstate, I cross over the lanes and turn my car around so that I'm heading back toward Manhattan. No matter how many times I black out, the terror that accompanies the blank spots never fades. Maybe it's because I know I can't trust myself. My track record isn't exactly clean, and even though no blood currently coats my hands, that doesn't mean that I'm innocent. I know all too well what I'm capable of, and that scares the shit out of me.
Chapter 13. Elle. I lie in the darkness, pretending to be asleep, hoping that he will come back and visit me again. It's been over a week since I found my necklace on the counter in my kitchen, and while I should be terrified at the thought of a stranger sneaking into my apartment while I sleep, I'm nothing but eager to catch him in the act. Night after night, I try my hardest to fight my heavy eyelids, but the exhaustion that hits me after a long shift at the hospital always wins, and I wake up in the morning filled with disappointment at not seeing him. But I'm yet to be discouraged. The moment the sun sets, I climb into bed and sit staring at my open window as my apartment is slowly cast in darkness, waiting for him to appear in the shadows. I wonder if he stands outside my apartment looking up at my window and imagining me standing there completely naked for him to enjoy. I knew that my little show the other night would do the trick of enticing him into my apartment. But I'm reluctant to do it again, in case he isn't the only one out there watching me. I should be repulsed by the thought of him being out there spying on me, but I can't help but like the idea of him being the only one who gets to see me like that. Though I am desperate to know just how much he enjoyed it. From what I remember of him when he carried me in his arms out of that motel room, he felt broad and muscular, and so warm. As I lie in my bed, a dull ache starts to build between my legs at the thought of him, but my imagination is having to fill in the blanks, considering I don't have much to go on. And yet, it still works. Fantasizing over a man spying on my naked body and sneaking into my bedroom to watch me sleep gets me seriously worked up to the point where I barely have to rub my fingers over my clit before I'm crying out with release. Which is exactly what I've done every night this week. Am I so starved for male attention that having a stalker is more of a turn-on than a turn-off? Considering the fact that my last hookup was with a guy at my work Christmas party almost a year ago that lasted less than 2 minutes, I'd say yes. It's thoughts like this that would have Lucia booking me into the psych ward. While she's not brought it up since I admitted the truth to her over lunch the other day, I don't take her silence for acceptance. So I've kept quiet about my secret stalker, especially considering the fact that my fantasies have only gotten worse since I found he's been sneaking inside my apartment. I imagine him climbing in through my window to find me lying naked on my bed, my fingers pumping in and out of my slick pussy. He's so overcome with arousal that he can't help but take over, finishing me off with his tongue before undoing his pants and thrusting his cock inside me so hard that I scream with pleasure. Other times, I imagine myself being roused from sleep to find his head between my thighs as he gently licks and sucks at my clit. He would build my pleasure so slowly that I would be whimpering with the need to come. And still he wouldn't give me what I wanted. Only when I begged and begged for release would he finally give in, wrapping his lips around my swollen clit and sucking on the sensitive bud so that I come so hard I see stars. A moan escapes my lips as I indulge in my secret fantasies. My pussy clenches, so desperate to be filled by him. But I fight the urge to reach between my thighs and sink 2 fingers inside myself to try and relieve the ache. An orgasm would only aid in sending me to sleep, and that's the last thing I want to do. I promised myself that tonight will be different. I had a rare day off today from the hospital, and I spent most of it asleep on the couch in the hopes of staying awake tonight. But just to be sure, I went out after dinner and got myself a triple espresso to drink in bed, instead of my usual chamomile tea, just to be on the safe side. I'm not normally one for caffeine after lunchtime because I'm so sensitive to it, so I can pretty much guarantee that I won't be falling asleep anytime soon. As I lie in bed, my heart starts to race in my chest, though I can't tell if it's from all the caffeine or from the excitement at the prospect of seeing him. So I close my eyes and start to mentally recite the Russian alphabet backwards to try and calm myself down. I'm halfway through when a noise sounds outside my window and I freeze. Was someone knocking into the iron railing of my fire escape? My pulse quickens. Is that him? It's possible I might be so desperate for him to appear and so wound up from the caffeine that I'm hallucinating. So I peel one eye open and glance at the window, almost crying out at the sight of a large shadow hovering outside. It's him. He's here. I hold my breath as his shadow moves outside the window. For a moment, I fear he might leave, and I almost give myself away by begging him to stay. But then his shadow shifts, and he slowly steps through the open window into my apartment. Holy shit. I screw my eyes shut once more and try my best to breathe slowly and deeply to feign the appearance of sleep. For the last week, I've wanted nothing more than for him to sneak into my room. But now that he's actually here, I'm overcome with panic as I realize how reckless I've been. I don't know anything about this man or what he's capable of. He could kill me right here, right now. Didn't he tell me to keep my window locked? Was that his way of warning me to protect myself from him? I frown at the thought. None of his actions adds up to him being a true danger. After all, he could have killed me in that motel room, or the cabin, or even when he snuck in a few days ago while I was sleeping. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to save my life, which means I can't help but trust him. Biting my lip, I peel open my eyes to find him standing in the shadows in the corner by the window. His face is still masked by the darkness, so I can't make out any of his features, which irritates me more than anything. Why won't he reveal himself? My need for the truth is greater than the fear that has settled itself in my chest. Who knows when I'll get another chance like this to confront him again. So before I can talk myself out of it, I sit bolt upright in bed and catch him off guard. He immediately backs up toward the window, clearly spooked by the fact that I'm awake, and panic floods me at the thought of him bolting. "Don't go." I reach out my hand toward him. I'm not sure if he can even see the gesture in the darkness, but he makes no further attempt to leave, which I take as a good sign. I just want to talk.
That's not a good idea.
Goosebumps break out over my skin at the sound of his voice. My memory doesn't do it justice. It's gravelier and rougher than I remember, and sexy as hell. What I would give to hear him whisper in my ear as he fucked me slowly, to moan my name as he came inside me. "Please," I beg, ignoring the building ache between my thighs. "I need answers." He's silent, and I take that as my cue to continue. There's so much I want to ask him, so much I want to know that I'm unsure of where to start. So I decide to ask the first question that comes to mind. The day I was kidnapped, how did you know I was in trouble? Were you following me then, too?
I'm always watching you.
I let his words sink in for a moment. He's always watching me. Not my apartment or the hospital where I work. Me. Was he there the night I ended up vomiting in a back alley after Lucia and I went out drinking? Or perhaps when I brought a guy back to my old studio apartment and we couldn't make it to my bed before tearing each other's clothes off, so I ended up fucking him on my couch in full view of my window. Oh my God. I realize the extent of all he could have witnessed. The ache between my thighs is unbearable as I consider the possibility that he's watched me have sex with another man. It's so dirty and wrong, and yet I've never been more aroused, especially at the thought of him pleasuring himself at the sight of me climaxing.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't be here.
His voice snaps me back to the present. He moves toward the window, but I'm not ready for him to go yet, not when we've barely talked. "Please," I choke. "I want you to stay. It's the only way I'll sleep." Maybe admitting such a truth to him is a mistake, but I want him to see it as an offer of trust. I want him to know that I'm not afraid of him. My heart races as I wait for him to ignore my request, but he doesn't. Instead, he moves closer until he's perching on the end of my bed. The mattress dips from his weight. He's so close that I can hear the sound of his breathing, but still I can't see anything more than the outline of his body. All it would take is for me to lean over and switch on the light, and he would be revealed to me. but I don't want to break his trust and risk losing him when I've barely had a chance to know him. Tell me something. I bring my knees up to my chest, hugging them tightly.
About what?
I eye the dark outline of his body, so desperate to reach out and touch him. If he learned of how slick I was between my thighs at the thought of him watching me, would he finally lose control? Would he finally trust me enough to reveal himself? You know everything about me, and yet I know nothing about you.
That's literally the definition of stalking.
Is that what you're doing? Stalking me?
I think you already know the answer to that.
I swallow, waiting for the fear to finally hit me. But with each passing second, I only seem to grow more relaxed in his presence.
What do you want to know about me?
Despite him being willing to open up a little, I can tell from the slight edge in his voice that he feels uncomfortable, and I don't want to risk pushing him away, especially when it's taken me this long to get another chance to speak to him. Whatever you're willing to share. He's quiet for a moment, but the silence doesn't feel uncomfortable.
The last time I felt truly happy was when my mother was alive.
My chest tightens at his words, and I find my hand reaching for my necklace as I think of my own mother. I'm well aware of the kind of grief that haunts him. How did she die?
She was sick, but it was a quick illness.
I'm so sorry.
After she died, I was sent to live with my father.
He pauses, as if deciding on how much to tell me, and I can't help but stifle a yawn as I'm hit with a wave of tiredness. It seems the adrenaline of having a stranger sneak into my bedroom has worn off, and I'm back to fighting the urge to sleep.
My being here is meant to be helping you sleep, not preventing it.
I'll try and sleep. Though I highly doubt I'll get even a wink of sleep with all the caffeine currently making its way around my bloodstream, I settle down against my pillows, soothed by the knowledge that he's watching over me. Thank you for being honest with me. I whisper into the darkness as I pull the covers up around my shoulders. I hope that in time you'll want to share more.
Trust me.
He murmurs as my eyelids grow heavy.
The less you know about me, the better. Chapter 14. Lev. I should have known that Elle would be pretending to be asleep. I haven't snuck into her apartment since the night I left her necklace on the counter for this very reason. There was no way she wouldn't have worked out that it was me who put it there, and she's not exactly been subtle about her desire to know my identity. It was naive of me to think she wouldn't try to catch me in the act, so I've stayed away. For the most part. I've still been watching her day and night, but at a safer distance. I wish I could explain to Elle that I stay hidden not just to protect myself, but to protect her. Ever since I brought Elle to my cabin, I've indulged too often in the fantasy of us. Being around Elle makes me feel almost normal. Not that I really know what normal feels like, but for those brief moments where we've shared a few words, or when we kissed, everything went quiet, and I was overcome by a sense of peace that I've never felt before. Which is exactly why I need to stay away. The blackout today served as a wake-up call. The blank spot in my memory is a warning sign, reminding me of what I'm capable of. But tonight, I had no choice but to sneak back into her apartment. After blacking out and losing sight of Elle for 2 hours, I needed to see for myself that she was all right, that she was alive. I needed to know that I hadn't made another colossal fuck-up like I did at the bar. By the time I managed to get back to the city, I caught a glimpse of her walking past her bedroom window in her pajamas, so I knew she was safe. But that wasn't enough to calm the panic that had been bubbling inside me ever since I came to. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was climbing her fire escape. I should have left the second I realized Elle was awake, but then I wouldn't be sitting on the edge of her bed, watching her drift off to sleep. My presence shouldn't be bringing her comfort. If she knew the truth, I would be the reason for her nightmares. It doesn't take long for Elle's breathing to grow heavy, and I watch her sleep for a while, listening to the sound of her breathing like it's my own personal lullaby. It's been weeks since she's slept soundly through the night without being forced awake by the memories that haunt her, and I don't want to disturb her by leaving, or at least that's what I tell myself. I wish I could take them all away, to shoulder the burden of her past and finally set her free from it all. After all, there's no hope for me. My own past is too heavy, too intricately woven into my DNA for me to ever escape it. So what's a little more weight? Sleep well, I whisper into the darkness. As I go to stand, a soft sigh escapes Elle's lips that sends a rush of blood straight to my cock. I freeze as she stirs a little, stretching out her arms above her head and causing the sheet covering her to shift. In the darkness, I can't make out any specific details, which has me so tempted to turn on the light. I need to get out of here. Because I'm a selfish bastard with no self-control, I reach out and gently stroke her cheek, biting back a groan at how soft her skin feels against my fingers. "Sweet dreams, Elle," I whisper. Suddenly, her hand is around my wrist, holding me in place. "Elle." She lets out a moan that has my cock thickening in my pants as she guides my hand toward her chest. A choked sound escapes me as I brush against the silk material of the top she's wearing, though from the way I can feel the slight swell of her breast, it doesn't seem to be covering much. She wants me to touch her. I grind my teeth as she shifts beneath the sheet, my fingers still teasing the swell of her breast. Is she rubbing her thighs together? My mouth waters at the thought of pulling back the sheet and burying my face between her thighs to bring her some relief from the ache that is no doubt building between them. But I shouldn't. Touching her like that would be wrong. So very, very wrong. Elle whimpers softly as she arches her back, causing my fingers to graze her nipple through her top. And the last of my self-control snaps. I move to cup her breast, gently squeezing and kneading the soft flesh. She moans again, and I graze my thumb over the hard bud, pinching it through the material between my thumb and forefinger. Fuck. I've dreamed of touching her like this for so long. She's so perfect, so soft, and my cock is painfully throbbing in my pants as I try not to imagine what it would be like to have her pinned beneath me, to hear her cries of pleasure in my ear as I fuck her.
"Please,"
she whispers as she starts to guide my hand lower. My head is screaming at me to stop, but when the feeling of silk beneath my fingertips turns to bare skin, I groan as I realize she's completely naked from the waist down. Fuck. I trace my fingers along her lower belly. She really wants this. I let her guide my hand lower, and I gently stroke my fingers along the soft skin of her inner thigh, trying to stifle a groan as they come away wet.
"Please."
It's all the confirmation I need before moving my hand between her leg and running my finger along the folds of her pussy. She's already so swollen and wet, and I shudder as my cock starts to leak in my pants. I gently tease her entrance with my forefinger, coating it in her arousal before running it along the length of her core. When I graze her clit, her body jerks, and she lets out a cry of pleasure that has my cock twitching. So responsive. I take my time exploring her pussy with my fingers, enjoying the soft sighs of pleasure she makes. I didn't think she could be any more addicting, but being able to touch her like this is giving me a high no drug would ever be able to compete with. When Elle starts writhing beneath my touch, growing frustrated that I'm not giving her what she wants, I sink my finger inside her, groaning as she clenches around me. She grinds against my hand, and I waste no time sinking a second finger inside her while my thumb starts to work her swollen clit.
"Oh, fuck."
She moans as I start pumping my fingers in and out of her tight pussy. My hand is soaked with her arousal, and from the way her moans of pleasure are becoming louder, I know it won't be long until I have her screaming. I pump my fingers faster, using her moans as my guide. The sound of my fingers moving in and out of her drenched folds has my cock straining against my zipper. What I would give to pull her into my lap and sink her down onto my length, letting her ride my cock like she's trying to ride my hand. Christ, I hiss under my breath.
Oh, God, that feels so good.
She pants. When I curl my fingers inside her, her legs start to shake, and she reaches out to grip my forearm.
Yes!
She sinks her nails into the material of my shirt sleeve as she grinds against my hand. I apply more pressure to her clit, bring her closer to the edge as my fingers graze against the sensitive spot inside her. For a moment, her entire body tenses, and then a rush of wetness floods my hand. Elle cries out as she comes, her entire body shaking as her pussy pulses around my fingers. Fuck, I grunt as I work her through her orgasm. My jaw aches from clenching it so hard, trying my hardest not to come in my pants as Elle trembles with the aftermath of her release. Making Elle come is the single greatest experience of my life. Not that there were many others to compete with. As she gasps for breath, my fingers still buried inside her tight heat, I know that I should get the hell out of her apartment before she decides to use this moment to trap me into revealing myself. She might think she's at my mercy, but it's the other way around. All it would take is her to reach over and turn on her bedside light for it to all be over. But having her come on my hand is not enough. I need to taste her. Before I can talk myself out of it, I slide my fingers out of her pussy and throw back the sheet.
Oh, fuck yes.
She moans as she realizes what I want. A smile tugs at my lips at how desperate she is for more. I wish I could see her face, to see the need in her eyes as I spread her soft thighs and start to lower my mouth toward her pussy. I take a moment to hover my mouth above her, letting my breath tickle her sensitive clit. Elle's legs tremble as I move to grip the backs of her thighs, holding her steady as I finally drag my tongue along her pussy. I almost climax at the first taste of her. She's dripping wet from her first release and so fucking sweet that I have to take a second to breathe and try and calm myself down. As easy as it would be to unbutton my pants and start stroking my cock so we could come together, I want all of my attention to be on Elle. My pleasure can wait. I take my time, exploring every inch of her with my tongue. She whimpers softly when I ignore her clit, but I know she'll be sensitive, so I focus my attention on her entrance, circling it with my tongue. When I still don't give her what she wants, her fingers sink into my hair and I tense. This is going too far. But as she arches against me and I sink my tongue deep inside her, I soon forget my morals.
So good.
She moans as I start to fuck her with my tongue. Her fingers in my hair have me groaning against her pussy. When I finally slide my tongue along her core and flick her clit, she grips my hair tight and holds me against her as her hips buck. It's a fucking miracle I haven't come in my pants from her moans alone.
Please.
Elle pants as I swirl my tongue around her clit so softly I barely touch it.
Don't tease me.
A chuckle spills from my lips at her desperate pleas.
I need to come.
You can come when I say so, I grunt. Sinking my fingers into the soft flesh of her ass, I tilt her hips to give me greater access before wrapping my lips around her swollen clit. I suck on the sensitive bundle of nerves as I sink 2 fingers deep inside her core, no longer wanting to take my time. I want to make her scream.
Oh, yes!
Her inner walls clench around my fingers.
Oh, fuck. Don't stop.
I increase my pace, working my fingers in time with my tongue. She's dripping wet, and I eagerly lap up every drop, moaning at the sweet taste as her arousal drips down my chin. Her fingers stay buried in my hair, holding me in place as she squirms against my mouth as her release builds.
I'm close.
She gasps. I moan at her words, trying to ignore my aching cock as I lick and suck at her clit. Her moans of pleasure have turned to whimpers, and her thighs tremble on either side of my head. Hell, I growl against her pussy. Her name on my lips sends her crashing over the edge. Her fingers dig painfully into my scalp as she floods my face with her release, and I fucking love it. My own hips move, my cock desperate for some form of friction as I work Elle through her orgasm. Eventually, her body relaxes, and she releases her grip on my hair. But I don't stop licking and sucking at her clit until she lets out a sigh of contentment. That's my sweet girl. I want nothing more than to spend the rest of the night making her come. But she needs sleep. With one last kiss to each thigh, I slowly slide my fingers out of her pussy and lift my head. Wiping my mouth on the back of my hand, I reach down to squeeze my cock with the other. I'm rock hard, and the thought of Elle wrapping her delicate fingers around my length has me hissing through my teeth. But I shouldn't be indulging such thoughts, not when I've stayed too long already. I need to get the hell out of here. Thankfully, Elle seems to have drifted straight to sleep from the sounds of her breathing, and a smug smile tugs at my lips, knowing that I wore her out. After adjusting the sheet back over her sleeping form, I get to my feet. My cock strains painfully against my zipper, and as much as I want to take myself in my hand right here, right now, I need to go. If Elle were to wake up while my cock was out and rock hard, there would be no way I wouldn't end up buried inside her. I'll have to make do with getting off to the taste of her on my tongue. As I head back to my car, I silently vow that what just happened between us will never happen again. I crossed a line, and as incredible as it was to make Elle come, I came too close to revealing myself. I need to remember my priorities. I'm not just protecting Elle from my father, but from myself, too.
Chapter 15. Elle. I've never been so excited to change out of my scrubs. Nursing is rewarding, but the hours are often long and unsociable, especially when you're stuck on night shifts like I have been for most of September. While my body can climatize fairly quickly to a nocturnal schedule, the shifts are slow, and everyone I know is always asleep, which means trying to make plans is a nightmare. But for the next 2 weeks, I've been put on the day shift, which means I get to finish work when the sun is setting instead of rising. However, after the day I've had, I'm actually considering quitting nursing altogether and getting a nice, cozy little job in a cubicle where I can guarantee I won't be peed or puked on, and my lunch will consist of more than just a granola bar that I wolf down as I run between the ER and ICU. Rooting through my locker, I pull out my deodorant and some sweet-smelling body spray that I was influenced to buy by some shop assistant who looked barely out of middle school, in the hopes of masking the slightly foul smell that is clinging to my skin. I got so excited at the prospect of finishing work at a reasonable hour that I scheduled dinner plans with Lucia tonight. Though, as I give my hair a quick sniff and grimace at the smell, I'm already regretting my decision not to suggest a takeaway and movie night in my cousin's impressive home theater. I stink of vomit and other bodily fluids that I'd rather not think about. But I don't have time to shower before I'm meant to be meeting Lucia. That'll have to do. I run a brush through my hair before tying it back in a ponytail. Throwing on a pair of low-waist jeans and a cute navy cardigan, I gather the rest of my things and head out of the locker room, tossing my scrubs in the laundry bin as I go. Lucia messaged me this morning to tell me that she managed to get us a table at Antonio's, which makes the best authentic carbonara dish that has my stomach growling just thinking about it. It's not often I miss living in Italy, but after a big bowl of pasta and some good wine, I find myself missing my Nona's cooking. It's been too long since I've been back to visit her. Life in New York never slows down, and I need to be more conscious of the fact that she's growing older too. As always, Antonio's is packed, and just to get to the host station, I have to push my way through a line of people hoping to get a table. "I have a reservation under the name Conti," I say a little breathlessly as I fight to untangle my scarf from my ponytail. Fall is officially underway, and my cheeks already feel chapped from the walk over from the hospital. Maybe it's not just the food that I miss about Italy, but the hot weather, too.
Ah, yes, your guest is already here.
I frown, glancing at the time on my phone. Lucia said she booked the table for 8, and it's barely 5 past. Really? My cousin is many things, but punctual is not one of them.
She arrived about 10 minutes ago.
Sorry, it's just she's normally the one running late. The maitre d' looks like he couldn't be any less interested, so I shut my mouth and offer him a polite smile, indicating that I'm ready to be shown through to my table. I find Lucia sitting in one of the private booths at the back of the packed restaurant, a martini already in her hand as she looks at the menu. I swear, since you've had Vivi, you've suddenly developed the ability to stick to a schedule. I laugh as I slide into the booth opposite my cousin. I was certain I would beat you here despite my shift running over. Kids will do that to you, she chuckles, setting down her drink. Besides, I have to be back by 10 to relieve Mikhail of his duties because he's meeting Anton and Daniil at Espionage later tonight. Remember when we used to be the ones going out at 10? Now look at us, having dinner and drinks and going to bed at a reasonable hour like civilized adults. I can't deny the fact that I'm pleased with the idea of getting home by 10, though it's not because I have any intention of getting an early night. I know. Motherhood has meant my spontaneity has gone right out the window, along with my tolerance for alcohol. Lucia shakes her head. But it means I'm a cheap date. You are anything but cheap, I chuckle. No, I guess not. Anyway, how was work? I'm glad you're on day shifts for a while. It means I can actually see you more than once a month. I know, I'm sorry. I sigh, reaching for my menu. Don't be, you're working hard. Our waiter appears with another round of martinis, and I eagerly drink half of mine in one gulp. Another one of these, and I'll soon forget about the fact that there's vomit in my hair. Ew! Lucia winces. Though, saying that, there's probably some in mine. Lucia brings me up to date on all of Vivi's antics while we peruse the menu, even though we both always order the carbonara. I was worried that her only reason for having dinner with me tonight was so that she could interrogate me further about my mystery man. But so far, she's done nothing but go through her camera roll showing me dozens of cute videos of Vivi and her cousins at a spontaneous playdate that she had the other morning at Zara and Dimitri's place. I'm so happy that Lucia has finally found people that genuinely care about her. For so long, she wasted her time and energy on fake friends that only cared about her money and status and what she could offer them. I hated seeing her generosity be taken advantage of like that, and it ultimately made her miserable. But I can't help but feel a pang of jealousy, too. Losing my parents and brother at such a young age, and then being raised solely by my grandmother for over a decade, it has made me crave a family unit like the Kozlovs have. Not that I would ever admit that to Lucia. I don't want to give her another reason to worry about me. Though it seems I wasn't off about the secret ploy to interrogate me. As the moment our food arrives, Lucia wastes no time in turning the conversation around to my mystery man. So, I haven't heard anything from you about your little friend. She narrows her eyes at me. Couldn't even let me take one bite of my pasta before bringing this up. I set down my fork. She scoffs. I'm surprised that you thought I wasn't going to bring it up at all. I don't like how blasé you're being about all of this. This man is stalking you. He's doing a lot more than that. My cheeks burn as I try not to think of what happened last night. I had hoped that in staying up, I would finally catch him in the act. Never in my wildest dreams did I think it would turn into him giving me the best orgasms of my life. I hope he visits again tonight. Not just because I enjoyed the way he made my body come alive in a way no man ever has, but because I liked knowing he was there. I've spent too many nights in an empty bed, and it was nice to fall asleep knowing that I wasn't alone. Though I am curious if things between us will finally progress further. From the noises he made as he devoured my pussy, it was clear he was enjoying himself just as much as I was. At one point, I thought he would give in to his own needs and fuck me, and I can't deny the thought has my blood heating. If he can make me scream with just his tongue, I can only imagine what he can do with his cock. The thought of waking up to finding him peeling off my clothes and climbing on top of me has my pulse racing. That's definitely not the reaction I should be having when thinking of my stalker. I've got everything under control. I take a sip of my drink, if only to slightly hide my guilty expression. Has he been back? I twirl some spaghetti around my fork, hoping that my silence will cause her to grow bored of the subject. But it seems my silence only adds fuel to the fire that she's slowly been tending to since I first told her about the kidnapping. I think you should talk to someone. It's obvious that this entire situation has caused some sort of trauma-induced mental breakdown. Is this why you asked me to dinner? To interrogate me? The fact that you're getting so defensive only confirms my assumptions. Lucia picks up her own fork and takes a bite of her food. I'm not being defensive. You're not being smart. I toss my fork down onto my plate and go to grab my purse. You're seriously going to leave? I've had a long day, Lucia, and I don't have the energy to fight you on this. There's nothing to fight about. A man is stalking you and you're... I'm what? Please tell me what I'm doing, Lucia. You're encouraging it. Oh, unbelievable. You, of all people, shouldn't be judging me right now. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You don't exactly have a squeaky clean past. I never once judged you for sleeping around. Or what about when you decided to trick Mikhail out of marrying you? I sat and listened to all of it, Lucia, offering you nothing but kind words and support because that's what we do. Yet, the one time I actually need you to do the same, I get this? You're right. She sighs, reaching across the table to take my hand. I go to pull away, but she tightens her grip. I have been harsh and a little judgmental, but it's only because I'm worried about you. All of this behavior is so out of character. It still doesn't give you the right to judge me. Lucia's expression softens, and she nods. I'm sorry. Please, don't go. Let's finish our dinner. Part of me wants to make a point by storming out of the restaurant, but I know that will only make things worse. This is my life, and I know what I'm doing. I pick my fork back up. Now can we please change the subject? She sighs but nods, picking her own fork up and tucking into her pasta. Did I tell you about the curse words that Danielle has taught the twins? Once dinner is over and Lucia kindly picks up the tab, her way of apologizing for earlier, we both head outside into the crisp autumn night. Lucia buttons up her coat. Come to dinner on Friday night. I'm making Nona's lasagna recipe. Your favorite. I know she's only inviting me because she feels guilty, but I don't want it to be another excuse for her to interrogate me about my mystery man. Mainly because I don't want to keep lying to her if she's being this judgmental about what little I've told her. I can only imagine what she'd say if she knew the whole truth. I will on one condition. I won't make you sit next to Vivi if that's what you're worried about. I know how much you don't like to share your lasagna. Lucia chuckles. No, it's not that. I adjust my purse on my shoulder. I want you to promise that you won't mention him again. I'm serious, Lucia. I don't want to keep having this conversation every time I see you. Fine. I want you to promise. Lucia hesitates, and I can see it in her eyes how much she doesn't want to let this go. But after our close call during dinner, she decides not to fight me on this. I promise. After I say goodbye to Lucia, I make my way home on foot. The idea of ordering an Uber makes me uneasy, so I convince myself that the fresh air and exercise will do me good. Most people would be worried about walking home alone at night, and I used to be one of them, but not anymore. I know he's out there, watching me. I bury my nose in my scarf, trying to shield myself from the cold as I quicken my pace. I'm desperate to get home, to see if he will want to pick up where we left off last night. I stop dead in my tracks. I let a complete stranger, who is yet to tell me his name or show me his face, sneak into my bedroom and get me off. Not just with his fingers, but with his tongue. And I want him to do it again. If that's not a cry for help, I don't know what is. Maybe Lucia is right after all. I make a mental note to email my therapist as soon as I get home. I haven't spoken to her since I graduated nursing school and my life got so busy that I gave up therapy. But she always used to make time to see me whenever I needed. I've spent countless hours sitting in her office, talking through the trauma of losing my parents and brother with her. Which was difficult, considering I remember nothing from the night of the fire. Losing them was hard enough, but not remembering the last words I spoke to my brother before we went to bed, or the story that my mother would have read to me that night, hurts even more. I spent so long being angry at myself for not being able to remember, even though Dr. Mills explained that it's a completely normal response to a traumatic event. It's my brain's way of protecting me from the pain, of stopping me from reliving that night over and over. But I'm yet to see the benefit. Not remembering only makes me feel worse. It makes it feel like none of it was real, like I imagined the whole thing. So often I've wished that I would wake up one morning and those memories would have miraculously resurfaced, that eventually my brain would deem me strong enough to cope with them, that they would be dug out of the tiny pocket in my mind where they're currently being stored. But that day is yet to come. Maybe my lack of appropriate response to my stalker is another way of my brain protecting me. Instead of feeling fear, my mind is twisting that emotion into something that resembles lust. I'm not too sure what I'm feeling, but Lucia is right. It's not a normal response, and I'm worried that whatever emotions my brain is clearly trying to repress are going to suddenly bubble over somewhere down the line, and I'll end up in a psych ward. It's time to give Dr. Mills a call before things get too far out of hand.
Chapter 16. Lev. It takes every ounce of energy I have to get me up the stairs to my shithole of an apartment. Knowing that I have less than an hour before I need to get back to Elle's place makes my body feel heavy. I'm beyond exhausted, and my muscles ache with every step I take. Normally, I would have another coffee and just power through the tiredness, but the blackout the other day scared the shit out of me. If I were to black out when I was with Elle and something happened to her, I'd never forgive myself. I can't risk her life like that, so I need to start prioritizing sleep, even if it is just an hour here and there. The obvious solution is to not go sneaking into Elle's apartment again and staying up most of the night watching her sleep, but it's become a sort of nightly ritual for me. It used to be enough for me to just sit in my car with my eyes fixed on her window. Knowing she was up there, safe and asleep, used to bring me comfort, and I felt safe enough to catch 10 minutes of sleep here or there. But since the blackout, if I don't physically hear her breathing, I start to panic. At least, that's how I explain the tightness in my chest and my racing heart whenever I'm not near her. It could also be due to the fact that I haven't been able to stop thinking about getting her off, which has my body permanently wound up. I've dreamed of being able to touch her like that for years, and to finally hear her sweet cries as she climaxes for me has had my blood heating and my cock thickening at all hours of the day and night. What I would give to be able to do that to her every night, to worship her body with my tongue, to have her scream my name as she comes. But that can never happen. It was wrong of me to cross that line, to take advantage of her trust like that. She doesn't know who she's falling for, and I'm too much of a selfish bastard to tell her. But maybe I should. Maybe then she would walk away, and everything would go back to the way it used to be, with me watching her live her life, knowing that I can never be a part of it. The thought weighs heavy on my chest as I climb the last set of stairs. Elle has a day off today, and she tends to sleep in, so I figured it was safe for me to slip away for an hour to try and catch up on some sleep. Though it seems Piotr has other plans for me. As I approach the top floor of my apartment building, I find my only friend leaning against my front door, carrying a coffee container and a paper bag. "What are you doing here?"
"Thought you might need a little pick-me-up."
He holds up the tray of coffees.
"Plus, I have something I need to speak to you about."
He looks impressively put together, considering the fact it's not even 6 a.m., wearing a freshly pressed white shirt and navy slacks beneath his overcoat, with his hair neatly styled and his jaw free of stubble. I look down at my own attire and cringe. They invented phones for that very reason. I reach into the pocket of my jeans for my keys. "I only have an hour, Piotr, and I really need to get some sleep."
"I'll make this quick."
Piotr steps aside so I can unlock my door before following me inside.
"I like what you've done with the place."
He looks around my virtually empty apartment. He sets the coffees down on the kitchen counter before turning to face me. "Are you going to tell me why you're here?" I grab the takeout bag, helping myself to a donut. My stomach growls as I take a bite, and I realize I can't remember the last time I ate. Piotr folds his arms over his chest as he regards me. I know I look like shit, my stubble slowly turning into more of a beard, and my black jeans and hoodie look like I've slept in them, which is nothing short of ironic.
"Nina's been looking for you."
My sister's name has my body tensing. I should have guessed that that's what Piotr wanted to discuss. Why else would he want to see me in person at this hour? Why? I try to sound unbothered, but I know Piotr doesn't buy it.
"Because you're her brother?"
I haven't been her brother for years, Piotr. I rub at my jaw. I can't even remember the last time I saw her. Nina and I were close once, but that was a long time ago. A lot has changed since then.
"Well, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad thing to call her."
Why? After cutting her off like I did, I doubt that she's wanting to call just to catch up. I finish my donut and reach into the bag for another. Nina and I always had a complicated relationship growing up. Being 8 years older than her, it made it naturally difficult for us to have that close sibling bond that I know she craved. Not that being closer in age would have helped. My brother Maxime was only a year older than me, and I couldn't stand the prick. Though that was likely down to my father. He liked to pit all of his children against one another, having us fight it out for his affection. He never hid the fact that he was disappointed that he had a daughter, which made Nina naturally jealous of Maxime and me. So she spent most of her time with her mother, at least until she died. But our relationship grew stronger when Nina was a teenager. I started to reach out more, purely out of loneliness, and for a while things were good between us, almost normal. For years, she became the person I called when I was in trouble, which was often, and she would help me through the blackouts. She was the only one who could calm me down afterwards when I would panic at the gaps in my memory. That was until I learned the truth of what I had done during one of those blackouts and decided that Nina was better off not having me in her life.
"A lot has changed, Lev. She's married now, with a kid."
Nina has a kid? Since when? The last time I saw her, she was dreaming of coming to New York to study ballet before joining the American Ballet Company. She wanted to spend her days on the stage, dancing to the music that she used to listen to with her mother as a child. What the hell happened? Good for her, I mutter. It's been years since we last saw each other. It's likely she left her dream of being a dancer behind a long time ago, swapping it in for a new dream, one with a perfect family and a white picket fence. What I wasn't expecting was for the news to make me feel so empty. Maybe that's because life has moved on for everyone except for me. Who's the guy? I don't miss the way Pyotr hesitates, and I brace myself for what's about to come out of his mouth. Who is it, Pyotr?
Anton Koslov.
I almost choke on my coffee. She's married to a Koslov? You're joking.
Not in the slightest.
There isn't a hint of amusement in Pyotr's eyes, and I fight the urge to launch my coffee cup across the tiny kitchen. Fuck! I run my hand over my face. How the fuck did she end up marrying a Koslov? There's no way my father would have allowed that. This doesn't make sense. What the hell is Nina doing? And she has a kid, too?
A girl. She's only a few months old.
A girl?
I guess that makes you an uncle.
Pyotr chuckles. My stomach sinks even more. This has my father written all over it.
From what I can gather, your father tried to use Nina to gain information from Anton, but it ended up backfiring.
Clearly, I scoff. Fuck, this isn't good. If Nina's looking into me, it's likely because her husband has asked her to. There's no way the Koslovs don't know the truth about her heritage, and they're likely counting on me being ignorant to her marriage to gain information. This is really not good. I set down my coffee, bracing my hands on the counter. Having Elle directly linked to the Koslov Bratva through her cousin was risky enough. And now Nina is married to the Pakhan's cousin? It seems I'm never going to escape them. Maybe that's the universe's way of punishing me for what I did. After all, I'm the reason the previous Pakhan and his wife are buried 6 feet under the ground.
Call her Liv.
Pyotr pulls out a piece of paper from his pocket and sets it on the counter.
She's worried about you.
She doesn't need to be. I'm fine. Are you? I grind my teeth at Pyotr's accusatory tone. Do you have anything else for me? Because I really need to take a shower.
Not at the moment. Your father is proving to be very hard to look into.
He's no stranger to being followed by PIs. Alexei's been after him for the best part of a decade, so he's gotten good at covering his tracks.
No shit.
I appreciate you stopping by. And for the food.
No problem. And you know you can call me any time, right?
I nod, my throat too thick with emotion to speak. Pyotr gives me a parting slap on the shoulder before grabbing his coffee and letting himself out. The second the door slams shut, I reach for the piece of paper and unfold it to find Nina's number scribbled inside. Calling her is risky. Any one of the Koslovs could be listening in. But after learning about her child, I have an urge to check in, to warn her to be careful. My father is a cruel man, and he would think nothing of using his own grandchild as a bargaining tool. Before the silence of my apartment grows too heavy to bear, I head into the tiny bedroom, which has nothing but a bare mattress on the floor and an open suitcase filled with some clothes. My maternal grandmother might have left me a fair amount of money when she died, but I have no desire to spend it on furnishing a place I'm never in. Material things don't matter to me. Only Elle does. I find one of my mini burner phones hidden among my clothes. At least this way I can be certain that she or any of the Koslovs can't track my location. Perching on the edge of the mattress, I dial Nina's number and hold my breath as the phone starts to ring.
Hello?
My sister's voice has my chest feeling like it's being ripped open.
Hello, who is this?
Nina? My voice cracks, and I clear my throat as I wait for her to reply.
Lev.
She sighs.
You're alive.
Are you alone?
For the most part.
I catch the sound of a baby crying in the background, and I fight the urge to hang up the phone.
Things have changed a lot since we last spoke.
Are you happy?
I didn't know what happiness was until recently. Anyway, how are you? Have you spoken to Dad recently?
Have you?
No. I'm not exactly in his good books right now.
Welcome to the club. She laughs quietly, and my lips twitch at the sound. Does he know? I can't bring myself to voice my concerns directly, but Nina seems to catch on to what I'm saying.
Yes, but don't worry. He's not getting anywhere near my daughter.
He has his ways, Nina.
And I'm taking every precaution necessary. Is that why you called?
I say nothing, gripping the phone so tightly my knuckles turn white.
It's nice that you care.
I should go.
Her name is Lilia.
I freeze. After your mother.
She looks like her a lot, actually.
There's rustling in the background, followed by another cry from the baby that has a wave of loneliness hitting me like a ton of bricks.
So, how's Elle?
I stiffen at her question. How do you know about Elle?
My brother-in-law Mikhail mentioned about her having a stalker.
I should have known Lucia would find out and go blabbing to her husband. It's another reason I need to be more careful around Elle. If they were to learn of what happened between us the other night, I would be dead within hours. And then, who would be around to make sure Elle is safe? So, I pinch the bridge of my nose with my thumb and forefinger. It could be anyone.
A stalker with scarred hands.
What are you implying, Nina?
I wasn't sure if it was you or not, but from the way you're reacting, I'm guessing it is you.
Our father was behind her kidnapping. I've simply been making sure that she's safe.
As long as that's all it is.
I really should go.
There's something else I wanted to ask you.
I squeeze my eyes shut. Go ahead.
Alexei and his brothers think that their parents are dead because...
She takes a deep breath, and I brace myself for what she's about to ask me.
Because of you. Is that true, Lev?
Her voice is thick with tears, and I grind my teeth as I try to think of how to answer without hurting her more than I already have. Honestly, it's possible.
What does that mean?
All I know is that I blacked out that night. It wasn't until years later that Igor informed me of what happened, of what I'd done.
Oh.
I don't know what to think anymore. But one thing I do know is that no harm will come to Elle. I promise you that.
Are you still having the blackouts?
My mind fills with the memory of waking up on the side of the interstate, and I cringe. I'm taking care of it. My hour is almost up, and I need to get back to Elle before she wakes up. So much for getting some sleep.
Lev...
It's best you don't contact me again.
Chapter 17. Elle. I sit cross-legged on my bed in the dark, my eyes fixed on my window. I decided not to waste time pretending to be asleep. After the other night, he'll know I'll be faking it anyway, and I want to cut to the chase. My heart flutters in my chest as I eagerly wait for him to appear, desperate to know if he felt anything close to what I did when he touched me the other night. I fell asleep before I had the chance to reciprocate, and when I woke up, he was gone. Though the lingering effects of his tongue were still very much present. After getting home from dinner with Lucia last night, I sat up for him for hours, but he never showed. I figured he didn't want to seem pushy or make me feel uncomfortable, or maybe he's embarrassed that it happened. Is that why he hasn't been back? The thought makes my stomach knot. Maybe he's just shy. I smooth out my hair, trying to ignore the pit in my stomach. It's probably a little sad that I made sure my hair looked nice and changed out of my ratty old college tee into a matching silk cami and shorts set just in case tonight is the night my mystery man finally decides to turn on the lights. But I don't care. I'm a grown woman, and I'm free to indulge in a little late-night fun with a stranger if I want to. That is, if the stranger bothers to turn up. My eyelids are growing heavy with tiredness as the clock ticks past midnight. I had the day off from the hospital today, and despite having a lie-in, I still managed to fill my day with errands, as well as a last-minute session with Dr. Mills, which has left me pretty exhausted. I'm just about to call it quits and climb under the covers when I catch sight of a shadow moving outside my window. He's back. I hold my breath as the shadow moves closer to my window. He's nothing more than a dark outline as he begins to climb over the ledge. Hi. He freezes as he realizes that I'm waiting up for him.
It's late,
he says in that deep tone of his that has my blood heating. I didn't realize I had to have such a strict bedtime. When he makes no attempt to climb into my room, I start growing anxious that he might bolt. Are you not staying? Dr. Mills would have a field day if she knew the thoughts spiraling around my head right now.
Do you want me to stay?
Yes. I nibble on my lower lip as he climbs the rest of the way through the window, but he makes no move to join me on the bed. Instead, he stays over by the wall, completely masked in shadow. I wish I could see his face, if only to read his expression. Is he feeling awkward about what happened the other night? Are his eyes filled with regret or lust? I'm about to ask when he speaks up.
How did your therapy session go?
I shouldn't be so surprised that he knows I visited Dr. Mills this afternoon, but his question still catches me off guard. It was fine.
Just fine?
We didn't discuss our situation, if that's what you're worried about. I fiddle with the hem of my cami.
I'm not.
Oh, okay then.
But I would like you to tell me how it went.
My skin prickles as my body comes alive with need, imagining him speaking like that in my ear as he touches me. I clear my throat, trying to ignore the dull throbbing that is building between my thighs. I will, if you tell me something about yourself first. His answering sigh has my stomach fluttering. I don't want to push him away, not now that I've finally got him here, but I need more.
I don't like broccoli.
That's not good enough.
Fine. I don't like cheese either.
No, I'm not playing this game. You know intimate details about me, about my life, and I know absolutely nothing about you.
It's for your own good.
You're saying I can't know anything? Come on. Tell me one thing about you that no one else knows. And I swear, if you say you don't like pizza or something, we're going to have a problem.
That's where you draw the line?
His voice is laced with amusement. What can I say? I'm half Italian. But I'm guessing you already knew that.
Your surname was a pretty obvious clue.
You're infuriating.
You already know more about me than most people.
What? That you're skilled with your tongue? His answering laugh sends a shiver down my spine. It's hesitant, as if he's surprised by it. My chest tightens at the thought. Tell me something real. His shadow moves as he leans back against the wall, shrouded in darkness, and I resist the urge to lean over and switch on my lamp, only because I know if I did, he would leave and never come back. The thought of never getting to talk to him again makes me feel uneasy. He's oddly the one constant in my life right now that brings me comfort. Knowing he's always near if I were to need him brings me a sense of peace I've not felt in a very long time. He takes a breath, and I hold my own as I wait for him to continue. His voice, while deep and rough, is soothing.
I've only ever been in love once.
His words hang heavy in the darkness between us. That was the last thing I was expecting him to say, and I'm curious to know why he felt the need to tell me that. Is it because he's referring to me? Does he love me? He can't love me. He doesn't know me. Then again, I have no idea how much he knows about me. I should be freaking the fuck out at this. I should be calling the police, or at the very least, Lucia, or even Mikhail. I should be doing a lot of things. But from the way my skin flushes and a dull ache starts to build between my thighs, it's clear that his words are having the opposite effect on my body. "Turn the light on," I whisper, shifting so that I'm kneeling on the bed. "I want to see your face."
No.
I'm taken aback by his abrupt answer. I thought we were starting to make some progress, that he was beginning to trust me. Why? I don't bother hiding my irritation. Do you have something to hide?
Everyone has something to hide.
Not me.
Really?
Nope. I'm an open book.
So, your cousin knows you're letting a strange man get you off in your bedroom in the middle of the night?
A choked sound escapes me, and he chuckles under his breath.
I thought so.
I huff. That's different.
Is it? Tell me, Al. Why are you keeping our conversations a secret?
I'm not ashamed of you if that's what you're worried about. I rub my hands up and down my bare thighs.
I'm not worried. I'm just curious.
I haven't told my cousin about what happened between us because she already thinks that my behavior around you is so out of character.
In what way?
For starters, the fact that I let you get me off the other night isn't exactly something I've done before. Besides, I think about you a lot, in ways that I shouldn't.
Like what?
You ask an awful lot of questions. My cheeks warm.
Indulge me, Al.
His voice is low and raspy. My nipples pebble, and I grow slick between my thighs at the sound of my name on his lips. Well, fuck. I think about all the things I want you to do to me, I whisper. Like the other night. It's all I've been able to think about.
What do you want me to do to you, Al?
My eyes flutter closed as I try to fight back a moan. I'm desperate to reach between my thighs, to help relieve the ache building between them, but I want him to be the one to do it. I want you to fuck me.
Trust me. I've thought about it.
His voice is thick with arousal, and I sink my teeth into my lower lip to keep myself quiet as my clit throbs.
Watching you undress at the window drove me fucking crazy. I came so fucking hard.
A whimper escapes me at the thought of him getting off to my naked body.
And then tasting you the other night.
He makes a choked sound that has my restraint snapping. I reach up to cup my breasts, gently rubbing my aching nipples.
Having you come on my tongue was incredible.
You're welcome to do it again if you like. I need my swollen breasts. I'm not sure if I'm being so bold because he can't see me, or if it's because I feel so naturally comfortable around him.
We shouldn't.
Why? We both want this.
You shouldn't want me.
My hands fall to my thighs and I let out a breath, hoping that I'm not going to come to regret what I'm about to say. But I do want you, in whatever way you'll let me, so please, touch me. I'm breathless with need, and his answering silence has a quiet whimper escaping my lips.
I need you to cover your eyes.
Something lands softly on the bed, and I reach out to find a blindfold.
If you really want my touch, this is how I need it to be.
I don't bother to fight him on it. I tie the blindfold over my eyes and return my hands to my thighs, waiting for him to make the next move. There's a rustle of clothing, and I bite my lip as something hits the floor. Is he naked? The bed dips beneath his weight, and jeans brush against my thigh. That answers that question.
Did you put this on just for me?
He tugs on the thin straps of my cami. I gasp at his calloused fingers against my skin. I thought it might be a little too forward if I was waiting naked for you on my bed.
Perhaps, though it's nothing I haven't seen before.
His hair tickles my neck as he leans in to press his lips against my collarbone. I gasp, arching against his touch as I reach out to grip his shoulders, which are bare. My fingers trail over his warm skin, reveling in the hard muscle I find. The blindfold is making me hyper-aware of not only his touch, but mine too, and he stills, letting me explore his torso with my fingers. He shudders when I run my hands over his broad chest and up his neck, feeling the skin change in texture. It reminds me of the skin on his hands, as if there's scarring there, too. My eyes sting with tears as I softly trace my fingers over the skin. He's deathly still as I touch him, and when I lean forward and press my lips to his neck, his whole body shudders.
Elle.
He rasps as my tongue flicks out and licks him. I want him to know that the scars don't repulse me. Nothing about him does. My hands move up his neck until I'm cupping his face, my thumbs rubbing against the stubble on his jaw. "Kiss me," I whisper. He leans in, and my breath catches as his lips graze my own. He's hesitant to start with, but when my tongue teases his lower lip, he makes a guttural sound in the back of his throat. And then his fingers are in my hair, and he's forcing his tongue into my mouth. I eagerly let his tongue explore my mouth like it did my pussy, moaning at the taste of him as his tongue slides against mine. "I need you," I gasp against his lips.
Take off your clothes and lie back for me, Elle.
Chapter 18. Elle. I've never relinquished all of my control to a man like this before. I always thought it would make me feel weak, but I feel the opposite. I've never felt so powerful. As I tug on the hem of my cami, he shifts, and then my bedside lamp clicks at being switched on, flooding the room with light. He wants to watch me. I sink my teeth into my bottom lip as I lift my top over my head and toss it on the floor, exposing my bare breasts to him.
Fuck.
He groans. My cheeks burn as I move to lie back against the pillows and start to shimmy my shorts down my thighs. I shouldn't be so self-conscious, not when this man has literally had his tongue between my thighs, but that was under the cover of darkness. This time, I'm going to bare myself to him in more ways than one, and I've never felt more vulnerable. Once my shorts are around my ankles, I kick them off and then hold my breath as I slowly part my thighs. His breath catches, and I fight a smile as I spread my thighs wider.
So beautiful.
The need in his voice has me whimpering as he takes his time. I've never been bold like this, but the intense ache between my thighs is leaving little room for me to feel self-conscious.
After seeing you naked in the window, I can't stop thinking about your perfect breasts.
He takes one of my breasts in his hands and squeezes hard.
With this pussy.
His hand moves from my breast so that he's cupping me between my thighs, hissing through his teeth.
You're so wet, Elle.
Please. His finger teases along my center. Having nothing to focus on but the feeling of his touch has me so turned on that my eyes sting with tears as he brushes against my clit. Don't stop. My back arches off the bed as he circles my clit with his finger.
I didn't get to admire you properly last time, so forgive me if I want to take my time.
He trails his finger from my clit to my entrance before sinking it inside me, hissing as I clench around him. He sinks another finger inside me and my thighs clench as he starts pumping them in and out of my pussy. Oh, fuck! My hands move to my breasts. Every inch of my body's so sensitive that I'm sure I could come just from playing with my nipples.
That's it, Al. Touch yourself, Dushenka.
I pinch my nipples between my thumb and forefinger.
I like watching you.
He murmurs as his thumb starts rubbing my swollen clit. I need my breasts.
Have you touched yourself like this?
He slowly slides his fingers out of me. Not in a while. A jolt of pleasure surges through me as he rubs my clit harder. But I like the idea of you watching me touch myself. My hips buck against his hand.
Fuck. I want that.
Not being able to see means that I'm solely focused on the sound of his fingers moving inside me. The sound is so erotic that my orgasm is already building from just a few pumps of his fingers. I need you. He's quiet for a moment before sliding his fingers out of me. A sob almost escapes me at the empty feeling, but then his body is moving over me, and when he presses his lower body into me, I gasp as his hard cock grinds against my pussy.
Is this what you want?
He murmurs against my lips. My eyes roll as he rubs his erection against my clit, and I can only moan, which causes him to chuckle. He grinds into me harder, and I cry out, my hands clinging to his shoulders as pleasure courses through my body. Even through his pants, I can feel how large he is, and my pussy clenches at the thought of him burying himself inside me.
I'm gonna take that as a yes.
He chuckles. Yes. My nipples rub against his bare chest. He groans, reaching up to cup one of my breasts.
The things I want to do to you, Al.
He groans before bending down to take my nipple in his mouth. Do whatever you want. I arch into his touch. His tongue circles my nipple before he sucks on the sensitive bud. I moan as my fingers sink into his hair to hold him in place. It's silky to the touch and long enough that I can grip it tightly.
You might regret saying that.
His breath tickles my sensitive nipple. As long as I come, I won't. I grit out.
Trust me, Shistya. You're going to come.
With one last kiss to my breast, he moves down my body, making sure to kiss and lick at my skin as he goes. By the time he runs his tongue along my core, my legs are trembling, and I moan so loud I'm tempted to shut the window so I don't wake my neighbors. But then his tongue brushes over my clit, and I don't care.
Fuck, I can't wait to be inside you.
He groans before sinking his tongue inside me. Yes! I cry out, sinking my fingers into his hair to hold him in place. He groans against me as I tug at the roots, my hips bucking against his face as he licks my pussy. As soon as he runs his tongue along my center and starts to suck my clit, it doesn't take long for my release to build. Nothing has ever felt so right as his warm hands gripping my thighs, pulling me closer against his mouth. It's like he knows my body better than I do. No man has ever gotten me so worked up so fast. When my thighs start trembling on either side of his head and my moans grow louder, so do his, and I can't deny how much I enjoy hearing him enjoying himself too.
Oh, fuck yes. Come for me, Al.
He growls before wrapping his lips around my clit. I don't need to be asked twice. I scream. My fingers tug on his hair, holding him in place as I grind against his tongue, my body trembling as he continues to work me through my orgasm. All I can hear is the sound of his tongue lapping up my arousal, and I almost come again just from that alone. Just when I think I'm done, another wave of pleasure hits me, and I cry out as my pussy continues to pulse.
Well done, Dushenka.
He slows his pace, his tongue licking along my center. Once I'm completely spent, I collapse against the pillows, gasping for breath as my pussy continues to pulse with the aftermath of my orgasm.
I could do that all night.
He gently strokes my thighs. I can't seem to form any words to respond, which has him chuckling. I can't even protest when he removes his hands from my thighs and the bed shifts as he gets to his feet, and there's the sound of a belt hitting the floor. This is it. The high of my release quickly turns to nerves as I listen to him remove the rest of his clothes. I want to do this, but that doesn't mean I'm not apprehensive. I haven't forgotten the fact that I still have no idea who this man is, but he knows me. Perhaps better than anyone, and that thought is reassuring as he places his hands back on my thighs and parts them gently.
Are you sure about this?
It's as if he can hear the thoughts inside my head. Yes, I whisper, reaching out to run my hands over his broad shoulders. He moves over my body, settling himself between my thighs. The moment the head of his cock brushes against my entrance, my pussy becomes even wetter.
We can stop at any point.
He presses a kiss to my neck and then my jaw. Okay. I relax with each touch of his lips. As he kisses my mouth, he gently pushes inside me. I gasp at the size of him and he stills, letting me adjust before thrusting inside me all the way. I cry out.
Well done, Shistya.
I've never felt so full. Oh, God, it feels so good. I bury my face in his neck. His body is so warm and comforting, and I breathe in his musky scent as he slowly starts to move inside me. He's taking his time, letting me adjust as he slides out of me. I whimper at the emptiness, and then he's pushing himself back in, groaning in my ear as I clench around him. I tighten my arms around him, pulling him even closer as tears sting my eyes, not from pain, but from overwhelm. I knew it would feel good, but I didn't expect it to feel this good.
I've got you.
He murmurs, moving his hand to cup the back of my head as he slides his cock out of me before thrusting all the way back in. It's so thick and hard that I can barely think straight from the pleasure surging through me. I cry out as it grazes the sensitive inner wall of my pussy. I've never experienced pleasure like this, and it's all I can do to remember to breathe as he starts thrusting inside me harder, his grunts and moans ringing in my ears as his own release builds. My mouth explores his neck, his jaw, as he moves inside me. I wish I could see his face, to see the pleasure in his eyes as he fucks me, but this will have to be enough. To feel his hard muscles beneath my fingertips, to taste him on the tip of my tongue as a slight sheen of sweat starts to coat his skin. Harder, I sink my heels into his back.
So greedy.
He sucks on my neck. But he does as I ask, pulling out just until the tip teases my entrance before thrusting back inside me so hard that my bed slams against the wall. Yes!
Oh.
He tugs at my hair as he increases his pace, his breathing coming in heavy pants. The sharp pain has me gasping, but it soon turns to pleasure as he thrusts inside me again.
Touch yourself, Elle. I want to feel you come on my cock.
His words have my cheeks burning, but I do as he says. He shifts his body so that he's hovering over me, giving me room to reach between us. He stills inside me as I tentatively brush my finger over my clit. It's still so swollen and sensitive from before that I whimper. I can't.
I know it's sensitive.
His lips brush over my cheek.
But it will feel so good. Do you trust me?
I nod without hesitation.
Rub your clit, Elle.
He slides out of me. I bite down on my lower lip as I press down on my clit at the same time that he thrusts his cock inside me. The rush of pleasure has me crying out as I clench around him, but I don't stop. My fingers grow slick with my arousal, and I start working myself faster, in time with his movements. He hovers his lips over mine, our moans tangling together as we both chase our release.
Fuck, Elle. I'm coming.
He grunts as he buries his head in my neck, pounding into me so hard that my eyes roll. Me too, I gasp as I rub my clit harder.
That's it, Dushenka. Come on, my cock.
Him calling me darling, mixed with the feeling of his breath on my neck, is enough to send me over the edge. I cry out with my release, and with one last thrust inside me, he joins me.
Fuck!
He hisses as he spills inside me, my pussy pulsing around his thick length, taking every last drop he gives me. Oh my God. My eyes roll as his release drips down my inner thighs. I collapse back against the pillows. That was amazing. Maybe I could get used to the blindfold after all. He softly peppers kisses along my neck and jaw as I catch my breath, occasionally groaning as I pulse around him.
I could stay like this forever.
He whispers so quietly I almost don't catch his words. Can you stay? His body tenses, and a heavy weight settles on my chest as he slowly slides out of me. I choke back a sob at the emptiness, which continues to consume me even when he settles himself beside me and pulls me against his chest.
Until you fall asleep.
He presses a kiss to my forehead. After what we just shared, I'm not sure how much longer having him like this will be enough. The light clicks off, and then he's tugging at the ties of the blindfold, letting me finally be free of it while I fall asleep.
Chapter 19. Lev. Harsh winds whip at my face, and I shudder from the cold. The smell of salt hits my nose, and I catch the sound of waves crashing in the distance. I haven't dreamed of the sea in months. My father used to bring me out to the cliffs of Oyster Bay as a way of scaring me into submission. He would threaten to throw me over the edge, saying I was no use to him, or anyone for that matter. What he failed to realize was that I was never scared of drowning. In fact, quite the opposite. The thought of closing my eyes and letting the water slowly fill my lungs brought me a sense of peace that I always craved. A peace I eventually found when I was buried deep inside Elle. My eyes fly open, and I gasp as I realize the sound of the water isn't in my mind, but in fact 500 feet below me. Holy fuck! I scramble away on my hands and knees from the cliff's edge. One wrong move, and I could so easily have woken to find myself falling to my death. Where the fuck am I? I take a moment to try and breathe. Panicking never helps. It only ever brings on another blackout, which could be fatal considering where I am. As my heart continues to pound in my chest, I glance around to see if my car is nearby. But from the looks of it, I'm completely stranded, with no fucking idea how I got here. Fuck. I run my fingers through my hair. It feels damp with sweat, and when I hold my hands in front of my face, small cuts cover my skin and dirt is caked beneath my fingernails. Did I hike all the way here from the city? There's no fucking way. It would have taken me hours to get anywhere near the ocean, though from the way my muscles ache and my head throbs, I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly what I did. It's likely I drove most of the way and abandoned my car somewhere, and the chances of me finding it again are slim to none. Collapsing onto my back, I stare up at the clear sky and try to think of the last thing I remember, which turns out is not a lot. It doesn't help that every time I close my eyes, my mind fills with the images of Elle lying naked beneath me as I thrust my cock inside her. It's been a few days since we slept together, and it's all I've been able to think about. I know I should be feeling guilty for what happened, but I can't. It was single-handedly the most incredible experience of my life, one that I can't seem to stop reliving in my mind. Even lying a few feet from the edge of a cliff that I could easily have fallen off the side of, my cock still manages to thicken as I remember the look on Elle's face as she came around my cock. She was breathtaking. But I knew the moment she asked me to stay once we were done, that I'd fucked up. This was never meant to happen. I was meant to keep my distance so that she could live a normal life without ever knowing I existed. It was better for both of us that way. Instead, it took one glance at her naked body in the window for my self-control to shatter, and I'm not sure I'm strong enough to piece it back together. Climbing to my feet, I brush my dirt-covered hands on my jeans and sigh at the feel of my phone in my pocket. I waste no time dialing Piotr's number, hoping he's not out of state on a job and is willing to drive out to wherever I am and pick me up. Come on. The phone continues to ring. After another 30 seconds or so, I give up. He's not going to answer, which leaves me with only one other option. Judging from how high the sun is in the sky, it's not much past noon, which means Elle could have been unprotected for at least the past 12 hours. She wasn't due at work until tonight, and she is likely spending the day in the city, soaking up the sun by reading in the park or in her favorite coffee shop. All places where my father could quite easily intercept her. For all I know, she could be tied up in another motel room begging for her life. The thought sends me to my knees as my mouth opens in a silent scream of rage. This can't keep happening. I can't keep letting Elle down like this. I need to face the fact that my blackouts are becoming frequent again, and longer, which leaves her unprotected and at risk. It's time I swallow my pride and admit that I'm not enough for her, and I never have been. Which brings me to my only option. I need to call my sister. I have no idea if Nina will even be willing to help me. After all, in the eyes of her new family, I am the enemy. But I have to hope that she is willing to put the past aside in favor of Elle. After all, the Koslovs have infinite resources in terms of men and weapons. That would mean Elle would have protection 24/7.
Hello?
Nina, it's Lev. I need you to come and get me. An approaching blacked-out Range Rover has me holding my breath. It's been years since I last saw my sister, and I'm riddled with nerves as the car comes to a stop and the driver's door opens. As Nina steps out, a wave of grief hits me at how grown up she is. In some ways, she looks exactly the same, with her long, dark hair pulled back into a neat bun, wearing her signature pink, this time in the form of a long coat over what seems to be her dance gear. But on the other hand, a certain maturity lines her features. Her cheeks are less rounded with youth, and she holds herself with a confidence I've never seen in her before. I guess this is what it looks like to finally be free of our father. Her eyes roam over me, and she pauses, her demeanor cautious as she takes me in. I stay silent, too overcome with emotion to speak. Gone is my little sister, who used to sneak into my basement room to show off her dances as a way to bring some form of light to my otherwise dark existence. In her place is this grown woman who seems so self-assured, so happy. And here I am, being a selfish bastard yet again for dragging her into my mess. Fuck, Nina. I'm sorry for calling. I run my hand over my face.
Are you okay?
She pushes her bangs out of her eyes. I nod, too lost in my head to speak.
Did you black out? Is that why you're here?
She glances around, and all color drains from her face as she takes in the edge of the cliffs behind me. I stalk toward her, my eyes fixed on the ground.
Lev, are you still getting help from that psychiatrist I set you up with?
I shake my head, a heavy weight settling in my stomach. It helped for a while, but it didn't fix the problem, so I stopped going. I lift my gaze to meet hers. She nods, looking past me at the view of the cliffs, lost in her own thoughts for a moment.
Let's get you home.
She turns, heading back to the car. I follow behind her, my feet dragging with exhaustion. When I climb into the passenger seat of the car, I glance over my shoulder and cringe at the sight of the pink car seat. Yet another reminder of how everyone else's lives have moved on. Nina catches me looking, but says nothing as she turns the engine on. She stays silent as she begins the drive back to the city, and I rest my head against the window, closing my eyes. I jolt awake as the car comes to a stop outside my apartment building.
We're here.
How do you know where I live? My thoughts are still muddled from sleep.
I have contacts, too. But don't worry, they don't know.
I know she means Alexei and the rest of the Koslov Bratva. Nina has no reason to keep my location safe, but I'm grateful all the same.
I can't keep all of this from my family, Lev.
She stares straight ahead with her hands on the steering wheel. My eyes linger on the huge diamond engagement ring and matching wedding band given to her by Anton. Things really have changed.
Elle is a part of that family, and Lucia especially has a right to know.
I don't want you to keep it from them. I rub my hands up and down my thighs.
Really?
Alexei should know. Igor was likely the one behind Elle's kidnapping, and she needs to be protected. You, of all people, should know how dangerous our father is.
He's behind this?
She turns now to face me. I nod, not wanting to shield her from the truth.
But why? That makes no sense. I would understand if he had targeted Lucia or even Zara.
I choose not to tell her the truth, that he's likely coming after her to lure me out of the shadows. I need you to promise me that you will persuade Alexei to help. Please, Nina.
Why are you so obsessed with her safety, Lev? What aren't you telling me?
It's not important.
Clearly it is.
She folds her arms across her chest. Just promise me. The last of my energy is draining.
Fine, but I think you should come with me to speak with Alexei. We don't even know for sure if you had anything to do with the death of his parents, so maybe if we could convince him—
No. Don't paint me as innocent, Nina. Not when the evidence suggests otherwise.
Lev.
Her voice cracks, and I cringe, hating myself for the position I've put her in. You should get back. I reach for the door handle.
Wait. There's something you need to know.
I pause, glancing over at Nina to see her lower lip trembling as she tries to hold back tears. What is it? When the tears start streaming down her cheeks, I know whatever it is she's about to tell me isn't good. Nina?
Your mother had an affair.
An affair? My voice comes out cold.
With Andrei Kozlov.
What are you saying, Nina? My heart starts to hammer in my chest as I consider what it is she's trying to tell me.
Igor isn't your father, Lev.
To hear her speak it aloud has my throat burning with the need to vomit.
The Kozlovs, they're your brothers.
Brothers? There's no fucking way. You can't be serious.
It's true, Lev. Andrei Kozlov is your father.
Andrei Kozlov, the man I killed in cold blood. He's my father? I throw open the car door and empty the contents of my stomach onto the sidewalk. My ears ring as I wipe my mouth on the back of my hand, trying to comprehend what the hell Nina just told me. If this is, in fact, true, I will be the reason my own father is lying in a coffin 6 feet below the ground. The thought has me retching again. I'm a fucking monster. I'm no better than Igor. I choke, leaning back against the seat and slamming the door closed.
Lev, you're nothing like him.
I'm not so sure. I press the palms of my hands into my eyes, gritting my teeth as I try not to explode. This would explain why Igor made me suffer the way he did for all those years. It's likely he blamed me for what his wife did and took his rage out on an innocent child. I have no doubt that when I came home with the blood of Andrei Koslov on my hands, he triumphed in what he had done, making me kill my own father as payment for my mother's betrayal and taking away any last shred of humanity that I might have had. Why didn't you tell me this before? My voice shakes as I try to contain my anger.
I didn't trust you to know.
She looks down at her lap.
I thought you were caught up in this mess with Igor and would somehow use the information against my family. I'm so sorry, Lev.
You're protecting your family. I place my hands back on my thighs. I won't ever make you feel bad for protecting your family.
I shouldn't have doubted you, but the way you pushed me out of your life, I had to be sure.
I understand.
It means I'm not your sister.
Nina's voice breaks, and she buries her face in her hand as her body trembles as she sobs. I reach out to clutch her shoulder, squeezing it gently. You will always be my sister, Nina. She lowers her hands and nods, her cheeks flushed and her eyes rimmed red.
Come back with me, Lev. We can work this out.
Her eyes well with more tears as she reaches for my hand.
You're part of our family.
They will never see me as family. I pull away from her touch. Igor made damn sure of that from the start.
Chapter 20. L. For years, Dr. Mill's office was the only place I could find any sense of peace after suffering in silence for so long with the trauma of losing my family. Losing my parents and brother so young left me with a wound I'm not sure will ever heal, but Dr. Mills has helped to make the pain bearable. I used to think therapy was strange. I couldn't imagine ever feeling comfortable enough to talk to a stranger about my problems when I couldn't even fully open up to Lucia. But at some point, I had to face the reality that I wasn't going to be able to work through all my feelings on my own. And somewhere along the way, Dr. Mills became someone who I could turn to when I was struggling. While Lucia would be heartbroken to know that I'm still having nightmares regarding the fire, even after all this time, I don't want to burden her with my problems. This is my pain, and I need to learn to deal with it. Hi, Elle, it's nice to see you. Dr. Mills appears in the waiting room. She's dressed casually in a navy blue sweater and jeans. In fact, everything about her practice feels casual and relaxed, which makes it so easy to forget that I'm in a doctor's office. I talk to her in a way I imagine I would have talked to my own mom if she were alive, though I doubt I would have admitted to her about sleeping with my stalker. The thought has my cheeks burning as I get to my feet and follow Dr. Mills down the corridor toward her office. This will be my second session this week. We agreed it would be best to do bi-weekly sessions for the first month to help me try and gain some control back over my thoughts. So much has happened over the past few weeks, and I haven't truly allowed myself to process it. Instead, I've buried my head in the sand, choosing to distract myself with work and now sex, rather than focus on the underlying emotions surrounding it all. How have you been since I last saw you? Dr. Mills takes a seat in her black leather chair opposite me. I sink into the plush couch, tucking my feet underneath me and hugging one of the sage green cushions to my chest. The color is a running theme throughout her office, and I find it soothing. Good, I offer her a smile. Dr. Mills only nods, reaching for her trusted notebook from the small table beside her chair that is no doubt filled with all sorts of deep, dark secrets. I will say I am a little concerned after our session on Monday. Oh? I cringe as I recall Monday's session. I mostly just talked about work, giving her an update on my life in the few years since I'd last seen her. It was all very surface level, and every time Dr. Mills asked a deep question, I managed to somehow change the subject. I can't help but feel that you are avoiding talking about something that is clearly bothering you enough to want to restart therapy. Am I right in thinking that, Elle? I nod, my eyes stinging. It seems I can't avoid the subject forever, so I start to recount everything that has happened recently, from the kidnapping and the almost assault, down to the mystery man who not only saved me, but also admitted to stalking me. As I speak, it almost feels like I'm reciting from a script, as if the events I'm speaking of didn't happen to me, but to someone else entirely. Did you contact the police? I shake my head as I fiddle with a loose thread on the cushion. It's complicated, but the men who attacked me have been taken care of. Legally? Of course. I force myself to meet her eyes. Dr. Mills holds my gaze for a few seconds, but ultimately decides not to push the subject, though I'm desperate to know what she's writing as she scribbles more notes in her book. And this man who got you out, she is still writing. Has he contacted you again? Yes. She pauses, her pen hovering over the page. A few times. Her mouth presses together in a thin line. Can I make an observation? Of course. You don't seem overly frightened about this. I'm not. Sort of the opposite. In what way? Well, I fiddle with the loose thread, trying to come up with a way to explain my situation without sounding completely mental. This is a safe space, Elle. I nod, taking a breath. He's all I can think about. I know it's probably just some kind of trauma response, and I'm just attaching myself to him. But honestly, it feels like we have something deeper than that, something that's real. And this is the man who admitted to stalking you? See, that's what I mean. It sounds bad when you put it like that. But I feel like he's just keeping an eye on me. Knowing that he's out there, watching me, well, it almost feels comforting. Dr. Mills scribbles more notes down in her book, and I brace myself for what she's going to say. I know how crazy I sound, but it's the truth. It's interesting that you're able to place so much trust in this man, considering the issues you've had trusting and opening up to people in the past. I guess. I mean, if he planned to hurt me, he would have done it already. That's not necessarily how stalking works, Elle. Just because he hasn't hurt you yet doesn't mean he won't. And quite frankly, a lot of his behavior should be concerning you. I know, I sigh, feeling guilty for not mentioning the fact that I've also slept with this man. I thought having a licensed professional tell me that this man is dangerous would burst the bubble I've been living inside of ever since the kidnapping, that I would walk out of this office with the intention of going straight to the police, or at the very least, Lucia. But the thought of never seeing him again has my stomach twisting, and I know that I would only be lying to myself if I made such promises. Our time is up. Dr. Mills shuts her notebook, the sound snapping me out of my thoughts. I'll see you on Monday. My head's full as I leave Dr. Mills' office. I'm always emotionally drained after a therapy session, and the only thing that makes me feel better is a long soak in the bath with a glass of wine or two. My cousin insisted on me going to dinner with her and Mikhail tonight. I rummage around in my bag for my phone as I leave Dr. Mills' office. When I find it, I notice a message from Lucia. Maybe something came up with Vivi and she is canceling. No such luck. She is confirming the time. Great. I shoot her a quick reply to let her know I'm on my way. I really hope that Lucia hasn't decided to divulge everything about my mystery man to Mikhail. Though knowing Lucia, it's likely Mikhail already knows the extent of what's been happening, and will likely spend most of the evening insisting on setting me up with round-the-clock security. I love my cousin dearly, but she can't keep a secret to save her life. The entire walk over to Lucia's townhouse, I mentally rehearse ways to get out of the dinner, right up until the point that I'm knocking on the door. "Elle, you came." Lucia offers me a somewhat strained smile. "You did invite me." I step over the threshold. Her answering laugh is forced, and I frown at my cousin. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, yes, everything is fine." She closes the door. I'm not buying it. I don't miss the way Lucia is refusing to meet my eyes. "Is everything all right with Vivi?" "She's actually not here." Lucia runs her hands over her cream blouse. "She's having a sleepover at Zara's." "Oh?" I don't have the energy to hide my disappointment at not seeing the little one. I barely have a chance to take off my coat before I'm being ushered down the hall toward the kitchen. "Let's go and have a drink." "Why are you being so weird?" I walk into the kitchen to find not just Mikhail, but Alexei, Dmitri, Daniil, and Anton all sitting around the table. I feel as if I've just walked into a wake, with each one of them dressed in all black and wearing identical somber expressions. What the hell is this? I round on Lucia, who has gone uncharacteristically pale. "Please tell me you didn't invite me over here just to host some kind of ridiculous intervention." Her mouth opens, but she shuts it again, not bothering to deny it. I don't think I've ever seen my cousin at a loss for words, which only confirms my fear. "Oh my God, you did!" A hysterical laugh escapes my lips as it dawns on me that the entire Kozlov family knows about my secret bedroom meetings with a man whose name I don't even know. They must all think I'm completely insane. I can't believe this. Alexei gets to his feet.
Elle.
"I'm not talking to you." I hold up a hand to silence him. "Lucia, you need to hear what they have to say." She glances nervously at Mikhail, who also gets to his feet.
Come and sit down now.
He offers me his empty seat. I'm fine right where I am. I fold my arms across my chest. This is unbelievable. Mikhail steps around the table to come and stand beside his wife.
Trust me when I say that Lucia didn't want to do this, but we didn't have a choice.
I grind my teeth as he places a tattooed hand around her waist and pulls her against him. Her eyes well with tears, and in that moment, surrounded by my extended family, I don't think I've ever felt more alone. I beg to differ. I don't bother dulling my anger. I'm sick of talking about this. That's all I've been doing lately. Alexei shifts on his seat.
You're in danger, Al.
It wouldn't be the first time. The room is deathly quiet as I look at each of them in turn. Even Daniil, who always seems to find humor in a situation no matter how grave, has a stone-like expression. Lucia lifts her hand slightly my way and lets it fall again as if having changed her mind. Hear what they have to say, Elle. I wait for one of them to speak. I figure the sooner they say whatever it is they have to say, the sooner I get the hell out of here. I notice Mikhail glancing at Alexei, who dips his chin.
It's Lev.
Mikhail breaks the silence. I'm not following.
The man who has been stalking you. It's Lev.
The Kozlovs have been hunting Lev for years after they learned he was the one who murdered their parents. I'm all too aware of who Lev is and what he's done, and it's laughable that they think this is the same man. There's no fucking way that the man who held me in his arms as I fell asleep, who worshipped my body with such tenderness, is capable of murder. It doesn't add up. You're joking.
I wish I was.
I glance around at each of the Kozlovs in turn, and when not one of them denies Mikhail's claim, I realize that they're not joking. They're deadly serious. That's impossible. I shake my head. That's... No, you're making this up.
It's true.
Alexei leans against the kitchen counter, putting his hands into his pockets. Like hell. How do you know this? What proof do you have? I must sound hysterical, but I can't believe that we're talking about the same person here. How could they possibly think my secret mystery lover is their missing half-brother? Anton looks at me.
He's been in contact with Nina. He admitted everything to her.
I don't miss the way the muscle in Anton's jaw flexes as he looks at Alexei. I want to scream at him that he's got it all wrong, that they've got the wrong man. He can't be Lev. He just can't. Why didn't Nina come to me? There was no need to get you all involved like this.
She thought you might dismiss the threat if it came from her.
There is no threat. This has been completely blown out of proportion. I shoot Lucia a look and she winces. Even if this man is Lev, then he's not a danger. Not to me or to anyone. Mikhail takes a step toward me.
Elle.
I haven't seen him in weeks, I lie. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have done so already. Lucia lets go of Mikhail. That doesn't mean anything, Elle. Mikhail looks at her before turning his gaze back to me.
But we don't want you to worry. We're going to take care of this.
I shake my head. There's nothing to take care of, so just leave it. Alexei shrugs.
Unfortunately, we can't do that. You are a part of this family, Elle, and I don't take threats to my family lightly.
I'm not your property, Alexei. You can't control me.
No, but if Massimo were to find out...
I swear, if you involve my uncle in this... I knew I shouldn't have come here tonight. I had a bad feeling the moment Lucia kept messaging to double-check that I was coming, and I shouldn't have been so quick to dismiss it.
Don't give us a reason to.
I need to go, I mutter, suddenly feeling too exhausted to fight. Elle! Lucia's voice breaks, but I don't give her a chance to try and convince me to stay before I'm storming out of the kitchen.
Let her go,
Mikhail says as I head down the hall and throw open the front door. It's interesting that you're able to place so much trust in this man. Dr. Mill's words echo in my head as I slam the front door shut behind me and begin the walk back to my apartment. I'm not one to trust easily. Ever since I lost my family in that fire, I've always been terrified at the thought of losing anyone else I love. It's why I push any romantic partner away the moment it gets serious. Why I never open myself up to new friends. For fear of the pain of losing them, too. But with him, I've never once felt that way. Whenever he's around, it's like all my anxieties vanish, and I can finally be at peace. But what if that was his plan all along? I stumble as the thought hits me. No, I whisper, my eyes welling with tears. Was I the weak link in all of this? If he really is Lev, has he been using me as a way to get close to the Kozlovs so he can take them down once and for all? But if that were true, why would he have come clean and admit everything to Nina? Oh, God. I cover my face with my hands as a heavy weight settles on my chest. None of this is adding up, and the only way I'm going to find out the truth is if I confront him myself. Tonight.
Chapter 21. Lev. I pull my hood lower over my eyes as I climb the fire escape as quietly as I can. Elle's bedroom light is off, but I have a feeling she'll be waiting up for me. I haven't been back to visit since the other night when we slept together, but for good reason. It was selfish of me to give in to my own need to have her, knowing who I am, what I've done. Elle deserves a hell of a lot better than me. After speaking with Nina the other day, her warning has played on repeat in my mind ever since.
I can't keep this from my family, Lev.
Her family. The one that was torn apart by grief because of me. It's only a matter of time before Elle knows the truth of who I am, which is exactly why I want a chance to speak to her one last time. As expected, the moment I peer in through her open window, I find Elle sitting on the edge of the bed. But something is different. Something is off. She's fully dressed, despite it being past midnight, with her arms folded across her chest. Not that I was expecting her to be lying naked and ready for me, but this feels in complete contrast to how she was the other night. Is it because I haven't been back? Does she think I'm done with her now that I got what I've wanted? My chest tightens at the thought. I can't really blame her for thinking like that. After all, I've made no attempt to speak to her since that night. But she needs to know that I stayed away for her own good, and not because I didn't enjoy myself. It's the fact that I enjoyed myself too much that has made me stay away. Or perhaps this has something to do with what happened earlier. I followed Elle across the city to her cousin's house after her therapy session, but she was barely in there 10 minutes before I caught sight of her running out the door with tears streaming down her face. I was so close to storming the place and demanding what the hell was said to make her cry. But then I considered the reality of the situation. Nina could already have gotten to her, which means I'm too late. She knows the truth, and it's all over. I hope for my own sake that it's not that. My heart starts to hammer in my chest as I climb in through the window. I'm desperate to go to her, to beg for her forgiveness, but I know I don't deserve it. So I keep my distance, choosing to lean against the wall and try to ignore the pain in my chest. Elle, I whisper when she still doesn't speak. Fuck, I wish I could see her face, if only to read her expression. Going in blind like this is torture. Is everything okay? She is quiet, but I don't push her.
Is it true?
She whispers. Her voice is so cold and emotionless that each syllable is like a punch to the gut. Is what true? But I already know what she means.
Alexei told me that you're Lev.
All the air leaves my lungs as she finally speaks my name out loud. It's all over.
So I will ask you again. Is it true that you're responsible for the death of the parents of Alexei and his brothers?
I hang my head at her words. I'll leave if you want me to, I manage to say through the lump in my throat. But I won't stop watching you, Elle. Not until I'm sure that you're safe.
I want you to stay.
She whispers. My head snaps up. What?
I want you to stay, Lev.
How can you want me anywhere near you now that you know the truth of what I've done? She sighs.
I know I should hate you. I know I should do a lot of things. But I can't ignore the fact that you saved my life. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
I hate how blasé she's being. Does she not understand how dangerous I am? Don't let that cloud your judgment of me, Elle. I'm not good for you. I'm not good for anyone.
So is it really true? Did you kill them?
I run a hand over my face as I try to take a steadying breath. I honestly don't know. The evidence suggests I did, but I don't remember.
I'm confused. How can you not remember something like that?
I have no doubt that Elle has been told the story behind the murders of Andrei Koslov and his wife, about how Alexei witnessed them being butchered in their own home and could do nothing as his mother and father bled to death. It was brutal and completely barbaric, which apparently is something I am. I don't remember a lot of things.
What do you mean? Like amnesia or something?
No, not like that. It's more that I black out. Sometimes I can be out for 5 minutes, and sometimes it's hours. I wake up often somewhere completely random with no memory of how I got there or what I've done.
How often does this happen?
It varies, but I've had a few recently.
That sounds scary.
What's scarier is not knowing what I've done during that lost time. I shake my head. When I blacked out the other day, Nina came to get me. It turns out I had abandoned my car on the side of the interstate and had walked for hours until I reached the edge of some cliff.
Oh my God.
Nina's been the one who helped me through my blackouts in the past, which is why I gave in and called her. It was then that she told me the truth about how my mother had an affair with Andrei Koslov, which means that Igor was never my real father.
Oh, Lev.
Which means that I killed my own father in cold blood. I fight the urge to vomit as the words leave my lips.
How does that make you feel? That Igor isn't your father?
Is she seriously ignoring the fact that I just admitted to murdering my own father?
Tell me.
I almost laugh at her attempts to try and turn this into some sort of therapy session. I should give Dr. Mills some credit. It seems Elle's learned a trick or two from her over the years. Relief, I admit. But that soon turned to horror and guilt. I hate that I can't even fucking remember doing it. My temper flares, and I curl my hand into a fist. I'm seconds away from sending it through the wall when Elle gets to her feet and steps closer to me.
You're not a bad person.
Don't say that. I shake my head. I don't deserve to get off that easily. I should have to suffer with the memories of murdering them for the rest of my life.
Igor is a terrible man. Nina told me all about him, what he threatened to do to her daughter if she didn't hand over Anton to him.
Her voice trails off, and my jaw clenches. That fucking bastard. What did he ask her to do?
It doesn't matter. All that matters is that Lilia is safe and well.
For now. Igor is still out there, biding his time, and he will stop at nothing to get revenge. I'm living proof of that.
Now that I know who you are, can I see you? I mean, really see you?
Elle, how can she want to see me after everything I've done?
Please.
She doesn't wait for me to protest before walking over to her bedside table to turn on the light. I screw my eyes shut as I try to ignore the rising sense of panic that has my hands shaking. I've imagined this moment dozens of times over the years, but it always ends with Elle looking at me in disgust as she sees my scars. Maybe that's what it will take for her to realize the truth. My hands shake as I lower my hood so that she can finally see me for who I really am. Scarred, damaged beyond repair. I lift my eyes to scan her face as she slowly takes me in. I don't miss the way her eyes linger on the scars that peek out along my neck from beneath my hoodie, and I wait for the flicker of repulsion. But it never comes. Elle, I whisper, bringing her eyes back to mine. She keeps them locked on me as she crosses the distance between us. Even in a pair of leggings and an oversized hoodie with her hair piled high on her head, she's breathtaking. Her hips sway with each step, and I try not to remember what it felt like to explore her body with my hands. And when I finally get to stare deep into her green eyes, something that I've dreamed of doing for years, all the air leaves my lungs. She is everything that I want, and yet can't have. I notice the tiny brown flecks around her pupils, as well as the small cluster of freckles on the bridge of her nose. It's like I'm seeing her for the first time, and she is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Elle. But her eyes have moved to my scars once more. I freeze as she reaches out to trace her fingertips along them, the skin pebbling beneath her touch.
I'm not afraid of you.
She gently strokes my scarred skin. I shudder, both from her words and her touch. You should be. She ignores me as she traces along my shoulder, and then down my arm until her fingers are interlaced with mine.
Sit with me.
She tugs me over toward the bed. I don't have the energy left to fight her, so I do as she says, perching on the edge of the bed beside her. Our knees touch, and Elle keeps hold of my hand, squeezing it tightly.
You're lost in your head.
Yeah, I sigh, my shoulders sagging with the weight of the past few days.
Did he hurt you?
Elle moves my hand to her lap.
Is that why you have these scars?
She turns my hand over to start tracing the ones covering them. My father... I shake my head. Igor hurt me in many ways. I hate myself for not letting her know the whole truth.
Can you stay the night?
My chest tightens at the hope in her voice. How can she be so forgiving of what I did? I don't deserve it. I don't deserve her. I can only hope she will be just as forgiving when she finds out what else I've been keeping from her. I want to, but I need to go. I reach out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. But I want you to know that I'll always be out there protecting you, Elle. I promise you that. Her beautiful green eyes start to glisten with tears, but she nods. I let myself trace her lower lip with my thumb before getting to my feet. Every step away from her feels like there's a 10-ton weight on my back, but it's for the best. She needs time to process, and sleeping together would only confuse her more. I'm about to duck out through the window when Elle gets to her feet. I turn on instinct and bite back a groan as she saunters toward me with such need in her eyes that it almost sends me to my knees before her.
Wait.
She whispers before wrapping her arms around my neck and kissing me. At the first touch of her lips, she melts against me. It takes every ounce of willpower I have not to grip her by the waist and push her up against the wall, to part her thighs and press my thickening cock against her so she can feel how badly I want her. But that can't happen, no matter how much I want it to. As she parts her lips, inviting me to explore her sweet mouth with my tongue, I pull away and rest my forehead against hers. So beautiful, I whisper as I stroke her cheek. Her eyes flutter closed at my touch, and for a moment I lose myself in the feel of her skin beneath my fingertips, at the look of contentment on her face as I touch her. My heart may already be broken beyond repair, but walking away from Elle after she looked at me the way she did, as if I mattered, is enough to shatter it completely. Sweet dreams, Elle, I whisper before dropping my hand from her face. She keeps her eyes shut as if she can't bear to watch me go. For once, I don't look back as I head down the fire escape, not wanting to think of what I'm leaving behind as I head out into the night. Before I even have a chance to step off the fire escape onto the sidewalk, a tattooed hand is around my throat and I'm being thrown to the ground. Oof! You fucking piece of shit! Mikhail Koslov snarls in my face. I'm gonna kill you! I should have known he would be waiting for me. I was stupid to think I would get to have more time with Elle. But even if I had realized, it wouldn't have stopped me from sneaking in through Elle's window tonight. I needed to speak to her, to know that she didn't hate me. Though I'm not naive enough to know that it's only a matter of time before she does. Fuck you! I take Mikhail's face in my hands and slam my head into his nose. He curses, but it does the trick. His hands fly to cover his nose, which is now pouring blood, and it takes no effort to push him off me. My head spins as I climb to my feet, and blood starts to trickle down my neck. Fucking great. As I ready myself to land a punch to Mikhail's face, a gun safety clicking off has me freezing. He's not alone. I'd stay where you are if I were you. Another voice sounds from behind me. Anton. I'm outnumbered and completely unarmed. I didn't think to get my own gun out of the glove compartment of my car when I left to visit Elle. I was ignorant in thinking I wouldn't need it, and it's too late to go back for it now. What matters is getting Mikhail and Anton the hell away from Elle's apartment before they shoot me and I'm left bleeding to death. Tell my sister I say hi. I mutter over my shoulder to Anton before I take off at a sprint. Fuck! Mikhail, come on! I don't risk looking over my shoulder as I turn left at the end of Elle's street. I just have to hope that there aren't any others waiting to ambush me as I head in the opposite direction to my own Manhattan apartment. The last thing I need is Mikhail and Anton turning up on my doorstep. You can't fucking run all night! Mikhail roars. From the way my lungs burn and my eyes water, he's right. I'm sleep-deprived and have lived off nothing but coffee for the last 36 hours. If anyone is going to give out first, it will be me. But I can't let that happen. I have to keep going. Gritting my teeth, I quicken my pace and dart left. Their footsteps are growing fainter, so I turn right and then immediately go down a tiny side alley, which is home to numerous overflowing garbage cans. The stench makes me gag, but I don't have long until they catch up to me. Pinching my nose, I slide in between two of the cans and hold my breath as the sound of their pounding footsteps approach. I watch as their shadows pass by the entrance to the alley. My heart pounds in my chest as I wait for the sound of gunfire. But it never comes. Instead, the shadows move out of sight, and I finally release the breath I've been holding. "Stay the fuck away from Elle, or I'll kill you!" Mikhail yells into the night as his and Anton's footsteps fade to nothing. "Maybe you should," I mutter as I climb to my feet and start the long walk back to my car.
Chapter 22. Elle. I've spent so many nights lying awake and conjuring up an image of what I thought Lev would look like. From what I've felt beneath my fingertips when I've touched him, I knew he would have a sharp jaw, no doubt covered in stubble, and messy hair that fell into his eyes. Those eyes, they were more haunted than I imagined. They were the deepest shade of brown, so dark that in certain lights I'm sure they would look almost black, and the dark purple bruise beneath them told a story of someone weighed down by the weight of their past. I know because I've seen those exact same bruises under my own eyes at one point in my life. But that didn't make him any less beautiful. I know he is ashamed of the scars that cover his neck and hands, but to me, they only represent his strength. I couldn't stop touching them. I wanted him to know that nothing about him repulses me, even after everything I've learned. Which is why I was so surprised when he left in such a hurry. I thought that perhaps he would want to stay. I can't deny there's nothing I wanted more than to take him to bed and climb on top of him, if only to experience the look of pleasure on his face as he spilled inside me. Instead, it's been almost a month, and there's been no sign of him. Every time I leave the hospital, I linger outside the entrance, wondering if he'll somehow make himself known. Even when I get ready for bed, I've been standing in my robe at the window, hoping to entice him inside once more through the promise of sex. But nothing works. I want to believe that he stayed true to his promise, that he's still out there somewhere, watching me. But I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. After he finally let me turn on the light, I thought it would bring us closer together, not further apart. I try not to let it bother me, but how can I not feel used? "You seem agitated, Elle." Dr. Mill's voice brings me back to our consultation, her pen hovering over her notebook. I fiddle with the hem of my sweater. For my last few sessions, I've managed to steer the subject away from Lev and have focused mostly on my past issues. But I knew that at some point I was going to have to admit the truth about my relationship, if I can even call it that, to Dr. Mills. "Is there something particular on your mind?" "Yes. You're going to think I've gone insane. I'm not here to judge you, Elle. Whatever it is, let's work through it together." "I slept with him." There, I said it, out loud. "Slept with whom, Elle?" "My stalker." I half laugh, half sob. "I slept with him, and he's essentially blowing me off. If that's even possible. Ugh, what the hell is wrong with me?" I throw my hands up in the air. "Let's take a step back." But I ignore her. It's as if now that I've finally been honest, I can't seem to stop. "Oh, and I found out his real identity. I scoff. No thanks to my cousin who went blurting about the entire thing to her husband and his family. Turns out, not only is he their missing half-brother, but he's done some pretty dark stuff that has directly hurt the people I care about. So that puts me in a pretty tricky situation. What kind of dark stuff? I'm not dismissing what he's done, but he's repeatedly put himself in danger to protect me, and I can't just forget that. Does your cousin or any of your family, for that matter, know the extent of your relationship? No, and they can't ever know. Why is that? Because I run my fingers through my hair. They think I'm in danger. And what do you think? I think I'm an idiot for pining after a guy who's clearly only interested in one thing, which I practically gave to him on a silver platter, by the way. I didn't make him work for it one bit, and now he's done with me. Elle, let's think rationally for a moment. I'm not sure I can. Do you think you're in danger? No, which is what I kept trying to say to Mikhail and his brothers, but they're refusing to hear my side. They're treating me like a silly little girl who can't make decisions for herself. So no, I don't want to tell them the truth because they'll likely lock me up and throw away the key. Is what your family will think the only thing that's keeping you from being together, do you think? Because I'm assuming that's what you want. I thought that's what we both wanted. But since I learned who he really is, I've not heard from him. My eyes start to sting, which only infuriates me more. So I have no idea what's happening between us. Have you considered that perhaps he needs some time to process things on his own before he sees you again? After all, he clearly kept his identity a secret for a reason. So to finally strip away that barrier must have made him feel very vulnerable. I guess I wouldn't be too quick to dismiss him, Elle. Dr. Mill's advice plays on repeat in my mind as I leave the office after our session ends. I know I should give Lev the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes I just need to wallow in self-pity. Which means instead of going home and cleaning my apartment, I'm going to spend the rest of my free afternoon doing the one thing that never fails to cheer me up when I'm feeling down: shopping. I hit store after store to stock up on plenty of supplies for the perfect self-care night. I'm just tossing a plumping sheet mask into my basket when my phone starts to buzz in my purse. I don't bother looking at who it is because I know it's Lucia. She's called pretty much on the hour every hour since I stormed out of the townhouse weeks ago. And I've sent each of those calls to voicemail. She completely blindsided me after she swore she would keep my secret between us, and I'm still really angry at her. I pick up another sheet mask and I'm just scanning the dozens of benefits listed on the back when there's a chime for an incoming text. You don't give up. I drop my bags on the floor along with my overflowing basket and root around in my purse for my phone. As expected, a text from Lucia flashes across the screen. Please call me back. I'm so sorry if you felt cornered the other night, but I was only trying to do what I thought was best. I hope you can forgive me. I miss you, and so does Vivi. Heart emoji. Damn it. She must be feeling desperate if she played the Vivi card. In truth, I've hated every minute of not speaking to Lucia. I hate holding grudges at the best of times, but particularly with her. Besides, it hardly seems fair that I'm willing to accept what Lev has done in the past, but not forgive Lucia. It's like she said, she was only trying to protect me. She doesn't deserve to be punished for that. Me. I'm out shopping. Meet for coffee in 10. Lucia. I'll get us a table at Café Joyeux. As I switch off my phone and tuck it back into my purse, I already feel a bit better at the thought of making up with Lucia. I hate fighting with her, and it will be good for us to air our grievances and hopefully move past all of this. I can only hope that she's more willing to listen than her husband and his overprotective brothers. After spending the equivalent of a month's rent on beauty items, I head down the street toward the cafe, where Lucia is already waiting for me. I love coming to the cafe in the early evening, when it's full of people looking to unwind after a day's work. Most of the time, I just sit and watch the world go by, making note of any books I like the look of that another customer is reading, and actually taking the time to savor a pastry rather than devouring it whole on the way to the hospital. Someone's been busy. Lucia eyes the armfuls of bags as I drop them on the floor and begin trying to untangle my scarf from my hair. I was in need of some retail therapy. Lucia frowns as she glances from me to the bags. Any particular reason? Do I need one? I pull out my chair, taking a seat. You're asking the wrong person. Lucia laughs. It's just you're not normally one to go so overboard. Thought it was about time I spoiled myself. I went ahead and ordered for both of us. Lucia offers me a forced smile. Your usual matcha and almond croissant. Thanks. I shrug out of my coat, hanging it on the back of my chair. I'm surprised you didn't bring Vivi with you. Her and Mikhail are having a daddy and daughter date. Do I even want to know what they're doing? Knowing Mikhail, he's taken her to a toddler martial arts class. That would actually be adorable. Well, he's not exactly the Princess Tea Party type, but he does his best. I nod, but I find I'm unsure of what else to say. I mean, Lucia and I could easily spend 2 hours dodging the real reason we're here by talking about Vivi. But then what? Do we just move on and forget the entire thing ever happened? Our drinks and food arrive, and I'm grateful to have something to do with my hands. The silence is awkward, which is not something I'm used to experiencing with Lucia. I had hoped she would have brought Vivi as a buffer, but it seems we're going to have to be grown-ups about this and get straight to the point. I'm sorry I haven't called. I was really mad. Still am to an extent. Lucia nods. You have every right to be mad. I crossed a line that I promised I wouldn't, but I thought you were better off knowing the truth. My stomach growls, and I take a huge bite of the croissant, the flaky pastry sticking to my lips. I think so, too. But I don't want you to worry. Mikhail has men watching you around the clock to make sure Lev doesn't come back. What? The look of surprise on your face tells me that you haven't noticed them, which I guess is a good thing. We didn't want you to feel like you were constantly being followed. I'm barely listening to Lucia as my mind starts to race. Lev's not staying away because he wants nothing to do with me. He's staying away because Mikhail's giving him no choice. If only they would factor in that I might actually want to see him. I know going to Mikhail and demanding him to call off his watchdogs would be a waste of time. He's more stubborn than Lucia, if that's even humanly possible. And even if he did, Alexei would only pick up the slack. So until I find a solution that would mean Lev would feel safe enough to visit, I need to get comfortable with the knowledge that I might not see him for a while. No, I didn't notice them. I don't bother to hide my annoyance. Lucia grimaces as she picks at her pastry. Elle, I'm so sorry about all of this. I really hope you can forgive me. I take another bite of my croissant. As I chew the sweet pastry, I'm hit with such a violent wave of nausea that I gag. Elle, are you okay? I force myself to swallow before reaching for my water. Yeah, maybe that news on an empty stomach wasn't the best idea. I toss my remaining croissant back on my plate, the sight of it suddenly making me want to run to the bathroom. Do you want to come over for a movie night? We haven't hung out like that in ages. I could even get Mikhail to stay over at Zara and Dimitri's with Vivi so we could have the place to ourselves. You know, I actually really just want to have an early night. I instantly regret my answer when the disappointment is clear on Lucia's face. I'm exhausted after working doubles all week, but maybe we can get together next week? I promise you can choose the film. Though if you make me sit through Princess Bride one more time, I swear I'm getting Massimo to cut you out of the will. Deal. Lucia laughs, reaching across the table for my hand. I've missed you, Al. I've missed you too. After Lucia polishes off the rest of my food and searches through my haul of goods for things she might want to borrow, I leave the cafe and begin the short walk home. It feels different knowing that there's someone out there other than Lev watching me. With him, I feel comforted. Tonight, I feel nothing but unease. My stomach churns the entire walk home, and a few times I have to actually stop and cover my mouth with my hand as I'm hit with the sudden urge to vomit. I groan. I definitely shouldn't have smelt all those body scrubs. The sight of my apartment block has me breathing out a sigh of relief. I want nothing more than to have a long, hot shower and climb into bed and fall asleep to a rerun of Gilmore Girls. Before I scan my key fob to get into the building, I glance over my shoulder just in case Lev happens to be watching. When a shadow passes behind a parked car on the opposite side of the street, my breath catches in my throat as I notice a figure with a dark hood pulled low over his face. "Lev?" I whisper, a surge of excitement filling me. I'm about to call out again when a gust of wind causes the man's hood to fall back, exposing a head of dark, sandy hair that has my stomach sinking. "Where are you, Lev?" I shake my head, pushing open the door and heading inside. To try and distract myself from the reality of not being able to see Lev anytime soon, I lay out all my new skincare products on my vanity and turn the shower on as hot as possible. Soon enough, the bathroom fills with steam, and I lather my skin with strawberry-scented soap and pop a hair mask in my hair in an attempt to try and bring some moisture back into my dry ends. By the time I'm throwing on my new pajamas and sliding into bed, my eyes start to grow heavy, and I'm asleep before I even have a chance to miss Lev anymore. Chapter 23. L. I should have gone to sleep hours ago. If my parents knew I was still awake, I would no doubt be grounded for the rest of the month. My parents should be used to it by now. They're forever coming in to check on me before they go to sleep, only to find me sitting at my window with my nose in a book. But tonight is different. I jolt awake to find my book has fallen on the floor, the dust jacket all rumpled, and my bedside lamp still on. Oh no. I hastily climb out of bed to rescue my book. I'm just fixing the dust jacket when someone shouts downstairs. I freeze at my father's booming voice. He's yelling in English, which is unusual. Normally when he's mad, he slips into his native Italian, despite no one being able to understand him. My mother usually responds by yelling in Russian, and they break out into a fit of laughter when they realized they can't understand a word the other is saying. Setting my book down on my bedside table, I tiptoe over to my bedroom door and press my ear against it, hoping to catch what my father is saying.
"Get the hell out of my house!"
Someone is in our house? My stomach flutters as a deep, unknown voice yells something back in a strong accent similar to my mother's. My father's voice booms.
"I fucking warned you!"
A huge crash cuts my father off and I shriek. Whoever my father is talking to is making my poppy mad. And not just the kind of mad he gets when Marco and I are caught stealing candy from the pantry. This is different. Something about it feels dangerous. I don't want to listen to this. My father is a strong man, and I know he will make sure that nothing and no one will ever hurt me or Marco or Mama. So instead of sneaking out to investigate further, I step away from my door and go to perch on the bench beneath my window, which overlooks the gardens. The porch lights are on, flooding not only the back patio below with orange light, but a boy who's staring up at me, too. I jump, falling off the bench seat and landing on the floor with a thump as I clutch my hand to my heart. Who is that? And why is he in my backyard? I peer over the window ledge to find him still standing there, looking up at me with such sad eyes. He looks to be around 13 or 14, with long limbs and messy dark hair. What is he doing here? And why won't he stop staring at me? The shouting downstairs is getting louder, and another huge crash sounds from beneath my room. I can't hear my mother's voice at all. Why isn't she saying something to stop this? I should go and make sure Marco is all right. He doesn't like it when there's loud noises, and he'll be frightened. Running over to my door, I yank on the handle, but the door doesn't move. Come on, just open already, I mutter, trying again. Nothing. I can't get out. Mommy! I yell as I bang my hand against the door. Is this Marco playing a trick on me? Marco, this isn't funny. Let me out! Pressing my ear against the door, I try to listen out for the sound of Marco's footsteps running down the hall, or his cheeky laugh when he's teasing me. But there is only shouting. My father's voice is lost among the sea of voices that have now joined in. More men have come. What is happening? Help! I pull on the handle with all my strength. Please, Poppy, help me! An awful smell hits me, and I look around. Smoke is creeping in beneath my door. I stagger back from the door as it starts to fill up my room. My throat is scratching, and I can't hold my cough in. If there's smoke, there's fire, and I'm completely trapped. My legs almost give out as the panic sets in. Mommy? Poppy? Marco? I run to the door, banging my fists against it. Help me! The smoke is filling up my room at an alarming rate, which means the fire must be nearby. Is it near my brother's room? Marco! I sob as I continue to pound on the door. The smoke is starting to fill my lungs, and I start coughing violently. Tears stream down my face as the smoke burns my eyes, but there's nowhere else for me to go. I can't escape it. I'm going to burn to death if someone doesn't find me fast. A fit of coughing overtakes me, and my throat starts closing up. I grab the glass of water I always have on my bedside table, but it slips and shatters on the floor. I bolt upright in bed, gasping for air as the phantom smoke burns my lungs. I can't breathe. I can't... 1. I place a hand on my heart to try and calm myself down. 2. It's as if my lungs are working against me as I try to take a breath, but there's no relief. 3. My skin is covered in sweat and my hair sticks to my face. 4. I work through my grounding exercise. 5. I'm in my apartment. 6. There are sirens wailing nearby. 7. My skin smells of my new strawberry soap. 8. It was just a nightmare. 9. 10. I'm no stranger to waking up and thinking I'm trapped inside my childhood home as it goes up in flames. The recurring nightmares are what got me to see Dr. Mills in the first place. But just when I think I'm safe, they creep back into my life, and I'm 8 years old all over again, terrified and alone. They tend to happen when I'm stressed or anxious, so I'm not surprised that I'm starting to experience them again. The trauma of the last few months has likely uncovered some old wounds from my past, and despite my best efforts at talking through my feelings with Dr. Mills, I'm not going to heal overnight. These things take time, but that doesn't make the nightmares any less upsetting. I reach across to switch on the light before throwing back the covers and heading into my bathroom to splash some cold water on my face. If I had more energy, I'd get in the shower and wash away the sweat that soaks my skin, but I'm exhausted, so this will have to do. When I walk back into the bedroom, my eyes land on a single red rose that has been placed on the end of my bed. He was here. I swallow a sob of happiness as I dart over to the bed and pick the flower up. I bring it to my nose and inhale deeply. "Lev," I whisper. He wants to comfort me, even if it means risking being caught by one of Mikhail's men. He hasn't left me. The thought makes my heart swell. I climb back into bed and lay the rose down on the pillow beside me, letting it bring me comfort as I close my eyes and drift back to sleep. My head's groggy when I wake up a few hours later. It doesn't help that the sunlight is streaming in through my window, making me wince as I peel open my eyes. Since when is it broad daylight at 6 a.m. in October? Oh my God. I sit up and search around the bed for my phone. Oh no. I groan when I realize it's almost 8 and I'm due at the hospital. Well, now. Cursing under my breath, I sprint into the bathroom and start trying to make myself look somewhat presentable for work when the wave of nausea that followed me home from the cafe yesterday hits me all over again. I clutch my stomach. For a brief second, I think I'm in the clear, but just as I'm reaching for my mascara, it hits all over again. And the next thing I know, I'm bending over the toilet and retching. Calling my boss from the floor of my bathroom as I lean over the toilet was not how I wanted to start my day, but here we are. "Hi, Carla," I croak. "Al, honey, are you all right?" "I think I've got a stomach bug." Bile burns my throat, and I slept through my alarm, so I'm going to be a bit late. "You're not going anywhere, sweetie. The last thing I need is a vomiting bug going around the ICU. Rest up and let me know when you're feeling better." "Are you sure? I could maybe come in for afternoon rounds." "Don't even try. If I get wind that you're sneaking around the ward, I'll stick you on bedpan duty until New Year's." I sigh. "Fair enough. Let me know if you need anything." "Thanks, Carla, you're the best." "So I've been told." She chuckles. "Speak later." Catching the occasional bug is an occupational hazard, so I should be used to it, but I still hate it. Once I deem it safe enough to leave my spot beside the toilet, I head straight back to bed and try to sleep off whatever bug is plaguing me. It's almost 2 by the time I wake up again. The rose is still beside me on the pillow, but it does little to cheer me up. I feel like death, which means I'm going to have to give in and call a doctor. Working for a private hospital means that I have excellent health insurance, and I'm able to get a phone appointment with my primary care physician almost immediately. "How long have you been feeling nauseous?" "Since yesterday afternoon." My throat feels raw from vomiting so much, and my head is pounding from dehydration. "And is there any chance you might be pregnant?" I shake my head. "No." "Right?" "Miss Conti, is everything okay?" "Oh my God, I have to call you back." I hang up the phone and run into my bathroom to check the cabinet under my sink. Just as I feared, the box of tampons that I bought last month is sitting on the shelf completely unopened. "Don't taunt me." I slam the door closed. Oh God, this cannot be happening. But it makes sense. I should have gotten my period 2 weeks ago, which means it's highly likely that I'm pregnant. I run to the toilet again, but this time not from nausea, but from panic. My vomiting spells are too unpredictable to risk going out to CVS to get a test, and I definitely can't call Lucia to pick one up for me. I can't believe I'm doing this. I reach for my phone and open the Postmates app. There's something slightly humiliating about having a pregnancy test delivered to your door, but I can't risk going into work and taking one of the free ones. If one of my colleagues were to see, how the hell would I explain who the father is? "Oh yeah, about that. He's just a murderer who's been stalking me for years, and when we had sex, I was blindfolded, so I never saw his face. But don't worry, we're buying a 3-bed house in Queens and getting a golden doodle." A hysterical laugh escapes me at the thought. The next 30 minutes are the longest of my life as I wait for my delivery guy to drop off my CVS bag. It doesn't help that he barely looks old enough to drink and practically throws the bag of pregnancy tests at me as if he might catch something from them. Asshole. I take the bag into the bathroom. My fingers shake as I tear open one of the boxes and unwrap the test. I wish I didn't have to do this alone. I wish that Lucia, or hell, even Lev himself, could hold my hand as I set the test on the counter once I'm finished and wait for the results. As soon as I set the timer, my mind starts to race. Lev doesn't exactly strike me as a white picket fence kind of guy. And even if he was, and the thought of being a father filled him with joy, how the hell are we meant to start a life together when he's got a target on his back put there by the Kozlovs? I'm so deep in my spiraling thoughts that the sound of my timer going off makes me shriek. Moment of truth. I reach for the test. Holy crap. The 2 pink lines have my knees buckling, and I have to grip the counter to stop myself from falling to the floor. I'm not sure how to feel. I've always seen myself as having kids, but not like this. Part of me is thrilled, but it's not enough to mask the devastation. How can this ever work? After all, my family may want him dead, but I want him. And right now, I can only hope that he wants me and this baby. I guess there's only one way to find out. I need to tell him, so I take the positive test and head over to the window in my bedroom. It will be hours until dark, and even then, there's no guarantee that he can sneak up here. I have to hope that he's watching as I place the positive pregnancy test on the windowsill, and that he'll be able to sneak up here under the cover of darkness to find it. I head back to bed with the weight of this news resting heavy on my shoulders, knowing that the fate of our future rests in the hands of the Kozlovs.
Chapter 24. Lev. I frown when Elle places something on the ledge of the window. She looks out at the street below, her expression strained as she searches for me. What could she possibly be leaving for me? Whatever it is, it's clearly important. I'm desperate to know, but it would be stupid of me to attempt to climb the fire escape in broad daylight, even if the men Alexei has put on lookout duty are shit. Twice I've walked past the slate-gray Mercedes parked across the street from Elle's building to find both men asleep with their mouths wide open and drool running down their chin. It wouldn't take much to send a little message to Alexei, but their poor work ethic has come in useful. It meant I could sneak a rose that I stole from the farmer's market up to Elle's apartment last night. I was surprised that she wasn't in her bed when I snuck in, but water running in the bathroom told me she'd probably woken up from a nightmare. It tore me apart not to comfort her, but I had no choice but to leave. I can't risk getting caught by Mikhail again, because I have a feeling that next time I won't be so lucky. So I can only hope that the rose was enough to make her not feel so alone. Perhaps she's leaving me a little gift of her own. Alexei's watchdogs tend to swap shifts around midnight, which will be the perfect time to make my move. Until then, I keep to the shadows of a nearby alley and wait for the hours to pass. Right on time. The clock on my phone ticks over to 11:45, and the Mercedes engine roars to life. My pulse quickens as the car pulls away from the curb. The moment it's out of sight, I dart across the street and begin climbing the fire escape up to Elle's floor. I have less than 5 minutes before the next set of watchdogs arrive, and I'm really not in the mood for another brawl. Though, when I finally see what it is that Elle has left for me, I wish that I hadn't taken the risk. I stumble backwards and almost lose my footing. Fuck! I grip the railing. Elle's pregnant. Those 2 pink lines have my blood running cold. How the hell did this happen? I was meant to protect her, not fucking knock her up with a child I'm not sure she even wants. My heartbeat stomps as I snatch the positive test off the ledge and climb in through the window. The room is cast in darkness, and the outline of Elle's sleeping form in the bed has me grinding my teeth. I don't want to wake her, especially after the nightmare she had last night, but we need to talk about this, and I don't have a lot of time. Elle, I whisper into the darkness. Elle whimpers softly as she tosses and turns beneath the covers. Is she having a nightmare? I'm crossing the room in an instant, the pregnancy test temporarily forgotten as I try to gently wake her up. Elle. Her cheeks are damp with tears, and her hair is soaked with sweat. You're okay, Elle. You're safe. My heart clenches at the thought of her suffering. Suddenly, she bolts upright, almost knocking me off the bed. Christ!
Lev?
She reaches to turn on the lamp, flooding the room with light. Yeah. I hold the hand to my heart. Are you okay? I'm almost knocked off the bed again when Elle throws her arms around my neck and hugs me tightly. My hands find her waist, and I bury my nose in her neck, inhaling the slightly salty scent of her skin. She's so warm and soft, and I just want to hold her against me for a little while longer.
What the fuck, Lev?
She pulls away and hits me on the arm. What was that for?
You literally ghosted me.
Ghosted? What does that mean?
Ugh, it doesn't matter.
She huffs, folding her arms over her chest. Clearly it does.
It means you just disappeared.
I know, but I didn't have much of a choice. The Koslovs have eyes on you 24/7, and I couldn't risk getting caught. It's not the only reason I've stayed away, but it's enough of a reason to hopefully calm her anxiety. In truth, I keep trying to stay away, but it seems that my efforts have been in vain considering the reality of our situation. You're pregnant. Elle nods, biting her lower lip as her eyes search my face.
Tell me what you're thinking.
I don't know what to think. I don't want to lie. I never once considered having children of my own, considering my upbringing, and so I have no idea what to feel.
Me neither. What I do know is that I don't care who you are or what you've done, Lev.
I open my mouth to retort, but she holds up a hand to silence me.
Please let me finish.
I nod, and she reaches for my hand and holds it in her lap.
We have a connection, Lev. One that only seems to be growing stronger with time. And I think a baby would only strengthen it more.
I can't give you the life you deserve, Elle. I choke, a gut-wrenching emptiness swallowing me as I think of the child that now grows inside her.
I don't care.
You might say that now, but one day I promise you will. A life with me, you wouldn't have one, Elle. I'm not good for you or this baby.
You don't get to decide that.
She moves to straddle my lap. Elle, she wraps her arms around my neck. Her scent is intoxicating, and as I move my hands to her hips and dip my fingers beneath the hem of her t-shirt to feel her warm skin, I realize I've already lost this fight.
I want you, Lev.
She whispers before leaning in to kiss me. Her lips are so soft and warm, and I eagerly force my tongue into her mouth, wanting to taste her. Her moans as I slide my tongue against hers have my cock thickening in my pants.
Please.
The agony in Elle's voice has me giving in to her entirely. Take this off, I grunt, tugging at the hem of her shirt. Elle smiles against my lips before pulling back and removing her t-shirt. The last of my restraint snaps at the sight of her swollen breasts, and I eagerly lean in to take one of her nipples in my mouth, gently sucking on the hard bud.
So good.
I lean back and start palming her breasts. So beautiful. Elle's eyes flutter closed as she starts to gently grind her pussy against my erection. I rub my thumbs over her nipples.
Lev.
Fuck. I need you.
I'm all yours.
Those 3 words are my undoing. I wrap an arm around Elle's waist and flip her on her back, She squeals, and I find myself smiling as I reach for the waistband of her shorts. This woman will be the death of me. When she's completely naked, I take her thighs and part them. Her swollen, glistening pussy has my cock straining painfully against my zipper. My mouth waters at the thought of sinking my tongue inside her, of tasting her arousal as she comes. But from the look of agony on Elle's face, it's clear that she needs more than just pleasure from me tonight. She needs connection.
Please.
She reaches for the waistband of my pants.
I need you.
Our eyes stay locked as I climb off the bed and remove my clothes. Even when my cock springs free and I reach down to stroke my throbbing length, she never once looks away from my face. I'm yours, Elle. I climb back onto the bed and settle myself between her thighs. I'm all yours. Her green eyes well with tears as I slowly sink inside her, and I gently wipe away a few that escape as I continue to move my hips.
Lev.
I know, Shastier. I bend down to kiss her softly. I swallow the sound of her cries as I thrust the rest of the way inside her, groaning as her pussy clenches around me. You feel incredible. She whimpers, burying her face in my neck and kissing along my scars as I start to slowly move inside her. I used to be repulsed by the idea of Elle seeing me like this, and while I still feel incredibly vulnerable, being able to connect with her like this is making it easy for me to forget that I even have them. I take my time, letting her adjust to my size, though from her frustrated pants, it soon becomes clear that Elle is needing more.
Lev.
She moans, arching her back so that her nipples brush against my chest. What do you want, Elle? I bend down to kiss along the swell of her breast.
I want to...
She cries out as I bite down on her nipple. Show me. I gently slide my cock out of her, and she moves her hands to my shoulders.
Like this.
I let out a grunt of approval as she pushes me onto my back and climbs on top of me.
I want to watch you come.
She reaches between us to grip my cock. Fuck. Her hand is so small and warm, and I have to grit my teeth to stop myself from spilling all over it as she starts to stroke my length. Her lips pull up into a smile as she rolls her hand over the slick head. Elle.
I want to ride you, Lev.
She moves to rub the tip along her drenched core. I want that too. I choke at how wet she is. I move my hands to her hips to hold her steady as she lines my cock up with her entrance. Watching Elle chase her pleasure as she rides me will be the sweetest torture, and I cannot fucking wait. With one thrust of my hips, I bury myself inside her completely. Elle throws her head back as she cries out my name, but she doesn't give herself long to adjust before she's clenching her thighs and lifting herself off my cock.
Lev.
She pants as she sinks back down, her breasts bouncing with the movement. Holy shit. I sink into her slick heat. She feels like heaven, so wet and tight that I can already feel my balls tighten with the need to come. But I let her set the pace, enjoying just watching her body move as she rides me. It's the most incredible sight, and I never want it to end. That's it, Elle.
Fuck. Yes, right there.
She cups her breasts as she bounces up and down on my cock. I glance between us and watch my cock sliding in and out of her. Nothing has ever felt so right, which only makes it more painful knowing that I'll have to leave once it's over. So for right now, I'm going to make sure to make Elle feel nothing but pleasure. I adjust my hands so that I can start rubbing my thumb against her clit. Elle's answering moans and the way her pussy pulses around me let me know that she's close. You feel so fucking good, Elle.
Oh, yes, Lev, please.
She grinds against my hand. That's it, Shastier. I work her clit faster. You're doing so well. A slight sheen of sweat coats her skin as she increases her pace. I match my movements to hers, thrusting my cock into her as she slams down, both of us groaning as we collide. There's no sight more beautiful than Elle as she's about to climax. Watching her brows pull together and her mouth fall open as her cries turn to pants has my cock starting to leak.
Oh, God, yes, I'm coming.
Look at me, Elle. Look at me. Her head falls forward, and she looks at me with glazed eyes as she hovers near the edge. Come with me, Elle. I lose myself in her green eyes, and for a moment, time seems to stop completely. Her breath catches, and the walls of her pussy flutter around my cock before her orgasm hits, and she's screaming with pleasure. Watching Elle climax is enough to send me over the edge. With one last hard thrust of my hips, I empty myself inside her. Oh, fuck! Once we're both completely spent, Elle collapses on top of me with my cock still buried inside her. Neither of us talks as we try to catch our breath, and I'm too stunned by what happened to do much other than gently stroke her back. Eventually, her breathing starts to deepen, and I worry she's actually falling asleep while I'm still inside her. You need to sleep, Dushenka, I murmur as I stroke her slightly damp hair. I gently roll her onto her back and slowly slide my still hard cock out of her, swallowing a groan at how wet she is. It wouldn't take much for me to be ready to go again, but Elle is clearly exhausted, and I should let her sleep. As I make to move out of the bed, Elle's eyes flutter open, and she's reaching for me once more.
Please stay, just for a little while.
She really has me wrapped around her little finger, because I find myself rolling onto my side and pulling her flush against me. I want nothing more than to stay with her, wrapped up in my arms all night long. But if any of the Koslovs was to figure out I was here, they would kill me, slowly and painfully. It would be worth it, though. Just for a little while. My eyes fly open to find the sunlight just beginning to shine in through the window. Elle lies next to me with her thigh draped over my legs, her breathing still heavy with sleep. Shit. I fell asleep. Elle, I whisper as I gently shake her shoulder. Her hair is fanned out over my chest, and the soft swell of her breasts presses up against my side. For a moment, I become distracted by the sight of Elle lying on my chest, her naked body wrapped around mine as she sleeps. Someone pounding on the door quickly has me crashing back to reality.
Elle?
Fuck. It's Lucia. This is not good. Lucia cannot catch me here. She might be easier to fight off than Mikhail, but that doesn't mean I want to risk a run-in with her. Elle, wake up! I hiss under my breath. I manage to untangle myself from her and jump out of bed to begin searching for my clothes. She buries deeper under the covers. Elle! This time it's not Lucia pounding on the door, but Mikhail. This is really not good. His voice seems to do the trick of waking Elle up. She sits bolt upright and blinks at me. Her hair is a mess, and her eyes are heavy with sleep, but the covers fall to her waist, giving me the perfect view of her bare breasts. I don't think I've ever seen a more beautiful sight. Mikhail pounds on the door again. Open the door, Elle! Elle's eyes widen as she glances at my half-naked form as I attempt to pull on my pants.
Fuck.
She throws back the covers.
You can't be here.
Way ahead of you. I pull on my hoodie. Lucia bangs on the door, too.
Seriously, Elle, open the door. 1 minute.
Her eyes fly to me.
What the hell are they doing here?
She searches for her clothes, slipping a t-shirt over her head.
Go down the fire escape.
I cross over to the window and glance down below. Fuck! I point down to the street. Anton and Daniil are down there. It seems the majority of the Koslov Bratva is wanting to pay Elle a visit this morning. I have no doubt they have more men nearby, which means not only am I completely outnumbered, but I'm also completely trapped. There's no way in hell this is going to end well.
Shit. Okay. There's no need to panic. You can just wait in here while I get rid of them.
How?
I'll think of something.
Elle?
Nobody knows you're here, so it'll be okay.
She disappears from the room. She's probably right, but that's not what I'm worried about. It's only a matter of time before the Koslovs discover the link between me and Elle, and when they do, whatever chance we could have had at building a life together will be shattered for good.
Chapter 25. Elle. I try not to panic at the thought of Lev being so close to Lucia and Mikhail. What the hell are they doing here? I've never known them to stop by my apartment so early. Usually, if Lucia drops in, it's because she's been shopping nearby and wants to drop off various gifts that she's picked up for me. But she's always either alone or with Vivi. So I'm even more nervous to know why Mikhail has decided to tag along. Does he know that Lev is here? Surely, if that were the case, I would have woken up to the sounds of him breaking down my door. So it must be something else. Whatever the reason, I can't ignore their incessant banging any longer. As I head across the lounge area, I smooth my hands over my hair, hoping that I just look disheveled from sleep and not because I spent the night riding Mikhail's half-brother. With one last deep breath, I plaster a smile on my face and throw open the door. Hey, this is a nice surprise. I didn't realize you were such a deep sleeper. Lucia's wrapped up in an oversized puffer coat with a cute bobble hat and matching scarf. As always, she looks effortlessly beautiful, with a bare face and her dark hair loose around her shoulders. She holds up a paper bag. We brought coffee and bagels. Wow, that's so thoughtful. I force a smile as my eyes flick to Mikhail, who looks just as stone-faced as ever. He's swapped out his usual suit jacket for a black bomber that he's rolled up to the elbows to expose his tattooed arms. Hey, Mikhail. I've not spoken to him since the night I stormed out of his house, and the awkwardness of the current situation is making my palms start to sweat. Though that might also be due to the fact that I'm secretly harboring his half-brother in my bedroom. Mikhail dips his chin at me in response, and I figure that's as close as I'm going to get to a truce with Mikhail Kozlov. When his eyes glance past me into my apartment, I cringe as his eyes linger on the closed door to my bedroom. So, are you going to make us eat our breakfast out in the hall, or... Lucia chuckles. Oh, right. I step aside. Come on in. My heart hammers in my chest as I follow them through to the lounge. My apartment is fairly small, which means if Lev dares to make a sound, there's no way that Lucia and Mikhail won't notice. I also have to hope that neither one of them will need to use the bathroom while they're here, as the only one I have is off of my bedroom. This is going to be the breakfast from hell. I busy myself with getting plates and glasses for some juice as Lucia and Mikhail settle on the couch. My hands won't stop shaking as I carry the supplies over to the coffee table, and I can only pray that they don't notice. No Vivi again? Lucia opens up the paper bag and starts plating up the bagels. She had a sleepover with the twins. Zara just adores her, and so do the twins. I'm starting to think Zara's actually stolen her. I joke as I take a seat in the armchair across from them, though my tone is anything but light. I need to get it together before I'm the one who gives Lev away. Clearing my throat, I reach for a bagel and a coffee, hoping that by keeping my hands busy, it'll make my discomfort less obvious. Mikhail continues to stay quiet as Lucia chats animatedly about Vivi, though his eyes don't stop darting around the room, taking in every little detail. I try my best to feign interest, but I can't help but glance at my bedroom door, If Mikhail were to suddenly decide to take a look around, it would all be over. So, what are you really doing here? I bounce my knee up and down. I figure the sooner they get to the point, the sooner they can leave. The look that Lucia gives Mikhail confirms that there's more to this visit than simply enjoying an early morning breakfast together. Mikhail was concerned that you're not taking this whole situation with Lev seriously enough. Is that right? Elle, Lucia warns.
I decided to do some digging.
Mikhail drapes his arm over the back of the couch. He's so large that he makes my love seat look like an armchair. Oh? I pick at my bagel, not feeling the slightest bit hungry, though this time it's not due to nausea. Fuck. How the hell am I going to tell them about the pregnancy? Now I'm really starting to sweat. Earth to Elle! Lucia snaps her fingers. You were miles away. Sorry. Coffee hasn't kicked in yet. Sorry, Mikhail, you were saying?
I was saying that none of the situation was making sense to me.
He leans forward to rest his muscular forearms on his knees.
Until I married Lucia, the Contis had no obvious link to my family, so I couldn't understand why Lev was so obsessed with you in particular.
I feel like I should be offended. The muscle in Mikhail's jaw ticks, and I decide not to try and crack any more jokes to hide my discomfort.
There had to be something that I'd missed, so I got my private investigator involved.
Lucia nods. Rosa is a shark. Absolutely terrifying woman, but the best in the business. So I take it you found something. A heavy weight settles on my chest. The reason behind Lev's obsession with me is something I've always wondered about too. But from the look on Mikhail's face, I'm not sure I want to know the answer.
Rosa decided to look into the fire that killed your brother and parents.
Why? What has that got to do with Lev?
It turns out it has everything to do with Lev, as well as Igor Ivanov.
My heart starts to sink. What are you saying?
I'm saying that Lev is the reason your family is dead, Elle. And I think he's resurfaced to try and finish what he started.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
It's true.
No. I clutch at my throat as I struggle to take a breath. No, that's impossible. My body has gone into shock. I can barely hear what Mikhail is saying over the ringing in my ears. This can't be true. I won't allow it to be true. Because how could I be falling in love with the man who is responsible for murdering my parents and brother? There has to be some mistake. I gasp as the memory of the boy in the grounds flashes in my mind. Those eyes. Lev's eyes. All this time he was there. He was there and he did nothing as my house went up in flames, as my parents and little brother suffocated to death and their remains turned to ash. And yet, the burns on his neck and hands suggest otherwise. Oh my God. I know why I survived that night. He came back for me. But why? Mikhail shakes his head.
I'm afraid it's true, Elle.
We're so sorry. Lucia's voice thickens with tears. We hate that we're bringing all of this up again, but we hope it could give you closure. I don't bother to fight the tears. Instead, I let them fall. Mikhail leans forward.
Has Lev been in contact with you? I hate to ask, but I need to know, Elle. This man is dangerous, and clearly he's got some unfinished business with you.
No, he hasn't. I don't know why I'm lying. After all he's done, he doesn't deserve my protection. All it would take is a nod in the direction of my bedroom for Mikhail to realize the truth, and it would all be over. But then I would also have to tell him that the very man who murdered my parents is also the father of my child. That realization has me burying my head in my hands. How can this be happening? Lucia gets to her feet, and she comes to perch on the arm of the chair. Elle, it's going to be okay. She places a hand on my shoulder and gives it a reassuring squeeze, but it does little to make me feel better. Mikhail will take care of him. What? Is that what I want? I'm so confused that I can barely think straight. I can't deal with this right now. I shake off Lucia's hand, getting to my feet. My cheeks are damp with tears and my body feels heavy with exhaustion. I think you should go so I can process this. Mikhail braces his hands on his thighs.
I appreciate it's a lot to take in, but we can't ignore this threat any longer, Elle. I really think you should come back to the townhouse with us.
That's not necessary, Mikhail.
Elle.
Please, can you both just leave? I wince at my tone. This isn't me. This isn't who I am. I don't fight with Lucia or snap at my friends. But ever since Lev came into my life, I feel like I don't recognize myself anymore. I'm sorry, I sigh. This has just been a lot. You don't need to apologize. Lucia gets to her feet. But I really think you shouldn't be alone. Maybe I can stay and we can just hang out, just the two of us? My eyes flick to my bedroom door and I shake my head. I think I just want to be alone. I don't miss the flash of hurt in Lucia's eyes, but she nods. Will you promise to call the moment you're ready to talk? I promise. The moment I close the door behind Lucia and Mikhail, the fear sets in. The man who murdered my parents is in my bedroom, and I could be next. My hands shake as I turn the door handle, and with one last deep breath, I push it open. I half expected Lev to have left, but no. He's sitting on the edge of my bed with an expression that confirms he overheard the entire conversation. Get the fuck out of my apartment! Lev's expression turns into one of pure agony as he realizes I'm no longer buying into his bullshit.
Elle, listen to me.
Get out, now! Lev gets to his feet. I said leave! Lev's eyes widen as he glances over at the open window. Anton and Daniil could still be down there, and if they heard me yelling, it wouldn't take long for them to realize who is currently in my bedroom. I dart across the room, but Lev is faster. He slams the window closed and turns his back against it so I can't access it.
You need to listen to me.
His face has drained of color, making the scarring on his neck stark in contrast to the pale pallor of his skin. Fuck you.
Elle, you're still in danger.
That part is perfectly clear to me. Lev's jaw clenches as he looks at me, and for the first time I actually feel afraid of him. How could I have been so blind when the truth has been here all along? Was I just so desperate for someone to finally see me that I was willing to ignore the warning signs? I guess I'm about to find out.
Igor will come after you. I know better than anyone what he's capable of.
I bet you planned the entire kidnapping hoax and blamed it on your father to get me to trust you. Because it wasn't enough just to kill me then and there. You really wanted to make me suffer.
Elle, I would never hurt you.
Too late. I turn to storm from the room. But I don't even make it to the door before a hand is over my mouth, and Lev has his arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me flush against his hard body.
I'm so sorry to do this to you, Elle, but you need to listen to me.
I struggle against him.
I don't care if you hate me, but you need to know the truth, Elle.
Having his hands on me has me fighting the urge to vomit. I try to scream, but the sound comes out muffled. I can only hope that Anton and Daniil are still outside my window to hear me yelling. I was stupid to send Mikhail and Lucia away. What did I expect? To walk back into my room and pretend like I didn't learn that Lev murdered my parents and brother? I guess I'm even more of a fool than I thought. Lev adjusts his hold on me so that he can pull his phone out of his pocket, but his hand remains clamped over my mouth to stop me from crying for help.
Pyotr, I need you to bring me a car. Meet me in the side alley beside apartment 428 on the corner of East 83rd in 5 minutes.
Who the fuck is Pyotr? And where the hell is he taking me? All I can do is squirm. Even with only one arm holding me in place, I'm still too weak to fight him off. I wish I took Lucia up on her offer all those years ago to learn self-defense. She would never get caught in a situation like this. She would have had Lev on the ground in seconds. It's the fire all over again. I'm completely helpless. Only this time, Lev isn't going to be carrying me away from the flames. Instead, he's going to make me walk straight through them. Lev hangs up the phone.
I'm not going to hurt you. Please, I need you to trust me.
His body pressed against mine no longer feels comforting or familiar. The man who I was falling for, the man who has fathered my child, is nothing but a stranger to me now. And the worst part is, he even tried to warn me, but I refused to listen. I was too caught up in my own fantasy to realize what was right in front of me. A monster hiding in plain sight. Lev tightens his hand over my mouth to muffle my sobs as he half carries me out of my apartment and down the stairs. I pray for someone to appear, to have heard my shouts and decided to come to investigate. But as we get closer to the first floor, I realize that no one is coming to save me.
I'm sorry to do this, Elle.
Lev keeps repeating over and over. Once upon a time, I would have believed him, but not anymore. When we reach the first floor, Lev drags me away from the door toward the fire exit at the back of the building that leads to the alley where the garbage cans are kept. His breathing in my ear has my skin prickling, and my heart is pounding so hard in my chest I feel like I'm going to pass out. Lev wastes no time pushing open the emergency exit and forcing me outside, where a car is already waiting. A large man dressed in all black, with neat blonde hair and blue eyes, is leaning against the blacked-out SUV. I can only assume this is Pewter. Immediately, my eyes go to the gun he has tucked into his belt, and I start trying to fight Lev's hold on me to no avail. This can't be how it ends. Where the hell is Mikhail or Anton? The one time they decided to do as I ask and leave me alone is the one time I actually need them. Pewter's eyes widen when he takes in the sight of me struggling against Lev's hold, but he says nothing. Instead, he simply opens the back door of the car and steps aside. I can't let him take me. By the time Lucia or Mikhail realize I'm missing, it will likely be too late. For all I know, Lev is taking me straight to his father.
I need to get her in the car now.
Lev pushes me forward. I have one shot at this, and I have to make it count. The moment his hands are off me in order to help me into the car, I spin in place and make to run. But instead, I ricochet off Lev's hard chest and stumble backwards, smacking my head on the frame of the door.
Shit.
Lev hisses under his breath as my vision blurs. His voice is the last thing I hear before everything goes black.
Chapter 26. Lev. I always knew that Elle would find out the truth eventually, but I didn't expect it to hurt so damn much when her beautiful green eyes turned cold as they looked at me. I'm no stranger to physical pain, but watching her finally see me for the monster that I am is a pain like no other. I would happily endure the wrath of Igor for the rest of my life if it meant Elle would never look at me like that again. I know I was never worthy of her kindness or affection, but for the past few weeks, I got lost in the fantasy of it all, of her and the life we could have had if things were different. When she didn't run at the sight of my scars, or when she learned that I was likely responsible for the death of Andrei Koslov and his wife, it made me believe that it was possible for someone to finally love me. I felt that nothing I could say or do would frighten her. It made me believe that perhaps when she finally found out the truth behind the fire, she would be able to look past it and forgive me. But Elle's love for her family is fierce and unwavering, and to think she would betray that in favor of loving me, I was a fool for ever considering it. I should have given myself over to the Koslovs the moment Mikhail told her the truth. After all, I can't deny what I did. I might have saved Elle from the fire that night, but I'm the reason her brother and parents are dead. Igor told me of his plan to kill Marco Conti Sr., as well as his wife and children, and I did nothing to stop him. It doesn't matter that I was terrified of him. My own cowardice cost Elle the lives of the people she loved most in the world, and now she's being forced to carry my child as a constant reminder of my weakness, my lies, and betrayal. I deserve to suffer for what I've done, though no amount of pain the Koslovs will ultimately inflict on me will ever be enough to make up for the pain I've put Elle through. But until that time comes, I need to try and get her to understand that I'm not the only person she should fear. Mikhail might think that I'm the one who's coming to finish the job that Igor started all those years ago, but he couldn't be more wrong. Igor has been biding his time ever since the kidnapping, and he will make a move against her. I just have to pray that I can get her to see reason before it's too late for her, and for my child. Elle is still out cold after managing to knock herself out against the side of the car, so when I pull up outside the cabin, I have no choice but to carry her in my arms like I did all those weeks ago. Thankfully, she hasn't cut herself, but a large bruise is already starting to form on her temple, and I have no doubt that she'll have a killer headache when she wakes up. I can only hope that I have some painkillers stashed somewhere in the cabin. I look down at her peaceful face, and my chest cracks open. I wish things could have been different, that in another life we could have gotten our happily ever after. When Elle finally comes to as I'm walking into the main living space, she blinks up at me. Her eyes are a little unfocused, and it's likely she might have a mild concussion, but I can't risk taking her to a hospital just yet. We're back at the cabin. I set her down on her feet in the middle of the small living area, keeping my hands on her waist in case she's a little unsteady. I'm not going to hurt you.
You killed my family.
Elle whispers, a deep crease forming between her dark eyebrows.
You've already hurt me more than you could possibly know.
She's slipping further and further away with each word she speaks, but I can't let her go until she's safe once and for all. Elle, I need you to listen to me. I automatically go to cup her face, to offer her some comfort like I have done so many times before, but she bats my hand away.
Get off me!
She shoves at my chest. Her cheeks are stained pink as her anger flares, and she manages to use enough force against me that I stumble backwards. Elle.
Take me home, now. I swear to God, Lev, you're going to pay for what you've done.
She shoves at my chest again, and my hands wrap around her wrists to hold her in place. I've never seen Elle so wild, and I can't deny that a little part of me is impressed she's putting up such a fight. I need you to listen to me, Elle.
Fuck you.
She pulls against my hold. Igor is the one who started the fire that night. I don't let go of her wrists. He told me we were going to your house so he could talk to your father and that I had to come along.
I don't want to hear this.
Her voice cracks and tears start streaming down her cheeks. I know, I'm so sorry, but you need to know. She shakes her head, her lower lip wobbling as she stares at the ground, but she stops fighting against my hold, so I take that as my sign to continue. He told me to wait outside while he went to talk to your father, and that's when I saw you up at the window. I think I frightened you because you jumped out of sight, but then I caught you peeking again, and it made me smile. Elle's face crumbles, and I fight the urge to wipe away the tears that are streaming down her cheeks. And then my throat tightens, and I have to take a second to gather myself. Igor was inside, and there was a lot of yelling. Then dozens of his men were dousing the place with gasoline, and the next thing I knew, the entire house was up in flames.
Lev, please.
Elle sobs. Her entire body is trembling, and I risk turning her wrists over so I can gently stroke my thumbs across the delicate skin. I'm so sorry, Elle.
Did you know what he was planning?
He never told me specifically, but I wasn't ignorant to Igor's reputation. I knew he would be planning on doing more than just talking with your father. At the time, I couldn't understand why Igor had brought me along instead of my brother Maxime. He was older and more experienced. But whatever his reasoning, I'm glad he brought me, because otherwise that fire would have claimed you too. Elle's shoulders shake with silent sobs as I speak. I heard you screaming through your open window, and This time my voice cracks and my throat tightens as her phantom screams haunt me. The memory flashes through my mind so clearly as if it was yesterday. I yelled at Igor to get you out, but he only laughed. When he realized that I was going in after you, he threatened to kill me, but I didn't care. I couldn't just leave you to die, so I ran into the house and found you passed out in your room.
I still wake up thinking I'm trapped in that room.
Elle whispers.
I can still hear my father shouting. I can still smell the smoke. Sometimes I wish that I had died in that fire too, because that way I would be with them now, and not living with the pain of losing them.
I'm so sorry, Elle.
You don't get to be sorry.
She yanks her hands out of my grip, stepping away from me.
You could have stopped him. You could have...
She clutches a hand over her mouth to muffle her sobs. I know.
Do you?
I hang my head, not knowing what else to say. I've told her everything, and it's up to her now what she decides to do.
It doesn't matter that you saved my life.
She whispers, a cold hatred in her eyes as she turns to look at me.
That doesn't change the fact that you let my family die. You knew Igor was sentencing my family to death, and you did nothing. My parents, my baby brother are all dead because of you.
I almost fall to my knees at the look of agony on her face. This can't be the end, because without Elle, my life is not worth living.
How could you do this to me? Save me only to leave me alone?
She steps toward me with wild eyes.
You're no better than Igor.
I am nothing like Igor. I risked my life to save you that night. He beat me within an inch of my fucking life because I chose to disobey him and go into that fire because I heard your screams.
I'd take a beating over the death of my family any day.
Fuck, that's not what I meant. I run my hand over my face. This is coming out all wrong. A dull ache is building in my temples, and I press my palms to the side of my head as I try to breathe through the pain. Igor is a cruel, sadistic man, I grunt as the pain flares behind my eyes, who only cares about himself.
I guess the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree.
You're not listening. I throw my hands in the air. You said so yourself that he threatened the life of his own grandchild. I would never fucking do that, Elle. He's the real monster here.
You don't get to do that.
She shakes her head at me.
You don't get to dismiss your own crimes because your father's are worse.
He is not my father.
He raised you. He clothed you and fed you. He is your father in every way that counts.
Each word out of her mouth is like a knife to the heart. But I can't deny the fact that she's right. I might have Koslov blood running in my veins, but I was raised as an Ivanov. I would give my life for yours if I had to, Elle. Can't you see how much you mean to me? I love you, goddammit! The words spill from my lips before I can stop myself. Elle blinks. Her lips part, and for the briefest moment I wonder if she's about to tell me she loves me too. But then it's gone, and the coldness returns.
All I see is your guilt, Lev. You're trying to make yourself feel better by attempting to convince me that you were only protecting me. But you're not protecting me, Lev. You're hurting me.
No. I shake my head as the pain flares. No, that's not true, Elle.
It is true.
I stagger backwards as I'm hit with a blinding pain so bad that I almost vomit right there and then.
Lev?
Elle's voice sounds far away, as if I'm trapped underwater. I screw my eyes shut, trying to take a breath, but I'm already too far gone. I'm going to black out, and Elle will take that as her opportunity to run. As I slip into the darkness, all I can do is hope that the Koslovs get to her before Igor does, and that one day, when all of this is over, she can find it in her heart to forgive me.
Chapter 27. Elle. Lev crumples to the floor, completely unconscious. 1 minute he was standing there talking to me, and then the next he was out cold, as if a switch went off in his brain. Is this one of his blackouts? I go to take a step toward him, but stop myself. He could be faking this as a way to get me to come to him. Today has only proven that I've greatly underestimated Lev, and as much as I wish I could trust him, I can't. That trust has been severed, and I'm not sure it can ever be repaired. But seeing him lying there so vulnerable has my stomach sinking. If he came into the hospital as a patient, I would treat him without question. So why should right now be any different? Lev? Nothing. He doesn't even stir a little. He's so still that I can't even tell if he's breathing. My heart is screaming at me to go and help, but my head is telling me to stay the hell away from him. Right now, I need to protect myself and my child, so I stay on the opposite side of the room. Lev! His face is deathly pale, and there's a slight sheen of sweat across his brow. He doesn't look good at all. Oh God, my hand moves to my stomach and I think of our child. Suddenly, this isn't just about what's best for me anymore. Despite everything, he is still the father of my child. Would I be able to live with myself if I just left him here? I'm crossing the room and kneeling beside Lev before I have a chance to talk myself out of it. I press 2 fingers to his neck, and when I feel the steady beat of his pulse, I let out a sob. Oh, thank God. I sit back on my heels, looking down at Lev. He told me himself that he could be out for 5 minutes or 5 hours. This could be my only chance to get the fuck out of here. I could take his keys and run. If luck is on my side, I could get Mikhail and Alexei back here before he even wakes up. Once again, my hand flies to my stomach where the child we made together is starting to grow. A child we made, I now realize, out of the love that we have for each other. Had. Because I loved him. Maybe I still do. I'm honestly so confused by everything that's happened in the past 24 hours that I don't know what to think or believe anymore. What I can't ignore is the fact that Lev was there the night my family died. That he could have stopped the fire that tore my family apart. Instead, he stood by and let that monster murder my family. To me, that makes him just as guilty as Igor. To hear him tell me that he loves me would have once had me crying with joy. But now all I feel is pain. To love him back feels like I'm betraying my parents and Marco. I look down at his face, and I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of grief. Grief for my family, for my child, and for us. Goodbye, Lev. I reach out to touch his cheek. His stubble is coarse, and his skin is warm to the touch. My eyes start to sting with tears as I climb to my feet, but I need to hurry if I want to get out of here. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone to call Mikhail. I should have told him the truth when I had the chance, and I have no doubt that he will be furious with me when he learns of it. But at the time, I thought it was the right call to keep the reality of my relationship with Lev a secret. But I can no longer look past the fact that Lev is the reason that Mikhail and his brothers lost their parents. The Kozlovs have done too much for me and my family for me to keep betraying them like this. If someone I knew and cared for was harboring Igor behind my back, I would be just as angry. So I open up my contacts and dial Mikhail's number. Shit, I have no signal. My only option is to take Lev's car and drive back to the city and try to call Mikhail on the way. I'll need to go straight to Lucia's townhouse and hope that she and Mikhail will forgive me for being so stubborn. If only I had listened to them, I wouldn't be in this mess right now. I rush over to the door, and I'm about to throw it open when I catch the sound of footsteps moving about outside.
No one touches him.
A deep voice barks.
He's mine to deal with.
I stagger backwards from the door. I know that voice. Suddenly, I'm 8 years old again, standing with my ear pressed against my bedroom door as I listen to that voice arguing with my father. The voice of Igor Ivanov. Oh my God. My blood turns cold.
Search the perimeter.
My eyes fly to the windows, and I drop to the ground out of sight. If Igor learns that I'm here, there's no way I'm getting out of this alive.
You have my permission to shoot, but only to wound. Let me do the rest.
They have guns. It's the motel all over again. Only this time, Lev might not be able to save me. I can only imagine the sort of horrors Igor will make me suffer before he finally decides to kill me. There is no doubt he will have me begging for death by the time he's done with me. Lev! I glance over my shoulder at his unconscious body. I can only hope that Lev meant it when he said he loved me, because he might be my only hope of getting out of this alive. I crawl across the dusty wooden floor to Lev and violently shake him by the shoulder. Lev, I hiss. Lev, wake up!
Do your fucking jobs!
Igor yells, making me flinch. Please wake up. I sob, but Lev is showing no signs of waking. We're running out of time. I take his face in my hands and bend down until my lips hover over his. Lev, if you can hear me, I need you to wake up, I whisper. Please, Lev. It's Elle. I need you to wake up. His eyelids start to flutter open, and I stifle a sob as he blinks up at me.
Elle?
Lev, we need to get out of here. Igor is outside, and if what you said is true, then he's going to kill us both. Lev's eyes widen, and he glances over at the door. The sound of voices filters through, the loudest of them being Igor's.
Fuck.
He scrambles to his feet, but his legs almost give out, so he has to hold on to the wall to stabilize himself. His eyes dart to the window, and a deep crease appears between his dark brows. What do we do? I whisper as I get to my feet. I'm about to pass out from how fast my heart is beating.
Elle, I need you to trust me.
Lev holds out his hand.
Can you do that?
I look down at his hand and my eyes swim with tears. I don't know. Igor's shouts sound from outside and I don't have a choice. I reach for Lev's hand, and when his warm fingers intertwine with mine, I'm not filled with disgust or repulsion. In this moment, he's the same Lev he was all those weeks ago, carrying me inside this very cabin after he took out those 2 men in the motel. He has always promised that he will keep me safe, and now is a perfect chance for him to prove it. Lev holds a finger up to his lips before leading me across the living area. I glance back toward the door, trying my best to stay silent as I catch the sound of Igor's voice.
Run the plate. This better not be a fucking waste of time, Luca.
I flinch at his tone. I know all too well what Igor Ivanov is capable of. And if he knew that I was in here as well as Lev, I have no doubt that he would set this place on fire like he did my family's home. Lev, I whimper. He squeezes my hand before kicking the rug aside to reveal a hidden trapdoor. The color still hasn't returned to his face, and I wonder if he's just as terrified as I am. Lev pulls me down onto the ground, and I hold my breath as he quietly lifts the door. His eyes dart to the window, and then he nods, silently indicating for me to climb down the stairs. I don't have to be told twice. My legs are shaking so badly that I almost lose my footing and end up in a heap at the bottom of the staircase. But Lev doesn't let go of my hand for even a second. He keeps hold of it as he climbs down, adjusting the door and rug as he goes. A heavy bolt slides into a lock, and I wince.
It's pretty well soundproofed.
Lev whispers as we climb down the rest of the stairs.
I made this space a few years ago in case something like this happened. No one knows it exists. Not even Pyotr.
When we reach the bottom, he flicks on a small overhead light which lights up the underground hideout. It's almost like a studio apartment, with a double bed, what seems to be a fridge, and even stacks of books. Some kind of padding covers the walls, which I assume helps to muffle the sound. There's even another door at the far side of the room.
There's a bathroom through there.
Lev whispers when he sees me eyeing the door warily.
There's enough supplies down here for us to stay here for days if we need to.
Do you think we'll need to?
I have no idea.
I appreciate the honesty. Suddenly, footsteps sound overhead, and I let out a shriek of terror.
Shh!
Lev hisses, clamping a hand over my mouth and pulling me against him.
I'd rather not test the soundproofing right now.
Stay here until Lev and the girl come back.
Igor barks from above.
We're not leaving without both of them.
My eyes widen and Lev tenses behind me. He knows I'm here.
It will be okay.
He whispers in my ear as tears start to pour down my cheeks.
I won't let him hurt you.
He drops his hands from my mouth and around my waist, and I turn. Lev, I reach for him. When he looks into my eyes, my terror must be clear, because he wraps his strong arms around me and pulls me against his body.
I've got you. He's not going to hurt you.
I find myself clinging to him for comfort. I know I shouldn't, but when there's nothing but a trapdoor between me and death, my personal morals go out the window.
His car is here, so they must be nearby.
Another man says. Lev winces as he glances up at the trapdoor.
Fuck, I'm so sorry, El. I should have been more careful.
How the hell are we going to get out of this? Lev might have stocked this underground bunker with supplies, but it won't be long until Igor turns the place upside down and finds the hidden door. If only I could have gotten a message to Mikhail. Oh my God, I whisper.
What?
Mikhail put a tracker on my phone.
I'm confused.
After I got my phone back from the bar, he insisted on checking it for bugs as well as putting a tracker on it, as he said the location app can be hacked. It was in case something like the kidnapping happened again, but I don't have any signal here.
Mikhail would have planned for that. I wouldn't put it past him to already be on his way here with Alexei and the others.
Do you think so? A slight inkling of hope starts to build.
It's highly possible.
I don't miss the curt tone of his voice as he speaks of Mikhail. What is it? I pull back just enough so I can see his face.
I hate that I'm not enough to keep you safe.
He averts his eyes from mine.
But I promise you, I will do whatever it takes to protect you, El. Even if it costs me my own life, I'll do it. Because without you, my life is worth nothing to me.
His eyes flick down to mine, and my breath catches in my throat as I stare into them. Despite everything he's done, I can't help but believe him. Lev.
I love you, El. I always have. And I always will. Chapter 28. Lev. I reckon there's at least 4 men up there. I haven't heard Igor's voice in what feels like hours, but knowing him, he's likely left his lackeys on babysitting duty so he can go and get even bigger reinforcements. It's hard to tell how long we've been trapped down here in my little underground bunker, but I have a feeling Elle and I won't be leaving anytime soon. At least, not until Igor decides to come back. I can only imagine what he'll do to us when he learns we've been hiding out right under his very nose all this time. I just have to hope that Mikhail decides to check Elle's location before it comes to that. I hate that I'm having to rely on the Koslovs to come and get us out of this mess, but right now, we have no other choice. If it was just me, I would have grabbed one of the guns I have stored down here and walked straight into the line of fire. But I can't do that. It would leave Elle completely unprotected, and I'm not going to risk her life like that. I never should have left my car outside the cabin. I was too focused on getting Elle inside that I didn't make sure to cover my tracks. It was irresponsible of me. And now, it might just cost me everything. Igor knows that I can't be far away, and somehow he knows that Elle is with me, though I have no idea how. But I guess that doesn't really matter. All that matters is making sure he doesn't get his hands on her. My jaw aches from clenching it so hard as I tighten my arms around her trembling body. Elle doesn't deserve to suffer like this. If I wasn't such a selfish bastard, I would have left her apartment and given myself straight over to the Koslovs. But I needed her to listen to me. She needed to understand the danger that she was in. But all I ended up doing was leading her straight to him. Elle is still wrapped in my arms, her terror making her momentarily forget she hates me. She shivers, and I tighten my arms around her to try and bring her some comfort, despite everything. I bury my fingers in her hair and cradle her head against my chest. It's so soft, and I catch a waft of her fruity shampoo that has me biting back a moan. "I'm so sorry," I whisper against her hair. "I hate that you got caught up in this mess."
It's not your fault.
Yes, it is. All of it is my fault. Elle is quiet for a moment, lost to her own thoughts.
Lev?
Yeah? She pulls back just enough so she can look up at me. Her eyes are red-rimmed and a little glassy, but the coldness has vanished.
I didn't mean what I said earlier.
She chews on her lower lip.
You're nothing like Igor.
She blinks, and a few tears escape down her cheeks. This time, I don't stop myself from taking her face in my hands and wiping them away with my thumbs.
You were just a kid yourself.
You don't need to do this. I gently stroke her cheek as I stare down into her beautiful eyes.
I was angry and upset, and it was wrong of me to blame you for something your father, Igor, did. I'm sorry, Lev.
You have nothing to be sorry for. It's like you said. I'm just as much to blame for what happened.
Your blackouts, are they always that scary?
I cringe. I hate that she saw me like that. I honestly don't know. I never remember them. Elle's lower lip trembles again, and I reach out to trace my thumb along it.
There was a moment where I thought you were dead.
My chest feels like it's being cracked open. I'm sorry I scared you. I sigh. I wish I could know what happens during them. I mean, I could literally kill someone and not remember a thing. Elle's eyes search my face as if she's looking for something. A small crease appears between her eyebrows as she reaches up to cup my cheek.
I don't think you're capable of hurting someone. At least anyone who didn't deserve it, blackout or not.
My throat thickens with emotion at Elle's words. It means a lot to hear you say that.
I also want you to know that I love you too. Scars, blackouts, and all.
I take her face in my hands and bend down to softly brush my lips against hers. I love you more than you could ever know. I'm not sure if the imminent threat of death looming above us is making me act so impulsively, but as I slide my tongue into her mouth, I reach down and lift her up by the backs of her thighs.
Lev?
Her eyes dart to the ceiling as she wraps her legs around my waist. I don't want to remind her that this might be the last chance we ever get to be together like this. I want to leave her with a happy memory of us for when this is all over. Because whether it's Igor or Alexei, my fate has been decided. I'm not getting out of this alive, so I sure as hell want to make the most of the time I have left with Elle. I settle her down on the bed, and neither of us wastes any time in taking off our clothes. As I pull my hoodie up over my head, Elle eagerly shimmies out of her jeans and panties before working on unbuttoning her blouse. When she's completely naked, she settles herself against the pillows, where she then slowly parts her thighs for me. The sight of her bare pussy has my already hard cock straining against my zipper. I wish I could spend hours worshiping every curve of her body, but we're already living on borrowed time.
Lev.
I'm right here. I take off the rest of my clothes and settle between her thighs. I wrap one arm around her waist, pulling her flush against me as I sink my fingers into her hair, holding her in place as I devour her mouth with my own. She gasps against my lips at the first nudge of my cock against her entrance, and I bite back a groan when I feel how wet she is for me. I love you, I whisper against her lips before slowly moving my hips.
I love you too.
I slowly slide my cock inside her slick heat. When I'm fully buried inside her, I pull back to look at Elle's face, to find her cheeks once again damp with tears. Dushenka, what's the matter?
I don't want to lose you.
She takes my face in her hands, kissing me fiercely. You will always have me. I slide my cock out of her. No matter what happens. I thrust back in. I swallow Elle's cries of pleasure with my mouth, and we soon find a rhythm that has us both panting and covered in sweat. My hands roam over Elle's skin, memorizing every inch of her as I continue to move inside her. Her hard nipples rubbing against my chest and her pussy clenching around my length as she chases her release have me grinding my teeth, wanting to hold off from coming as long as possible. Which is nearly impossible when I catch the look of pure ecstasy on Elle's face when I reach between us and start slowly rubbing her clit. Elle, I groan as my cock starts to leak.
Please, don't stop.
I bury my face in her neck, inhaling her sweet scent as I increase my pace. I wish we could stay down here forever, just the two of us. But at some point, reality is going to come crashing down. The thought of never getting to experience making love to Elle ever again is too painful to consider. But that makes me want to cherish this moment even more.
Please, Lev.
I've got you, Dushenka. She clings to me, her nails digging into my back and her thighs trembling on either side of my waist as she climaxes. Elle! Her pussy pulses around my cock, sending me over the edge.
I'm yours.
She whispers in my ear as I spill inside her. When we finally caught our breath, I slowly slide out of her, hissing at the surge of pleasure, before settling on my side and pulling Elle against my chest. She gently traces circles on my forearm.
Can I ask you something?
Anything.
Can you tell me more about the night of the fire? All I remember is passing out and then waking up in an ambulance.
Are you sure? I don't want to upset you.
I want to know everything.
I shift so that I'm propped up on my side, with one arm cradled underneath Elle's neck and the other draped over her middle. I want to be able to watch her face as I tell her, to know whether it's too much for her or not. I don't know why we were there. Like I said, I was confused why Igor didn't take Maxime. He was 16 at the time and was already starting to accompany Igor on raids, and was well versed in putting bullets in people's skulls by that point. Elle winces at my words, but stays quiet. I hate talking about stuff like this with her, but she wants to know, so I continue. As we were driving over to your parents' house, I kept asking why we were going over there. Eventually, Igor told me that we were going to get a payment for a debt that Marco Sr. owed.
A debt?
Elle frowns.
Why would my father have been in debt to Igor?
I have no idea. He never told me any specifics. For all I know, he could have made it up to get me to shut up. Because, let's face it, when does Igor Ivanov ever need a legitimate reason to go after someone?
I suppose you're right. So, what happened?
When we arrived, Igor told me to wait in the car while he went to deal with Marco. He was gone for a while, and I got bored, so I wandered around the back of the house, which is when I saw you up in the window. I gently stroked my hand over Elle's stomach as a small smile tugs at my lips. You had such a mischievous look on your face. I chuckle under my breath.
I was meant to be asleep.
I was tempted to climb up the rain gutters to come and talk to you. I know you could hear all the shouting, and I guess I wanted to make sure you weren't frightened." Elle's eyes widen.
Really?
I nod, looking down at her bare stomach as I slowly trace circles around the soft skin. "Yeah." But then I heard Igor leave, and I ran around to the front of the house. I had never seen him look so angry before, and that's when he told me he was going to burn the entire place down. Elle winces, but I don't stop. Dozens of his men had been waiting nearby with cans of gasoline, and within seconds, the house went up in flames.
Oh, God.
Elle's hand flew to her mouth. "I know. I'm so sorry. I begged Igor to get you all out, that whatever had happened, you and your family didn't deserve to die. But he wouldn't listen. He told me to get in the car, but then I thought of you up in your bedroom, and I couldn't leave you." I shake my head. He ran after me, yelling that if I didn't come with him, he would kill me. But I didn't care. I couldn't just leave you up there. So I ran around to the back of the house and climbed the rain gutter. Elle's cheeks are soaked with tears, and I bend down to kiss as many of them away as I can. She shivers at my touch, her hands clinging to my arms as I continue to talk. "You were unconscious when I found you, wrapped up underneath your blanket. The flames were already starting to creep into your room, but there was no way I would have been able to carry you down the rain gutter. If I slipped, we both would have fallen to our deaths. So my only option was to run through the flames."
Love.
Elle's voice cracks as she reaches up to trace the scars along the side of my neck. "By the time I got you out, Igor and his men had gone."
What? He just left you?
I guess he figured I had signed my own death sentence by going into that house, and saved him the job of killing me himself.
That's barbaric.
That's Igor. We're both quiet for a moment, our steady breathing the only sound, until I eventually muster up the courage to tell her the rest of the story. "I want you to know that I tried to go back for your family, but the fire was too strong. The top floor had almost completely collapsed, and the smoke... I really wanted to get them out, Elle." Her face crumples as she's overcome with grief. I know there's nothing I can say that can make her feel better at this moment, but I hate seeing her like this. I wish I could have done more for her family, for her. Eventually, I heard sirens heading toward the house. You were still unconscious, so I stayed with you until I saw the fire engines heading down the drive. And then I left. I couldn't risk them asking me any questions, but I hid in the bushes and watched to make sure you were taken care of.
Did he punish you?
Elle's voice is barely above a whisper. "Yes, but it was worth it." Gunshots sound overhead, and Elle lets out a cry of terror as all hell seems to break loose above us. The room shakes as heavy footsteps pound against the floor, followed by indiscernible shouting in Russian. What the fuck's going on? Shit. I scramble off the bed in search of my clothes. My hands shake as I pull them on, the sounds of the gunshots ringing in my ears. "This is it. Stay here."
Lev?
"It's going to be all right. Do you trust me?" This time, there's no hesitation as she nods. I tilt my chin at her clothes. "Get dressed." I crouch on the floor and feel beneath the bed for my weapons stash. There's not much, only a couple of handguns, but it's better than nothing. A heavy thud sounds overhead, and Elle whimpers as she glances anxiously up at the ceiling. "It's okay," I soothe, despite the fact that it sounded like a body hitting the floor. I tuck both guns into my belt and get to my feet. Something has clearly happened that has Igor's men spooked, which has me wondering whether someone has shown up who wasn't invited. "Elle!" a male voice shouts from above. Elle's eyes widen as she glances at me.
Alexei.
She mouths. I guess that's my answer. "I know you're in here. Let her go, Lev." Elle goes to run to the stairs, but I hold up a hand to stop her. "Could be a trap. Stay here." Elle cowers in the corner as I tread lightly up the steps toward the trap door. There's no quiet way of sliding the bolt across, which means if Elle misheard and it isn't Alexei, we could both be dead in a matter of seconds. With one last deep breath, I slide the bolt across and brace myself for whoever is waiting for us on the other side. The moment I push the trapdoor open, my eyes stare straight down the barrel of Alexei's gun. I fucking knew it! Blood splatters cover his face and hands, and from how deathly quiet it now is, I know he's taken out every single one of my father's men.
Alexei?
Elle calls from below, capturing his attention. Get out of my fucking way! Alexei roars. Alexei storms past me down the stairs to get to Elle. I grind my teeth as he places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and she smiles up at him like he's her knight in shining armor. Asshole. Are you okay? He eyes her, and then the bed. Between Elle's flushed cheeks and the extremely rumpled sheets, it's pretty fucking obvious what we've been doing down here. Alexei seems to realize as he turns to face me with a murderous expression on his face. You're fucking dead.
I'm fine, Alexei.
Elle places a hand on his arm.
Truly.
Her eyes find mine, and she offers me a small smile. That doesn't mean I trust him. Alexei's eyes narrow on me. If it makes you feel any better, the feeling is mutual. Don't get fucking smart with me. I wouldn't lose any sleep over having to put a bullet between your eyes. Elle moves to step between me and Alexei.
That's enough.
I hadn't even noticed that I'd stormed back down the stairs toward him, my hand now resting on the handle of the gun tucked into the waistband of my pants. But Elle reaches out a hand and presses it against my chest, stopping me in my tracks.
I think we should get out of here before Igor comes back.
Alexei locks his gaze on mine. I agree, but that doesn't mean this is over. I find that I can't look away. The wave of grief that hits me as I take in all the features that are so similar to my own has my chest tightening. It's the first time I've ever truly looked at Alexei, and despite his clean-cut aesthetic and lack of scars, I can see myself in him, my brother, my enemy.
Chapter 29. Elle. Anger radiates off both Lev and Alexei as I stand between them. The underground bunker was cramped before, but having two fully grown men locked in a standoff with each other is making the place feel suffocating. I glance between the two of them. Can we please get out of here? Their similarities are a little unnerving. I can see so much of Lev in him, particularly in the eyes. I know Alexei is entitled to hate his half-brother for what he's supposedly done, but I don't want him to do something that he might later regret. Please, Alexei. Alexei's expression softens as he looks at me. I've never found him as intimidating as I probably should, given his reputation. But he's never given me a reason not to feel comfortable around him. I also know he would do anything to protect his family, including putting a bullet in Lev's chest. So the sooner we can get this all sorted out, the better.
I'm taking you back to Forest Hills. Lucia is waiting for you there.
My stomach knots at the mention of my cousin. I've put her through hell over the past few weeks, and I really want to make things right between us again. Lev looks at me.
You should go before Igor comes back. Don't even fucking think about it.
Alexei takes another step forward.
You're coming with us.
Lev's fingers flex around his gun. Come on, Lev. It's probably not such a bad thing that I'm in the middle of them. Though I know if they really wanted to brawl, it wouldn't take much effort to knock me out of the way. His eyes flick to mine, and I silently plead with him to follow along. I'm all too aware of what likely waits for us when we get back to Alexei's place, but at least we're being given a chance to reason with the Kozlovs. I'd face them over Igor Ivanov any day, and Lev seems to realize that too as he dips his chin. Lev takes his gun and tosses it on the ground without a word before turning and heading up the stairs. I let out a breath of relief that he's cooperating. Alexei nods his head at me to follow behind Lev. When I climb out of the trap door and take a look at the half a dozen bodies littering the floor, my knees buckle, and I have to cling to Lev to stop myself from collapsing. I wish I still had that blindfold. I've never seen so much blood. It's soaking into the floorboards and seems to coat every possible surface. The coppery twang in the air is making my stomach churn, and I have to cover my mouth and nose to stop myself from throwing up.
Let's get you out of here.
Lev guides me toward the front door. Did you do this by yourself? I ask Alexei, who appears beside me.
Yakov and Felix are outside.
Not Mikhail?
I wanted to come here myself.
Which translates to, he wanted to be the one to capture Lev himself. 2 blacked-out Mercedes are parked behind Lev's car, and Alexei waves a finger as we head down the porch steps, and one of them roars to life.
Yakov and Felix will follow us back to the house.
Another hidden warning for Lev to behave. I want to scream at Alexei that Lev isn't going to hurt anyone, but I know he won't listen. So instead, I stay quiet as I climb into the back seat of Alexei's car beside Lev and hope that the Kozlovs are in a forgiving mood. Neither Lev nor Alexei speak on the drive over to Alexei's Forest Hills mansion, and I've never felt more uncomfortable. I could cut the tension with a knife, and none of my attempts to spark up a conversation have worked. I glance over at Lev, who is staring out of the window. His face is pale, and he keeps balling his hands into fists. I wish there was something I could do, but this is out of my hands. All I can do is stand by him and pray that Alexei and his brothers are willing to hear us both out. I reach for his hand, interlacing my fingers through his. They're freezing cold to the touch, but I don't care. Without taking his eyes off the window, he squeezes my hand once, and I squeeze his back, running my thumb back and forth over the scarred skin. A silent gesture that we're both in this together. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Alexei frowns at our interlaced hands. I'm all too aware of what this must look like to him. That I'm betraying his family by becoming involved with Lev. But the truth is, I'm not convinced that Lev was even responsible for killing his parents. This has Igor Ivanov written all over it. He's already made it perfectly clear how much he likes to torture Lev, so it makes sense for him to pin the murders on him. It's sadistic to make Lev believe he was the one to kill his own father, which is exactly why I'm starting to believe this was all a setup. But the fact of the matter is that Lev remembers nothing, so we may never know what truly happened that night. When we eventually pull up to the gates of the house, my heart rate spikes and I'm about to be sick. This is it. By the time Alexei parks the car out front, my hands are sweating and I might pass out.
It's okay.
Lev mouths at me. I wish I could believe him, but the odds are stacked against us. I'm barely out of the car before Lucia is running out of the house toward me. She looks almost as pale as Lev, and her eyes are red as if she's been crying. Oh my God, Al! I'm fine. Lucia throws her arms around my neck, hugging me tightly. I'm so relieved you're all right. I was so worried. I'm all right, Lucia. I promise. But she doesn't seem to be listening, as she pulls away and rounds on Lev, who has barely gotten out of the car. And you! I'm going to fucking kill you! She goes to lunge for him, but I step into her way. Mikhail, can you please come and stop your wife from committing assault? I call over to Mikhail, who appeared at the top of the steps.
I think I'm good right here.
Mikhail leans against one of the pillars. Lucia shoots her husband a wink, and he dips his chin before his eyes land on Lev, and his expression turns to one of cold fury. Lucia narrows her eyes at Lev. You risked my cousin's life, and you expect me to welcome you in with open arms? You're a fucking psycho. I wince, but Lev doesn't seem the slightest bit fazed. From what he's told me of his upbringing, this must be tame in comparison. But that doesn't mean he deserves to take shit from every single member of my family. Lev was just trying to protect me. He knew that Igor was dangerous, and I wasn't being reasonable. He did what he had to do to keep me safe. Alexei scoffs.
Yeah, and nearly got her killed in the process.
I turn around and glare at him. 3 times he's saved my life now. I get that you're angry at him, but at least hear him out.
Hear him out?
Alexei's dark eyes flash.
He murdered my parents.
No one knows that for sure. Lev can't remember what happened, and Igor is sadistic enough to be the true mastermind behind this. Mikhail stands taller.
That's what he wants you to think.
Can't you just give him the benefit of the—
Don't even finish that sentence.
Alexei snaps, and I flinch at his tone.
Don't you fucking talk to her like that.
Lev moves to step in front of me. Mikhail turns to the door.
Let's go inside, now. We're gonna get to the bottom of this once and for all.
I think that's a good idea. I place a hand on Lev's arm. His jaw clenches and he doesn't tear his eyes away from Alexei, even when I tug at the sleeve of his hoodie. Alexei tilts his chin toward where his brother still stands.
If Lev is responsible, he will pay.
I look at Lev, but he only nods, as if he's already admitted defeat. I want to scream at everyone that they've got the wrong man. Can't they see? Lev isn't the real threat here. Alexei, I plead as he takes Lev by the arm and yanks him toward the house. Come on. Lucia takes me by the hand. We follow behind Lev as if we're in some kind of twisted procession. My heart aches as his shoulders slump and his head bows.
This way.
Alexei barks at Lev once we enter the grand foyer of the house. I bristle at his tone, but before I can reprimand him, Lucia is tugging me in the opposite direction. Let's go into the kitchen. No, I want to go with Lev. I try to pull away from her. Elle, you need to let them sort this out between them. But they won't listen to him. They've already decided he's guilty. And I'm the only reason Alexei hasn't already put a bullet in his skull. I look over my shoulder just in time to see Lev disappear into the lounge with Alexei and Mikhail, where I have no doubt that the rest of the Kozlov bratva are waiting. Lev, but he doesn't look back. The sound of the door slamming shut has me swallowing a sob, and I let Lucia lead me into the kitchen where she forces me to sit at the breakfast table. Why don't I make us some cocoa? Her chipper tone is forced, but I'm glad something is occupying her for a moment, so I can just sit in my heartache. I'm desperate to know what they're talking about. Is Lev standing up for himself? Or is he letting himself take the fall for a crime he likely didn't commit? I can't just sit here. Yes, you can. I'll restrain you myself if I have to. I look up at my cousin as she approaches the table with 2 mugs of cocoa in hand, and I know she's not joking. I put extra marshmallows in yours. She sets the overflowing mug in front of me. So drink up before it gets cold. Thanks. I wrap my fingers around it to warm them up. I'm confused about your situation with Lev. Lucia takes a seat opposite me. Is there something going on here that I don't know about? I mean, I knew you guys were, hanging out? If I can even call it that. Lucia, I'm pregnant. I figure it's as good a time as any to admit the truth. After all, it might be the only way for me to help convince Alexei to spare Lev's life. Lucia freezes with her mug halfway to her mouth. For a second, I'm worried she's going to drop it, but then she sets it back down on the table. I'm sorry. What? I'm pregnant. You're pregnant? Yes. The crease between Lucia's eyebrows gets deeper as she's silent for a moment. And Lev is... he's the father. Christ, Elle? What the hell were you thinking? She gets up, pacing. You slept with the man who was stalking you? Clearly. Don't do that. Don't act like this isn't a big deal. Because it isn't. Elle, now can you see why I need to be in there with him? He's the father of my child, Lucia. I can't let them hurt him. I'll never be able to forgive them if they do. Fuck, this is not good. She runs her fingers through her hair as she glances at the door. They need to know the truth. If Alexei knows I'm pregnant, you have to understand. I'm caught in the middle here. I don't want to take sides, but ultimately, this man killed my husband's parents. And I'm not sure that's something Mikhail and his brothers can get past. And quite honestly, Elle, I don't want to have to ask them to. He couldn't have done it. Igor's been exploiting Lev's weaknesses for years for his own gain. We don't know that. What the hell happened to innocent until proven guilty, huh? It seems to me the Kozlovs just want a scapegoat, and Lev is an easier target than Igor. That's not fair. What they're doing to him right now isn't fair. My voice cracks, and I'm suddenly unable to hold back the tears any longer. I bury my face in my hands as I'm overcome with grief. Lucia moves to sit in the chair beside me, and when she places a hand on my arm, I don't shake it off. Do you love him? I lower my hands and look up at her with tear-filled eyes. More than anything. She glances over at the door again before nodding once. Everything will be okay, Elle. I promise. I wish I could believe her, but after everything that's happened, how can things possibly work out? Something has to give here, and I have a horrible feeling that it's going to be my relationship with Lev.
Chapter 30. Lev. The moment the door slams shut behind me, I know it's all over. And from the look on Elle's face as Lucia led her away, she knows it too. Anton and Daniil are standing in the center of the living room, each looking just as murderous as Alexei. Both of them have their arms crossed over their chests, and I don't miss the handguns tucked into the waistbands of their black slacks. I suggest you start talking. Alexei snaps from behind me, as if he can read my thoughts. I eye the well-stocked bar cart in the corner of the room. I'm desperate for a drink to try and calm my nerves, but I think if I were to just go over and start helping myself to the, no doubt, very expensive liquor, it would be a surefire way to get me killed. So, I stay put. Do you want to wait for Dmitri? Anton scowls. Dmitri is none of your concern, so talk. I glance at each of the Kozlovs in turn, seeing a small part of myself in every one of them. In another universe, my father brought me back home with him and raised me alongside his boys. I would have grown up in a house like this one and lived a life filled with laughter and fun. But best of all, if ever I was caught in a sticky situation, I would have brothers to call on who would be at my side, no questions asked. There's a little part of myself in each one of them, and I feel a deep-rooted grief as I think of what could have been. I know that Elle is hoping there is still a chance I could have that, but there is nothing I can say to them that will clear my name. I have nothing to say. I tuck my hands into my pockets. Mikhail steps up to Anton's side. You do realize your fucking life is on the line here? I am aware. Alexei grabs me by the shoulder and turns me around to face him. Don't be fucking smart with us. Elle might think you're a hero, but I'm not buying your shit. His face is barely an inch from mine, and I can smell the coppery twang of blood that clings to his clothes. I'm not a hero. I stare into the eyes of my brother. I'm well aware that I've only had to save Elle's life because of the mistakes that I've made. Mikhail nods. Glad we can agree on that. I take a step away from Alexei. I don't know what you want me to say. I have no memory at all from that night. Bullshit, Anton spits. I'm trying to stay calm, despite the interrogation, because the last thing I need is to black out in a room full of men who want me dead. But the dull ache starts to pulse in my temples. I screw my eyes shut and try to take a deep breath. It's the honest-to-God truth. Alexei moves, but I don't know where. How fucking convenient. I know how it sounds. It sounds like a fucking excuse for murdering our parents. I force my eyes open to find Alexei red-faced as he tries to control his temper. A thick vein is throbbing in his temple, and I know I'm one wrong move away from having my throat cut. I hold my hands up and slowly turn so I can look at Anton. I'm assuming Nina told you everything? About the blackouts? Anton glances warily at Alexei, but then nods. She mentioned them, yes. Blackouts? Daniil looks between Anton and me. What's he talking about? I shrug. Igor doesn't take being disobeyed lightly. When I decided to run into the fire to save Al, he beat me within an inch of my life, which included a significant blow to the head. He never took me to a hospital, so the extent of the neurological damage was never confirmed. But I've suffered with blackouts ever since. I could be out for minutes or hours, and when I come around, I have no memory at all of what I've done. Mikhail scoffs. A well-rehearsed story, I must say. You wanted the truth. Alexei grabs me by the neck and pulls me backwards. I barely have a chance to even trip over my own feet before he slams me against the wall with such force that it knocks the breath from me. I'm all out of fucks to give, Lev. He tightens his grip around my neck. Time's up. My eyes start to water as I fight for air. None of the Koslovs makes a move to stop Alexei. They know he has the final say here. I know he was the one to find his parents lying in pools of their own blood. If anyone gets to kill me, it's him. Just do it. My hands wrap around his wrists, though I make no attempt to try and fight him off. Alexei's eyes almost unfocus as he tightens his hands around my neck, as if he's in a trance. As the last of the air leaves my lungs, the pounding in my head intensifies. In a matter of seconds, I'm either going to die at the hands of Alexei, or I'm going to black out and wake up in a pool of blood with a bullet lodged in my chest. Either way, I'm a dead man. Give me one fucking good reason why I shouldn't just end you right now. Alexei's head snaps in the direction of the door, which is just opened to reveal Dmitri. I'll give you one. Where the hell have you been? His grip on my neck has loosened just enough that I can choke down a breathful of air, but not enough to relieve the ache in my lungs. I found something that might be of interest to both of you. He glances at me. Lev? He dips his chin at me like we're old friends. Alexei narrows his eyes at him. Dmitri? I have a police report from the night our parents were killed. He reaches into the inside pocket of his jacket, pulling out a folded piece of paper. It says that Lev was in custody that night in a precinct in Brooklyn after being found passed out on the side of the road. He was then hospitalized when he wouldn't wake and was kept in for observation until the following day. A police report can be forged. How can you be sure that the report is real? I had Zara's father look into it for me. He's the one who sent me over the report, along with the CCTV footage from the precinct as well as the hospital. The evidence is all there to confirm it, Alexei. My eyes sting. What are you saying? Dmitri looks right into my eyes. I'm saying that there's no way you could have killed our parents. Alexei's eyes narrow on me, as if he doesn't believe any of it to be true. Though, I don't blame him. I can hardly believe what I'm hearing either. You can let him go, Alexei. Dmitri sets a hand on his brother's arm. Lev is innocent.
Oh my God.
Elle sobs from the doorway as Alexei releases his hold on me. I suck in a lungful of air as my legs threaten to buckle beneath me. Innocent. I never thought that word would ever be used to describe me. I know I should be feeling relief, but I don't. For over a decade, I was made to believe that I had murdered Andrei Koslov and his wife in cold blood. Igor used to describe it to me in grave detail to the point where I started to see them bleed out in my dreams. Their deaths have shaped who I've become. Their blood has stained my hands for so long that I'm not sure who I am without it. I had no choice but to distance myself from everyone I loved and cared about for most of my life in order to protect them from what I was, a monster. But now, I have no idea who I am. Elle sobs.
Lev.
I barely register her throwing her arms around my neck and kissing me. Not even the feeling of her soft lips against mine can snap me out of my thoughts.
Did you hear what Dimitri said?
She pulls away, looking up at me with tear-filled eyes.
You're innocent, Lev.
Innocent? Elle. I bend down to take her face in my hands, kissing her fiercely. I don't care that there's a room full of people watching us. All I care about is the woman right in front of me and the child that is growing in her belly. When we finally pull away, blood burns my cheeks as I realize all eyes are on us. I wrap my arm around Elle's waist and pull her against me. Do you remember being in the hospital? Dimitri sinks into an armchair and tosses the police report on the coffee table as if it's nothing more than a parking ticket. I'm too stunned to even think straight, let alone remember one of the many times I woke up in a hospital. Honestly, no.
But you said there's CCTV footage, right?
Elle's eyes fill with hope as she looks from me to Dimitri.
So it checks out.
Elle, Alexei starts, but she holds up a hand to silence him.
I don't want to hear it, Alexei.
I don't miss the flash of anger in the Bratva Pachan's eyes, but he doesn't push Elle any further.
Is Lev free to go now, or what?
Alexei's eyes flick to mine, and I hold my breath. We can talk more later. Alexei heads over to the bar cart, pouring himself a drink. Elle takes my hand in hers, but before I leave with her, there's one last thing I want to say. Alexei? Alexei downs his drink in one swift gulp before pouring himself another without bothering to even look at me. What? I just want you to know that I want Igor to face justice just as much as you do. Alexei glances over his shoulder and dips his chin at me. It's a small gesture, but a powerful one. For the first time, I let myself imagine what it would be like to be a part of this family. I know it will take time to build trust. I would be naive to think we could forget the past as if it never happened. But that doesn't mean I can't be the first one of us to extend a hand. It might be worth checking out the 69th Street Pier in Bay Ridge. I don't follow. The docks. He's moved some cargo over there in the last few weeks. Alexei looks surprised. You know where he is? Not at this moment, but I know he'll be checking in there soon. It might be worth getting eyes on the place in case he decides to pay a visit. Plus, there's plenty of stock on hand that could be worth something if you wanted to help yourselves. Alexei frowns as he glances at Mikhail and Dimitri, who both shrug. You seem surprised that I'm telling you this. A little, Alexei admits. Trust me when I say I want him dead just as much as you do, Alexei. If not more.
Chapter 31. Elle. Lev doesn't say a word during the drive back to my apartment. Dimitri kindly lent us his car, and Lev insisted on driving. I think it's because he wants to keep his hands busy to try and distract himself from the thoughts that are likely racing through his head. I desperately want to talk through what we just learned back at the house, but I know Lev is a very internal processor. I like to think that he'll talk to me when he's ready, but for the time being, I sit in the silence. When he eventually parks outside my apartment building and kills the engine, I reach out and place my hand on his thigh. He looks down at it and frowns, as if he forgot that he wasn't alone in the car. Are you okay? Lev nods, but from the way his eyebrows are pulled together in a deep frown, I know he's lying.
This is good news, right?
He keeps his eyes on my hand.
What Dimitri found, it proves I didn't kill them. That I didn't kill my father.
That's exactly what it proves.
I don't really know how to feel.
He looks up at me under his dark lashes. There's such devastating sadness in his eyes. I wish I could take away all of his pain, but I can't. This is something he needs to work through. But what I can do is to be by his side every step of the way. No one is expecting you to process this immediately. What Dimitri found, it's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
I know that what he found doesn't erase the fact that for a long time you thought you did kill them. That wound will take a long time to heal. But I'm right here, and I want to work through it with you, if you'll let me. Lev hangs his head, and I can almost see the weight being lifted off his shoulders as my words sink in. I squeeze his thigh. Let's go inside. We could order pizza and watch a film. Though that sounds ridiculously mundane and anticlimactic, considering you just found out you didn't kill your dad. Maybe we should get champagne or something.
Elle?
Yeah?
I'm good with mundane.
Lev's lips twitch at the corners. Lev interlaces his fingers with mine as we head inside my building and take the elevator up to my floor. He keeps squeezing my hand the entire time, as if checking that I'm real. I think I prefer it when you climb in through the window. I tease as I unlock the front door, using the spare key from under the mat. Using the front door doesn't feel nearly as forbidden.
Wait out here.
He holds out a hand to stop me from stepping over the threshold into my apartment.
I want to check that it's safe.
You think someone's in there?
I just want to be safe. I'll be right back.
He presses a quick kiss to my forehead. The skin tingles from his touch, and I hold my breath as I watch him disappear inside my apartment. I hover in the doorway, eyeing the coffee cups and bagel wrappers from my breakfast with Lucia and Mikhail, which are still littered across the coffee table. Was that only this morning? My eyelids feel heavy just thinking about the day I've had.
All clear.
Lev comes out of my bedroom. He glances around the living room.
Oh, I think I'd feel better if I could stay for a while.
I swallow a laugh at how serious Lev is being right now. Does he not realize that we're free to be together? He doesn't need an excuse to stay the night. Maybe I need to remind him. I guess that's all right. I mean, you're always watching me anyway. Maybe we should just move in together and be done with it. I step inside my apartment and close the door behind me. Lev blinks. Unless you don't want to. He takes a step toward me.
I want to do more than just live with you. I want to do everything with you.
He takes another step.
Raise a family with you.
And another.
Grow old with you.
He stops in front of me.
Marry you.
He drops to one knee in the middle of my living room. My heart is singing and my eyes are prickling. Are you being serious right now?
Deadly serious. Today has only proven how quickly life can change, and I don't want to waste another second.
Lev. I place a hand on my chest.
I know I don't have a ring yet, but if you'll let me, El Conti, I want to give you the world.
I can't fight the tears that start to fall. Only a few hours ago, I had been so sure that we would never get our happily ever after. And now, seeing Lev down on one knee, promising to give me the world, I feel like my heart might explode from happiness. Of course I'll marry you. The smile that breaks out across Lev's face as he climbs to his feet is breathtaking. I've never seen him smile like that, and I hope that it will be the first of many to come. He stands up, and 1 minute my feet are firmly on the floor, and the next, they're wrapped around Lev's waist as he lifts me in the air. Lev! I cling to his broad shoulders.
You have no fucking idea how much you mean to me, El Conti.
he murmurs against my lips. I could say the same to you. You're going to be the most amazing husband I could have ever hoped to have, and the most wonderful father to our child. Lev rests his forehead against mine and closes his eyes.
I love you.
I love you too. I press my lips to his. I barely notice that Lev is carrying me through to the bedroom. All I'm focused on is the feeling of his lips on mine, of the taste of him as I slide my tongue into his mouth in a way that has him groaning against my lips. For the second time today, we shed our clothes. But this time there's no looming threat hanging over us, so Lev does the honors of removing each item of my clothing, kissing along my skin as he goes. By the time I'm lying naked on the bed, I'm so hot and aching between my thighs that I have to reach down and start rubbing my clit to try and bring myself some relief. Lev's eyes darken with need as he watches me slide 2 fingers along my slick pussy.
Hell.
He growls as he tosses his shirt on the ground. I eye the hard lines of his chest and stomach until I land on the prominent outline of his cock that is straining against his zipper. Lev, my pussy clenches, so desperate for him to fill me.
So impatient.
He chuckles as he starts undoing his belt. By the time he's standing naked at the foot of my bed, I'm so close to the edge that I have to force myself to remove my hand from between my thighs to prevent from coming. I want him to be the one to finish me off, but it seems Lev wants to take a moment to enjoy the view. He wraps his fingers around his cock and starts stroking his length as he eyes my glistening pussy.
So fucking beautiful.
He flicks his wrist over the tip of his cock. I need you, I pant. Lev grits his teeth as he strokes his cock again. The tip is already leaking, and my mouth waters at the thought of tasting him. But before I can suggest taking him in my mouth, Lev is climbing onto the bed and burying his face between my thighs.
You're mine.
He licks along my core. I'm yours. Oh, God. I reach down to sink my fingers into his hair to hold him in place. He moves his hands to my ass, angling my hips so he can sink his tongue deep inside my pussy. Lev! I cry out.
You taste so fucking good.
He runs his tongue along my core before flicking it over my clit. Oh, fuck. I'm so close to the edge that a few more flicks of his tongue over my clit will have me climaxing. And it seems Lev knows it too.
Come on my tongue, Al.
I look down and almost climax at the sight of him staring up at me from between my thighs. His dark eyes are glazed, and I watch as he eagerly licks and sucks at my clit. Don't stop, I cry as he wraps his lips around the sensitive bud and sucks. Yes! My back arches off the bed as I climax, and I cling to Lev as my body violently trembles with each wave of pleasure that courses through me. I've never come so hard, and when I'm eventually spent, I collapse back against the pillows, gasping for breath as Lev kisses along my inner thighs.
That's my girl.
He lifts himself up onto his knees. The sight of his glistening cock has me whimpering. I need you. He moves to lean over me.
I'm all yours.
As he reaches down to line himself up with my entrance, I trace my fingers along the scars that cover his neck. The scars that serve as a reminder of how brave and selfless this man is. You saved me.
I could say the same about you.
He buries himself inside me. Oh my God. He stretches me so perfectly. It's like our bodies were made for each other.
Fuck.
He hisses. The muscles of his back flex beneath my fingertips as he slides his cock out of me, and we both stare at each other as he thrusts back inside. No more blindfolds, no more hiding. We're finally free to be together. I didn't think I would ever get a chance to feel happiness like this. For so long, I was too scared by the idea of losing someone I loved again that I didn't allow myself the chance to love. But somehow, Lev made me feel safe enough to open up my heart once more, and I couldn't be more grateful to him. I love you. I choke as my eyes sting with tears. Lev takes my face in his hands and kisses me so softly that I can't help but let the tears fall.
I love you too.
Lev rests his forehead against mine, our eyes locked on one another as he makes love to me. The only sound is our heavy breathing as we both chase our release. When Lev's brows pull together as he fights the urge to come, I take his face in my hands and kiss him deeply. Come with me, I pant as my thighs start to tremble. It's all the permission he needs. His pace turns from gentle to brutal as he thrusts his cock inside me, hitting me so deep that I'm screaming out his name as I come. He buries his face in my neck as his body shudders, and his grunts have me seeing stars.
Oh, fuck!
His cock jerks and he spills inside me. After he cleans us up, we slide into bed, and I snuggle into his chest as he wraps his arms around me.
Thank you for loving me.
He whispers in my ear as I fall asleep. Epilogue. L. 7 months later. You know how I always said I wanted to have like 8 kids? Well, I take it back. I'm never doing that again. Lucia laughs as she cradles my newborn son in her arms. Now do you see why I'm hesitant to have another after Vivi? I've just stopped peeing when I laugh. I'm not ready to give that up yet. Anton shakes his head from his seat in the corner of the delivery room.
I really didn't need to know that.
Nina's perched on the arm of his chair. It's true, though. You guys get a few minutes of fun while us women have to lose our bladder function and grow boobs the size of melons in order to provide you with offspring.
A few minutes? Ouch. Better luck next time, Anton.
Dmitri chuckles, slapping his cousin on the back.
Fuck off. I can last longer than you.
Bianca scoffs. Don't swear in front of the baby. He has innocent ears. Daniil laughs.
Not for long.
I groan as I clutch at my side. Don't make me laugh. Dmitri looks around.
Can we wet this kid's head already? I'm parched.
Dmitri, Zara scolds. Today is not about you. Dmitri looks at me with a sheepish expression, and I laugh again. You can open the champagne, Dmitri, it's fine. He grins at me, which only makes Zara scowl more. I love that the entire family is here to meet our son, including the kids. Though for the time being they've been put up in the hospital daycare, while the adults all enjoy a glass of champagne to toast to the newest member of the family. While Dmitri is busy spilling champagne all over the hospital floor, Lucia hands me back my son before perching beside me on the bed. I thought I had 2 more weeks to mentally prepare for all of this. I look down at the sleeping baby in my arms. Lucia shakes her head as she glances sidelong at Mikhail. In case you haven't noticed, Kozlovs don't like to be told what to do. Vivi was just like this too. Oh, I'm aware. I chuckle. He looks like them. I gently stroke the head of dark hair and smile. He really does. Lucia gets to her feet. Seriously, Dmitri, let me open the damn champagne. She helps Dmitri open the second bottle. Lev is unusually quiet in the chair beside the bed, so I reach for his hand and give it a squeeze. He's still not used to being around so many people, but I appreciate how hard he's been trying over the last few months. I smile at him. Come and sit by us. He offers me a small smile as he slides onto the bed and pulls me against his side. With Nina's help, we got him set up with a new therapist, as well as a neurologist, to try and help him work through his trauma and blackouts. After a few scans, it was concluded that Lev's blackouts are actually seizures, as a result of lasting brain damage caused by Igor. While they can't be cured, Lev has been able to manage them by taking medication and reducing stress, which I know has been a huge weight off his shoulders. The last few months have been a learning curve for everyone. He spent the majority of his life isolated and alone. So to suddenly be welcomed into such a big family was a bit of a shock. But everyone has been really supportive and giving us space when we need it, as well as reaching out, too. Even Alexei. While I would love to bring Lev over to Alexei's house for family dinner every month, I know it's a lot for him. He's always been an outsider, and I think it will take a long time for him to feel anything other than that. So for now, we've been spending a lot of time with Nina and Anton. Nina has been incredibly helpful in preparing me for life with a new baby, and Lev and Anton have bonded over their mutual love for business. He's taken Lev down to espionage on many occasions, just the two of them, and whenever Lev comes home, he always has such a lightness to him that I'm still getting used to seeing. I don't ask too many questions about what they talk about, but I make sure Anton knows how much I appreciate him spending time with Lev.
Right. Does everyone have a glass?
Dmitri calls out over all the chatter. Zara hands me a glass and I eagerly take it. I've not had a sip of alcohol in almost 9 months, and after the last 24 hours, I think I deserve a tiny sip or two. Dmitri holds up his glass.
Everyone, raise your glasses to...
Zara holds up a hand. Hang on, we can't toast without knowing his name. You have decided on a name, right? Well, I look anxiously at Lev, whose face has paled as all eyes turn on him. Lucia glances between the two of us. What is it? Oh God, you've not named him something weird, have you? Dmitri laughs.
What, like Daniil?
Daniil gives him the finger.
Fuck you.
Lev's shoulders shake with silent laughter, and my lips pull up into a smile. We have a first name. I reach for Lev's hand. It's just the last name we're unsure about. I don't follow, Nina chimes in. Well, Lev and we wanted to know if you would all consider our son a Kozlov. Lev keeps his eyes down, and a faint blush stains his cheeks as the room falls silent. I glance at Alexei for confirmation, seeing as he is the head of the family. But his full attention is on Lev.
You are our brother.
Alexei crosses the room, clasping Lev on the shoulder.
Which makes both you and your son Koslov.
Lev gets to his feet and embraces Alexei, I think for the first time ever. It's an incredible moment to witness. After so many years of thinking he was a monster, of isolating himself from everyone he's ever cared about just to protect them, to finally see Lev surrounded by family and people who genuinely care about him, has the tears pouring down my cheeks. Nina bursts into tears herself before jumping to her feet and throwing her arms around her brother. To finally be free of the Ivanov name and to have found their true family at last is a huge moment for both of them. For so long, Lev has beat himself up because of what Igor made him believe. And I will spend the rest of my life making sure he knows just how loved he truly is. Daniil smirks.
So, can we know the name of our new nephew or what?
Lev looks at me.
Do you want to tell them?
Everyone. I look down at the sleeping baby in my arms. I'd like you to meet our son, Marko Andrei Kozlov. Tomorrow! Everyone cries in unison. Lev bends down to kiss me softly as all of our family clinks their glasses together to toast the birth of our son.
I love you.
He whispers against my lips. I love you too.
Are you happy?
The happiest. He kisses me again before bending down and kissing the soft tuft of dark hair on Marco's head. Alexei raises his glass once again.
I also think we should toast to Lev, seeing as he is the newest member of the Koslov Bratva.
Lev's head snaps in Alexei's direction, his eyes wide as Alexei's words register. My throat thickens with emotion as huge smiles break out across every face in the room. Alexei holds his glass in the air.
Everyone, raise your glasses to Lev Koslov.
To
Lev Koslov.
Alexei tips his glass to Lev alone.
Welcome to the family, brother. We hope you have enjoyed Sinful Scars, a Darkstalker Russian Mafia romance, Koslov Bratva, Book 5. Written by Kira Cole and Callie Stevens.
Performed by Blair Thatcher and James Cassidy.
Text copyright 2025 by Kira Cole. Production copyright 2025 by Kira Cole. Thank you for listening.